One Friday evening in 1973, Mike Shia, a Vietnam veteran and law student at the University of Baltimore, finished his classes for the day, and now being free for the evening, went to visit a friend at a bar in Olney. Mike was barely 15 miles outside of Baltimore when he saw a continuous beam of light, or energy, strike a barn to his left. He then noticed a UFO with a ring of red and yellow lights. He was aghast at the sight and rolled his window down. He was able to discern that the object was hovering in complete and utter silence. The beam finally dissipated, and a wave of dread overtook Mike. He felt as if something was behind him. The UFO then began to move and flew directly over his head, and he experienced what felt like electricity arcing down his spine. And suddenly, the close encounter was over, and Mike found himself feeling relaxed, driving into Olney. He went into the bar to meet his friend, who was nowhere to be found. The bartender explained that Mike's friend left 2 hours ago. Mike then realized that he had 2 hours for which he could not account for. This encounter troubled Mike for years and weighed on him so much that decades later, he decided to undergo hypnotic regression with abduction researcher Bud Hopkins. Once regressed to the point of the missing time, Mike remembered an overpowering fear which pleaded with him not to look up at the object. He drove, hoping to escape the unknown, when he saw 4 people standing on the side of the road, but these people weren't human. Mike described the appearance of these bizarre insect-like creatures, which he compared to grasshoppers. They wore what appeared to be some sort of black armor with black helmets. A black line ran down the center of their helmets, coming to a point. The beings had long arms and bowed legs which reminded Mike of a monkey. The 4th creature was noticeably smaller than the other 3, and when looking at it, Mike had the strange sensation that the smaller being was ancient. For whatever reason, Mike stepped out of the car against his fear and looked up at the UFO. Bright lights shone down on him, and a low whirring sound seemed to emanate from the object. Mike noticed a second, smaller craft, which appeared to land on the ground. The insectoid non-humans took Mike aboard one of the crafts, abducting him. The bugs placed him on a table and methodically examined him before extracting biological samples from his body. This abduction case is very similar to a lot of other cases that I've read about, with a lot of commonalities that are well documented by abduction researchers. Missing time is a well-documented aspect of the UFO phenomenon. The appearance of the insect-like creatures during the abduction experience is also very commonly reported. What really stands out to me is the fact that Mike felt the smallest of the creatures was somehow ancient. September 12th, 1973. In Kent, Connecticut, 2 17-year-old young men were driving north on Route 7 from Westchester County. They were within miles south of the nearest town when they saw something strange in the sky. A large oval-shaped object, with flashing multicolored lights, was hovering over a ridge on the west side of the Housatonic River. They were shocked by the surreal object, so much so that they pulled over to watch it. They were watching the object by the side of the road when another car also pulled over to watch the mysterious object. A teenage couple got out and joined the original witnesses. To the east, on Spooner Hill, a man was driving to his friend's house when he also saw the object. In disbelief, he drove on to his friend's house to show his friend and his wife the UFO. The 2 groups of witnesses, the adults and the teenagers, met up. Together, they continued observing the phenomenon and noticed that the large object had vanished. In its place, it's reported that at least a dozen lights, or orbs, flew in a circular pattern around the ridge before falling into a straight line formation. This line of orbs flew towards Mount Angelo. They dropped the 2 extra witnesses off and the original 7 witnesses continued to follow the orbs and cross the bridge to the mountain. They chased the orbs to a field at the base of Mount Angelo, but they seemed to have vanished. However, a sighting was also reported by a group of 3 women who were camping on the other side of the mountain. They saw the orbs travel down the other side of the mountain, opposite to our group of 7. The group was at a loss with the apparent disappearance of the objects, and so they went back to the bridge which they just crossed. It was there that they came across a white car that wasn't there before, as well as 2 women. They found this very strange and approached the 2 women, who told the group they were waiting for a group of, quote, hikers, who, an hour earlier, reportedly told the women they were, quote, hiking over the mountain. At that moment, a large group of 15 to 20, quote, hikers emerged from Scatachie Road. They were jogging towards the witnesses, wearing what appeared to be lighted miners' helmets, and carrying rods or poles. The hikers were all mumbling or chanting. The young men tried to speak to the unsettling hikers, but they ignored them. The hikers continued jogging and split around both sides of the car, continuing on their path. The witnesses felt this was too strange, and so they pursued these hikers. Despite their best efforts, the hikers seemed to vanish, leaving no trace. Just as they thought this Fortean ordeal was over, the witnesses realized that something was wrong. The younger witnesses realized that they had a 2-hour period of missing time, which they couldn't explain. The adults, too, realized that their memories following the appearance of the strange hikers were hazy. It's reported that they could not remember what they did or where they went after the sudden appearance of the hikers. It's reported that some of these witnesses later underwent hypnotic regression in an attempt to recover their memories. However, these details have not been made public, leading some to believe that their memories weren't positive, and that perhaps these hikers weren't what they initially appeared to be. The phenomenon of screen memories is widely reported within the UFO lore, with the idea being that the intelligence behind the UFO phenomenon is capable of altering or manipulating memories, as well as perhaps human perception itself, in order to disguise or cloak itself. Others believe that these screen memories serve as markers of significant events. October 25th, 1973, at the Kowalchuk Farm near Uniontown, Pennsylvania. Over a dozen people in the rural community around the Kowalchuk Farm reported witnessing a large luminous red orb, which was hovering roughly 100 feet in the air over a field. The farmer's son, 22-year-old George Kowalchuk Jr., and his wife were driving when they saw the red UAP. When they reached their home, they found their family members were already watching the phenomenon. Steve decided to investigate with his .30-06 rifle and 6 rounds, 2 of which were tracers. Along the way, he encountered 2 twin boys from the neighborhood, Rick and Nick. The 2 of them were also going to investigate, so Steve had them hop in his truck with him. As they were riding, they noticed all the dogs in the area were barking, seemingly voicing their concern at the interloping object. Together, they drove towards the anomaly, which appeared to be descending toward George's father's field. As they got closer, they heard a whirring noise compared to a lawnmower, and the unnerving, quote, mournful sounds of a baby crying, or perhaps a woman screaming. As they drew near to the object, the vehicle's headlights began to fail. Yet another example of the electromagnetic effect observed in the presence of the UFO phenomenon. As they got closer, they saw that it was now barely hovering over the ground. The witnesses' eyes began to water from the object's sheer intensity and luminosity. The illuminated orb landed and now appeared to be a bright white, dome-shaped object. They estimated it was 100 feet in diameter, and the witnesses could smell a sulfuric odor, which they compared to a burning tire. Quote, "It was dome-shaped, just like a big bubble. It was making a sound like a lawnmower," Kowalchuk stated. It was around that time when one of the boys, frightened, noticed two dark figures walking upright along the fence behind the object, slowly striding towards the three witnesses. George, who wore glasses for his myopia and other ocular ailments, initially thought the figures were bears. This fence was 6 feet tall, and the taller of the two beings was running its hand along the fence. This taller being was estimated to be over 8 feet tall, and the smaller one was 7 feet tall. Both were covered in long dark gray fur and appeared to have no neck. Their eyes seemed to glow a green-yellow color. They had long arms hanging to their knees. George noted that the smaller being seemed to take longer strides in order to keep up with the larger creature. The creatures were making whining sounds, which could have been easily mistaken for either a baby crying or a woman screaming. They seemed to be communicating back and forth. Each time the larger creature would reach the next fence post, it would wail, which appeared to signal the smaller creature's permission to advance. Could this be a parent and child? Eventually, the creatures were directly diagonal to the witnesses. At this point, one of the twins, Rick, started screaming and ran away, while the other, Nick, grabbed George's leg in fear and begged him to shoot the creature. George fired one of his tracer rounds over the giant's heads with little reaction from the beings. He fired another tracer round towards the beings as a warning shot. The larger creature raised its right hand as if to catch the tracer round, and at that moment, the glowing object vanished, and the whirring sound ceased. They noticed an intense glow on the ground where the object used to be. The two creatures turned away and started following the fence back, slowly retreating. Nick screamed, and George fired off 3 rounds directly at the man-beasts as they walked away, having a distinct sense that the creatures were not friendly. He was sure that 2 of the 3 shots made their way into the larger creature's chest, but the impact made a strange sound, as if George was firing into water. He described it as, quote, like shooting into a lake, like water plopping. The creatures appeared to be unfazed by the gunfire. One of them looked back at the witnesses with its glowing green eyes. The witnesses ran away, escaping to the safety of George's truck. Their eyes were very irritated, and this too is a common biological effect of these encounters. In fact, biological effects are considered to be the 6th observable, or characteristics of true UFO encounters. Many UFO researchers, including John Keel, noted many cases of eye burns and irritations associated with UFO encounters, and government documents also reference eye burns and related biological damage from UFO encounters. This document can be found in the description, and I really recommend reading it if you haven't. It's horrifying. The witnesses drove back to the Kowalchuk house and told the family what they saw, and they soon called the police. State Trooper Byrne arrived at 9:45. He and George rode to the site of the encounter to investigate. The glowing white area or ring was still there, the only trace evidence left of the UFO. The trooper even moved his vehicle to make sure the glow wasn't being caused by his headlights. They noted that the animals in the area seemed weary and avoidant of the glowing region, which was 150 feet in diameter, with its luminosity reaching a foot off the ground. The trooper stated that the glow was bright enough to read a newspaper, and that the temperature inside the glow was seemingly warmer than the outside. In that instance, they heard something stomping through the forest, coming toward them. As they moved, the noise seemed to mirror or parallel their movements. When they stopped, there would be a few more footsteps, followed by silence. Kowalchuk loaded his last bullet as they heard something before them. The trooper shined his light on what appeared to be the larger of the 2 hairy beasts, only 10 feet away. George fired directly at the creature, and it wobbled back and forth before charging at them. The men turned and ran as the beast slammed into the fence between them. Later investigation would find damage to the wire of the fence where the creature allegedly struck it. State Trooper Byrne and George escaped safely and fled to the Uniontown State Police Barracks, where they were interviewed separately. Their stories were found to match up, and after this, the authorities chose to call the Westmoreland County UFO Study Group. During 1973, there was yet another powerful wave of UFO activity, as there were in previous years, such as 1947, 52, 66, etc. In Pennsylvania, what is now known as one of the largest waves of UFO and Sasquatch or Bigfoot type reports were taking place concurrently. As the Westmoreland County UFO Study Group was well connected, local police departments would contact the group's leader, Stan Gordon, for any UFO or creature reports. At 10:30, Stan Gordon received a call from the trooper. Gordon spoke to the trooper and George and noted that both sounded shaken and sincere. The trooper urged Gordon to send a team to the Kowalchuk Farm as fast as possible. Luckily, by this point, Gordon's organization had a system of sending teams of investigators out to cases very quickly, sometimes minutes to hours following the encounter. So Stan contacted some of his team, among them George Lutz, a former Air Force officer and pilot. Once assembled, the UFO researchers were joined by George Kowalchuk, his father, Kowalchuk Sr., and the two twins, Rick and Nick. At 1:45, the team was searching for evidence when George and his father, who were standing by the truck, witnessed a bright green light envelop the farmhouse. Two of the men investigated but found nothing. 15 minutes later, the team headed into the tree line where the creatures were encountered. They noticed that a lone bull seemed to be ignoring the group completely, but was instead petrified by something ahead of the group. The Kowalchuk dog, who accompanied the team, also became upset. The dog would sniff the ground and advance as if it was tracking something. The dog, too, seemed interested in something behind the tree line, just like the bull. As they advanced, George recounted the series of events to the researchers, and together they discussed ways they could possibly gather evidence. Lutz, the former USAF officer, noticed that George stopped responding to his questions. He looked back and saw that something was wrong with George. He was rubbing his hands all over his head. He looked like he was about to faint. His father, Kowalchuk Sr., and Lutz tried to help George, who began breathing heavily. George then pushed both of the men to the ground hard and let out an animalistic scream. He began walking and swinging his arms erratically like a wild animal. The Kowalchuk dog even tried to attack George. George charged at his family's dog, waving his arms and growling at it, and the dog ran away whimpering. Everyone was chasing George, trying to get him under control. He continued stomping and waving his arms before unleashing a particularly powerful, animalistic scream, so powerful that everyone was taken aback. Stan Gordon later stated that George roared in a way that you couldn't duplicate with the human voice. After his powerful scream, George fell face first onto a pile of manure. As the team tried to help George up, another member fell to his knees, feeling lightheaded, and then became short of breath. The group then smelled a sulfuric odor like rotting eggs, and quickly vacated the area, practically dragging George. George was groaning and warned the group that there was something in the field with them and that they needed to get away. At one point, George fell and lost his glasses. When they tried to give George his glasses back, he asked who they belonged to and said that he didn't need them because he could see fine. Once recovered, George told the group that while he was in his altered state in the field, he saw the apparition of a figure in a black robe or cape carrying a sickle. This entity in black communicated to George that the world will be destroyed if man does not change his ways. He was also shown visions of the world burning. This was very out of the ordinary for George, as he was not particularly religious, nor did he have an interest or belief in the paranormal, UFOs, or Sasquatch. It was reported that the twin who ran away during the encounter also suffered from apocalyptic visions of mass destruction, similar to George. These types of visions are commonly reported among alien abduction or contactee experiences. George's altered state was a real point of concern among researchers. Some compared this altered state to demonic or diabolical possession. It was hypothesized that the creatures may have controlled George's mind. Stan Gordon has since investigated other cases where similar phenomena have been reported. George's own father reportedly stated that he believed his son was possessed by the Sasquatch-type creatures they encountered that night. Following the incident, the farm animals refused to go near the site of the encounter. Others would follow up with George, all of which found him and the other witnesses to be sincere. Stan Gordon noted that shortly after this encounter, he received another report of nearly identical bipedal creatures with the same glowing green-yellow eyes. His organization even received another account from a nearby farm on the same day as the Kowalchuk case. To say that George was disturbed by the encounter would be an understatement. When the encounter was discussed, or certain questions were asked, George would start to involuntarily hyperventilate and fall into what was described as a trance-like state. Out of concern for George, Gordon contacted Dr. Berthold Schwartz, a respected psychiatrist who had previous experiences with witnesses to UFOs and paranormal phenomena. Dr. Schwartz evaluated George and, like all others, found him to be honest and sincere. But rather than demonic possession, Dr. Schwartz hypothesized that George suffered a fugue state. If the phenomenon played some part in George's altered state, even indirectly, this would not be all that surprising, as amnesia, missing time, screen memories, and other psychological effects often befall experiencers. These types of encounters can induce powerful ontological shock, with the witness feeling as though the foundation of their very reality is being shaken. It may be especially worse with witnesses like George, who had no interest or belief in UFOs or other unexplained phenomena. This is compounded by the fact that George was off his medication when the encounter took place. It was the professional opinion of Dr. Schwartz that George's fugue state was possibly brought on by the lack of medication combined with the stress and ontological shock of the encounter. Dr. Schwartz stated, "The unusual circumstances and the facts that various segments of events at different times were witnessed by 13 people indicate the reality of the experiences. In all instances, it seemed that George and the others were truthful." George told his story the same way to the state troopers, Stan Gordon's team, and Dr. Schwartz, and it was confirmed independently from all the other witnesses. An analysis of the ballistics at the scene confirmed that aspect of the witness accounts as well. Dr. Schwartz found no evidence of sociopathic behavior, drug use, or dishonesty. As with many other cases, there was an anomaly that precipitated this encounter 5 to 6 weeks earlier. George and his wife had just moved to a new apartment and had a new phone installed with a private unlisted number. Soon after, George received a threatening phone call from an unknown man who told George he would be dead in a week unless he got out of town. He also claimed that shortly after this phone call, his starter wires were tampered with. Following the encounter, George experienced paranormal fallout, better known today as the hitchhiker effect. Paranormal and psi-related phenomenon began haunting George, though he was embarrassed to discuss it initially. George began to receive dreams and visions of the future. In at least one case, he allegedly foresaw a tragic plane crash, which he later saw on the news. In another case, George allegedly witnessed the apparition of what he believed was a deceased in-law which he never met. Dr. Schwartz found that George had no mental illnesses or precedent for his fugue state, which was described as an outstanding solitary event. Schwartz went on to state that George had no memory of his fugue state. Hypnotic therapy was advised against for the time being by Dr. Schwartz, due to the trauma George was suffering from the close encounter. However, years later, Stan Gordon approached Dr. Schwartz and George in a follow-up interview with the possibility of trying hypnotic regression in order to recover George's lost memories. When Stan Gordon brought this up to George, he was confused by Stan's request and asked why they wanted to hypnotize him again. George then explained that 2 weeks after the encounter, 2 men came to his home, one in a black suit and one in a U.S. Air Force uniform. He assumed these men were with Stan Gordon's group because they questioned him intensely about his experience. After he finished retelling his encounter, the men told George he wasn't crazy and then opened a briefcase. Inside were photos of UFOs and of hairy bipedal creatures. George recalled a specific photo taken in Georgia of a tall Sasquatch climbing over a fence with a small animal under its arm. George was told to point to the images which best resembled what he witnessed. The men then asked to hypnotize George, who agreed. After the hypnotism was complete, they thanked George and lied to his face, telling him they would remain in touch. He never saw the men again. He assumed that the man in the USAF uniform must have been George Lutz, from Stan Gordon's group, who was an Air Force veteran, but this was not the case. In fact, the Air Force officially ceased researching the UFO phenomenon following the phony Condon report and the closure of Project Blue Book in late 1969. So many questions remain. Who were these individuals? Could there be a common thread among these unexplained phenomena, psi, mysterious creatures, and UFOs? May 8, 1965, Carl Robert Disch, a 25-year-old ionospheric physicist, vanished without a trace in the mysterious and inhospitable land of Antarctica. There has been much intrigue and mystery surrounding this case, as it was widely publicized in newspapers at the time. Theories have arisen in the absence of any real answers. If you dig into this yourself, you'll find that, of what information is available, much of it is contradictory and murky. I've included my sources in a pinned comment below if you want to research further on your own. Carl Robert Disch was born in 1940 to Leonard Disch Sr. and Martha Schneider Disch. He was the youngest of 3 brothers, Walter Disch and Harold George Disch. He grew up in Monroe, Wisconsin. His brother, Harold, joined the U.S. Army just after the Korean War and served from 1954 to 1956. Carl himself was known for his intelligence. It's said that he was considered among the most brilliant of his colleagues. The Antarctic continent is primarily populated by researchers and support staff working on scientific expeditions. Given that the land itself is so dangerous, safety measures are in place to mitigate risks. Like his colleagues, Disch would stay in Antarctica for long periods at a time. This wasn't even Disch's first time in Antarctica. He returned home from a previous stay in Antarctica fairly recently before going back. Disch worked for the National Bureau of Standards, which is now the National Institute of Science and Technology, under the U.S. Antarctic Program, which oversees all U.S. presence in Antarctica. The National Bureau of Standards was founded in 1901 tasked with establishing standards of weights and measures for the United States. They were also the first national physical laboratory. The MBS began experimenting with radio almost since the creation of radio technology itself. The first documented radio research at MBS occurred in 1905. Investigations into very low frequency waves began. Disch worked at a VLF substation of the main Byrd station, studying radio static. The Antarctic conditions made it an ideal environment for studying radio waves and static, unimpeded by the usual radio noise cluttering the airwaves. It was a normal Antarctic evening. That winter, there were 29 people, 19 military, and 8 scientists. At twilight, Disch and 3 other men visited the conjugate station of the Environmental Science Services Administration. The 4 men played cards and listened to a tape recorder. Eventually, Disch told the other 3 that he had to get back to town early tomorrow and began donning his polar weather gear. He then picked up the mic and contacted the main Byrd station and let them know that he was on his way to what they called the Big Hole, the main entrance to the Byrd station. The scientists regularly made the trek between the conjugate station and the main station. It was a distance of roughly half a mile. This was a normal part of their routine. It became abnormal when 45 minutes passed without Disch reaching his destination. Almost immediately, a missing person alarm was flashed, and they began searching for Disch. They began searching for Disch during a snowstorm, with temperatures reaching negative 45 degrees, with 35-mile-per-hour winds. Powerful searchlights were used, hoping that Disch would see them and return. One group of men searched the handline for any sign of the missing scientist. The handline itself was found to be completely intact and unbroken. Over an hour later, vehicles were brought out to aid in the search, and a set of footprints were found, leading southwest toward the end of a runway. At this point, the search party began using huskies to aid in the search. Officials would later specify that huskies have much better visibility in the blowing snow. According to the Antarctic Report of May 1965, Disch apparently failed to make contact with the handline between the radio noise installation and Byrd station. The team followed the footprints for 9 miles before the footprints ended with no trace of Carl. The official reports noted that there was no noticeable shortening of stride in his tracks. Jim Bartley, a former winter-over resident of Byrd Station who aided in the search, stated, "We tried in vain to find Carl, but at the time the wind was raging with minus 45-degree temperature. All we could do was tie ropes around our waists, spread out on both sides of the D8 cat, and walk along hoping to stumble over him. It was like finding a needle in a haystack blindfolded." After the tracks were followed to a dead end, the team went back to refuel, and when they returned, they couldn't find any more tracks. The search was temporarily called off due to weather conditions. According to the Antarctic Report, quote, "It was not until the morning of May 9th that a party could continue tracking. In the meantime, the immediate station area, the supply line, and dump were investigated. When the tracks were lost a second time, a major search effort, including vehicles, a sled-mounted hut, and a supply of food and fuel, proceeded to the point where the tracks were last seen, and continued southward for 13 miles from the station on the 10th and the 11th, making perpendicular sweeps to the east and west, with no success. In the station area, the search continued, and a party visited the old Byrd station 6 miles away. Repeated attempts were made to reach the Long Wire site 11 miles to the northwest, although this direction was contrary to the direction of the footprints and almost into the wind, making it a highly unlikely one for Disch to have taken. Throughout this period, there were intermittent storms with winds up to 45 knots and visibility reduced to 0 by heavy blowing snow, seasonal darkness, and overcast. At one point, the temperature dropped to negative 79 degrees Fahrenheit, seriously interfering with the movement of the men and the vehicles. The station complement utilized the brief twilight at midday and the light of the full moon whenever possible to advance the search efforts. The National Science Foundation stated and emphasized that Carl was dressed very warmly. Washington authorities reportedly told Disch's family that they believed Carl could have survived 2 days, given his polar weather gear and other circumstances. In various newspapers, it was claimed that during the search efforts, there were reports of strange flashing lights which they could not identify. After 3 days, the search for Carl Disch was called off, as he was presumed to be deceased. Memorial services were held in Antarctica and in his hometown of Monroe, Wisconsin. Further searches were planned for the spring when conditions improved, but nothing ever came of them. As this case was widely covered in newspapers at the time, a lot of rumors and speculation was thrown around. Ron Sefton of Stanford University, scientific leader of Byrd Station, and Antarctic explorer, investigated the case for the U.S. Antarctic Research Program and gave newspaper interviews hoping to dispel some of the rumors surrounding the case. Quote, "It's a good Antarctic story. I've heard a number of versions of it myself, embellished with weird stories about the possibilities of the scientist and the dog being snatched up by UFOs, or the possibility of their heading for a hidden lush valley where folklore says the skuas go during the long Antarctic winter." Among the rumors, it was said that the day after Disch's disappearance, one of the huskies involved in the search, Gus, vanished after running towards the same direction that Carl went. Sefton admits that although Gus's disappearance was just as strange as Carl's, Gus didn't disappear until 4 months after Carl, contrary to popular rumors claiming the husky disappeared the day following Carl's disappearance. Sefton offered no further explanation as to what befell Gus. Sefton also does not deny that strange flashing lights and sounds were reported by the search team, but he dismisses these reports, claiming that the source of the lights and sounds were merely vehicles which were also searching for Disch, unbeknownst to the rest of the team. I would be remiss if I didn't discuss Carl's supposed last transmissions. On the internet, unsubstantiated rumors surface from time to time, alleging that in 1971 and in subsequent years, McMurdo Station received transmissions from Carl Disch. The following is supposedly the first transmission. "I am Carl Disch. To the world I am dead. They believe that my body is but a pinpoint frozen hard to the surface of this wide continent. I say to you, I, Carl Disch, live. Do not for one moment think that it was a mistake. Everything was planned. They pushed me, tormented me, and bored me with their shallow lives. I left them behind, disowning the race called humans. On a bleak Saturday night 6 years ago, I walked out the door of the Long Wire station. I never returned. They searched for me, as I knew they would, following my straight, deliberate steps for several miles. They never found me, and not one of them realized they had been tricked. They gave up, and I, Carl Disch, was free of them. I, Carl Disch, the most alone man in the world. It has not been an easy task to sustain myself for 6 years. At times, the endless singing of the winds almost drives me mad. I begin to long for human companionship. As quickly as the longing begins, it vanishes, however, for I have been tormented, scorned, and betrayed by my fellow humans, even those who I tried to love." No official sources discuss this, nor do any newspapers report this incident. In my opinion, this entire aspect of the story is completely fabricated. Just listen to this strange line found on a page with information about this supposed transmission. Carl had seduced the dog away from the camp by enticing him with cans of smoked oysters marinated in Fanny's secret barbecue sauce and skua gizzards pickled in fermented beetroot juice. The story appears to originate on the website of an author who writes Antarctic fiction. With the lack of evidence in this case, many theories have arisen in the absence of good answers. Ron Sefton discussed some of these theories publicly. If Carl was truly equipped the way that authorities and witnesses claimed, warm enough to survive for 2 days in spite of the harsh conditions, then how can it be that the search parties couldn't locate any trace of him? Just footprints that seemingly led nowhere. As I said, even further searches in the spring turned up nothing. The main theory is that For some reason, Disch must have wandered away from the lifeline and succumbed to the elements in some manner. It's true that there was a snowstorm with temperatures reaching -45 degrees during his short walk to the bird station, as I said before. Others take issue with this theory, as Disch was experienced in this environment, and this was not his first stay in Antarctica. He walked this short distance 25 times previously. Sefton even concurred it was odd that the Huskies failed to find any trace of Disch. He was adamant that if Disch froze over, the Huskies should have found him, even if he was covered with snow. Quote, "If Disch had fallen and was lying in the snow, the Huskies would have seen him long before the searchers did. Similarly, if he had fallen and was covered by drifting snow, the dogs would have sighted the mound and rushed out to investigate it. That's the way Huskies are." Given that this case of vanishing took place during the Cold War, and the way Disch's footprints seemed to just end, some theorize that Carl defected to the Soviet Union and was picked up or perhaps kidnapped by the Soviets. While an interesting theory, there is no evidence that the Soviets were involved with Disch's vanishing. As I discussed before, strange lights and sounds were reported by the search team, and this was confirmed by Sefton. This, combined with the way that Disch's tracks just ended, led some to believe that perhaps Disch was abducted by a UFO. There is little to suggest that a true UFO with anomalous characteristics was in the area, but I do feel that the official investigation gave a rather lackluster explanation for the strange flashing lights and heavy motor-like sounds reported by the search team. In my opinion, a team of scientists and military personnel would be unlikely to be incapable of identifying lights and sounds from an ordinary vehicle used in Antarctica, especially given the limited resources and personnel at the South Pole. To counter this, though not unheard of, it is rather uncommon for a true UFO to make any noise, and in the vast majority of UFO abduction cases, the abductee is returned shortly after the experience, though perhaps not always. There are interesting and little-known UFO reports from Antarctica, but I'll discuss that some other time. In my opinion, something just doesn't add up. Some information is missing, or worse, someone is lying about Carl's disappearance. I sent a Freedom of Information Act request to the successor to the NBS for information on the investigation into Carl's disappearance, headed by Sefton, but I was not given any information not already available in the public domain. There have been many other strange disappearances that have similarities with Disch's case. Today, they are popularly grouped under the Missing 411 phenomenon, coined by retired police officer David Paulides. However, even preceding the Missing 411 label, we have many of these reports and cases. The belief that people can vanish without a trace, like Carl did, goes back to ancient times. One possible prosaic explanation is that Disch fell into some sort of crevasse. Regardless, in the case of Carl Disch, we are left with more questions than answers, sadly. How and why did Carl stray away from the handline in the first place? Could something have caught his attention, causing him to stray away from the handline? Why were the Huskies helpless to find any trace of Disch, a pattern found among missing 411 cases? What were the strange flashing lights and sounds reported by the search team? Is there something else involved in his disappearance? How did Carl Disch just vanish without a trace? August 9th, 1966. Sheriff A.D. Toby Matthews, who was then a road sergeant with the police in Richmond, Virginia, as well as a military reservist, had returned home from a psychology class at the Richmond Professional Institute when he heard a loud sound, his German Shepherd barking wildly outside. He could tell that his dog was in some kind of real distress and quickly went to investigate. He found his dog barking madly and pulling at its chain as far as possible. Matthews released his dog, and it ran to the edge of the nearby cornfield. Quote, "I happened to look up, and there was that UFO right above the cornfield. It was just hovering right above the power lines. It was just like the ones you see on TV. The disc was 30 feet in diameter, made little to no sound, and didn't appear to have any lights on it. It was widest in the middle, at 3 or 4 feet. Unable to believe what he was seeing, Matthews ran back inside and quickly grabbed a flashlight. He returned to see the object still hovering ominously over his farm. Matthews shined his flashlight on the UAP. The intelligence controlling the UFO seemed to react to Matthews' flashlight. At once, the flying saucer began to turn and emitted a bright flash of light before taking off at impossible speeds. Quote, "I wasn't frightened by it. It was kind of awesome." Of course, back in those days, I was still in the military reserve, and it didn't appear to be any type of military craft at all, because, number one, it wouldn't have done what it did. Unquote. Matthews reasoned that a military craft wouldn't have behaved as the flying saucer did. After the UFO disappeared, Matthews rechained his dog for the night and went to bed. When he woke up the next day, he unchained his dog, like usual, for a few minutes, allowing the dog to roam. Unusually, this time his dog didn't come back. After a while, Matthews began to worry and went to look for him. Ultimately, his effort was fruitless, and he returned home empty-handed. On his way back, he found his dog's chain collar on the side of the road. Matthews probably felt a sinking feeling as he approached his driveway to find his dog lying there, dead. His dog was not there before he went looking for it, as if someone or something planted the deceased canine. Quote, "He didn't have a mark on him, no blood, no singe marks, no nothing. It looked like he almost was sleeping, and whatever killed him, they had taken his chain collar off." Matthews was certain the intelligence behind the UFO phenomenon was responsible for the death of his German Shepherd. Matthews never found any prosaic explanation as to what exactly befell his dog. Quote, "The dog let me know that they were there," Matthews reasoned. A worldwide UFO wave was taking place in 1966, and even locally in Richmond, many others reported close encounters, even other police officers. Quote, "If I live to be 100, I'll never forget it," said former officer William Stevens Jr. in a newspaper published July 21, 1966, explaining his own close encounter. Officer Stevens also saw a flying saucer, and he pursued it in his patrol car, to no avail. At the time, Stevens encouraged Matthews to share his encounter, but he refused. There are many other cases sharing commonalities with Matthews' encounter. We have many records of UFOs appearing over farms, and even hovering over power lines. And of course, this isn't the only case where animal deaths were linked to the phenomenon. I doubt that the witness would kill his own dog just to back up a UFO story which he wouldn't share publicly for decades. The UFO phenomenon reacting to the witness's flashlights is also nothing new. UFO researcher and journalist John Keel, as well as others in 1966, used flashlights to interact with the strange lights darting about the sky.
About a generation ago, and it gives me the shudders to think that it was a generation ago, I was running around the country, sitting up all night in cemeteries and sitting on hilltops in remote parts of the country, looking for these funny lights in the sky that were everywhere in the 1960s. There was one hilltop in particular that overlooked the Ohio River, where at that time there was a lot of boat traffic on the Ohio River day and night. And these funny lights would come down out of the sky and circle around these boats that were transporting cargo up the Ohio River. And the boatmen would turn on their searchlights and play games with these lights. The lights would jump out of the way of the searchlights.
I said, in 1966 alone, there were other cases of police officers chasing UFOs. The most well-known being an 85-mile high-speed chase across state lines with multiple officers from different towns failing to keep up with a saucer in a game of cat and mouse. This case is so famous that it was the inspiration for the UFO chase scene and Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. This is likely because Spielberg consulted Dr. J. Allen Hynek, as well as Jacques Vallée for the film. Hynek even makes a cameo appearance towards the end of the film. Dr. J. Allen Hynek was an astronomer who became the astronomical consultant for the United States Air Force's investigation into UFOs, now known as Project Blue Book. After over 20 years of research and investigations, Hynek experienced a gradual metamorphosis, from being a total skeptic to accepting that some UFOs are true unknowns, controlled by a non-human intelligence, after seeing the overwhelming evidence and witnessing the US government's UFO cover-up with his own eyes. When discussing the Portage County UFO chase in his book, The UFO Experience, Dr. Hynek explains what made this case so important. Not only is it a dramatic and credible, multi-witness close encounter of the first kind, with all of the witnesses being competent and respected, but this case also exemplifies the MO of the UFO cover-up. Hynek wrote, "One case not only brings to a focus the nature of the close encounter phenomenon, but also stands on record as an example of the ludicrous manner in which Project Blue Book sometimes went about investigating a case. A more lucid example of the disregard of evidence unfavorable to a preconceived explanation could hardly be found. Were such a blatant disregard of evidence to occur in a court of law, it would be considered an outrageous travesty of legal procedures. The astounding disregard and distortion of reported facts, failure to listen to witnesses, and obdurate and adamant close-mindedness can be explained as either incompetence of the gross variety or as a deliberate attempt to present a semblance of incompetence for ulterior purposes. The individual who is considered to be the key witness in this case would have his life shattered by the encounter, and would later state in an AP article, quote, "If I could change all that I have done in my life, I would change just one thing, and that would be the night we chased that damn thing, that saucer." April 17th, 1966. Deputy Sheriff Dale Floyd Spoor and Mounted Deputy Barney Neff were patrolling into the early hours of the morning when they heard on police radio of a woman in Summit County who reported seeing a luminous UFO, quote, "as large as a house," which was too low to be a plane and too high to be a streetlight. Spoor and Neff immediately joked about flying saucers. Neither one took seriously the reality of the UFO phenomenon. Shortly after, at 5:05 in the morning, Spoor and Neff were investigating an abandoned vehicle when Spoor noticed something strange. Behind him, he saw a luminous object rising out of the tree line. Neff was still looking at the abandoned car, and Spoor told him to look over his shoulder, and his jaw dropped for a solid minute. The UFO was described as a saucer with a rounded top fin, or antenna, protruding from a concave part of the dome. It was estimated that the object was around 50 feet in diameter and 20 feet in height. It began to slowly hover toward the officers, illuminating the area as it casted a cone of light on the ground. It made no noise as a normal aircraft of its size should, aside from a quiet metallic hum, which Spoor compared to an overcharged transformer. Spoor stated that the quiet sound seemed to change pitch as the UFO loomed over them. The men were paralyzed by the sight as the glowing object began hovering over their heads, bathing them in a bright light so intense that Spoor felt the need to check that it wasn't burning his skin or clothes.
I observed it coming up, very bright. It was a very bright object. It was larger than anything I had anticipated ever seeing in the air in this condition or anything. It traveled very slowly. There was only a faint hum in the air. There was no noise, no traffic on the highway beside us, either to the right or north or south of us. There was no disturbances in the neighborhood, just this humming noise. I was making a visual observation of the area after stopping to check a car I thought to be abandoned. I told my partner or my rider at this time, Grover Neff, that I asked him if he would look over his shoulder to see if he could see this thing. At this time it was still moving very slowly, coming up. He saw very clearly the object or vehicle or whatever you might want to call it, craft or etc. Came just up the south side of the highway in an easterly direction. It came to a pause or a momentary stop. It then came directly north, right over the two vehicles together, the abandoned car and my police car. It hovered. It was so bright I could say that it was very close to us, from 50 to not more than 100 feet above us. My first thoughts, I was very scared. I didn't know exactly what was happening. I didn't know what to expect. I had the only feeling was to get something between me and whatever this thing was.
After being paralyzed for a few moments, both men ran to their patrol car simultaneously as fast as possible. They sat inside the car, filled with fear. Quote, "I wouldn't even venture if it was 10 seconds, 30 seconds, or 3 minutes. It stood there and hovered, and we didn't make anything, and it moved right out east of us and sat there for a second, and nothing still didn't happen to me, and Barney looked alright." Spoor remembered the reports of this luminous object earlier in the night, the reports they laughed off. Spoor hurried to reach a dispatcher over the radio. Once he reached the dispatcher, quote, "This bright object is right here, the one that everybody says is going over," and he comes back with, "Shoot it." This thing was, no toy. Hell, it was as big as a house, and it was very bright. It'd make your eyes water. The dispatcher, Bob Wilson, confirmed that he received multiple reports from residents near Akron and from 6 or 7 police departments in Portage County and neighboring Summit County. Police Sergeant Henry Schoenfeld cut into the conversation and ordered Spoor not to shoot at the object, but to maintain surveillance on the UFO until a photo unit could photograph the phantasmagoric machine. The UFO took off and the officers gave chase, at times pushing their car to 105 miles per hour in an effort to keep up with the saucer. The object clearly maneuvered intelligently at some times, switching from one side of the road to another. Other units listened in as the two officers continually radioed in reports, updating their pursuit of the UFO. Officer Wayne Houston of East Palestine, Ohio, was listening to Spoor's updates on the radio. He contacted Spoor and coordinated with him. Houston waited for Spoor, and when he saw the UFO pass by, followed by Spoor and Neff, he too joined the chase. Houston would state, "I heard the Summit County and Portage County radio operators advising their patrol cars of a report of a flying object reported by a woman." Later, the Portage patrol cars reported to his office that he had seen the object and was following it. He was following it east and towards Columbiana County. As he came through Columbiana, Ohio, I went to Route 14 and waited. At 5:30 a.m., the object went over me, at what I thought was around 800 feet. The object appeared to look like a large ice cream cone with the point down. The pointed part didn't look like a solid, looked more like light beams. At that time, I pulled out and caught up with the Portage County car, and followed him behind, on into Penor. The object was traveling at speeds 85 to 105 ground speed. At the entrance to Brady Run Park, we lost sight of it. We went on into Bridgeport, and then we saw it again." Unquote. As they continued to chase the UFO, which seemed to be eerily toying with them, they crossed the border into Pennsylvania. By 6 a.m., the saucer led them to Conway, Pennsylvania, and Spore's car was running out of gas, and his tires were now worn out from the game of cat and mouse. He pulled over to the Conway Hotel and saw another police officer, Frank Penzanella, who was already watching the object. Not only was Penzanella geographically independent from our original witnesses, but they had never met previously, and Penzanella wasn't even on the same communications frequency as the other 3 officers, and as such, he was totally unaware of the earlier reports from civilian and police sources, nor was he aware of the ongoing reports from Spar, Neff, and Houston as they pursued the anomaly. Penzanella was drinking coffee when he first saw the strange object over a shopping mall parking lot. His first thought was, "I'm gonna pretend I didn't see this. No one will believe me." He was staring at the object for 10 minutes before the other 3 officers arrived. Penzanella admitted he would have kept the sighting to himself if no one else saw it. Spore was worried the UFO would escape, but to everyone's amazement, the UFO stopped, seemingly waiting to continue their game. Penzanella stated, "The object was the shape of half a football, very bright, and about 25 to 35 feet in diameter." Soon after, the object quickly rose vertically thousands of feet and stopped. Penzanella called the radio operator and told him to warn the Pittsburgh airport. Quote, "He asked me if I was sick. I told him if I was sick, so were the 3 other patrolmen." The object continued to go upwards until it got as small as a ballpoint pen. According to Spore, as the 4 officers stood and watched the UFO, which had stopped and was hovering, there was traffic on the radio about jets being scrambled to chase the UFO, and, quote, "We could see these planes coming in. When they started talking about fighter planes, it was just as if that thing heard every word that was said." The Air Force denied that any jets were scrambled to chase this UFO. Quote, "The object continued to go upward until it got as small as a ballpoint pen. Relative to the moon, the object was quite distant and to the left of the moon. We all 4 watched the object shoot straight up and disappear." There were multiple reports that night. The police were well aware that everyone in the area was talking about this UFO. Just before Spore's encounter, Police Chief Gerald Butchert was on patrol when, over the radio, the sheriff's department told officers to be on the lookout for the strange lights in the sky being reported. Gerald saw the UFO himself and raced home to get his camera and woke up his wife to show her the mysterious object. As he and his wife watched the UFO, described as 2 tea saucers on top of one another, Butchert was able to get a photo of the object. Despite the plurality of credible witnesses, trained, competent observers, the Air Force wanted nothing more than to shut the case down. If you look at the Blue Book files for this case, which can be found in the description, you'll see exactly what I mean. Head of Blue Book, Major Quintanilla, would have been content with an investigation consisting of only a couple of phone calls lasting a few minutes. Quintanilla opened his call with Spore by asking, "So tell me about this mirage you saw." Clearly biased and unscientific. If Quintanilla didn't face congressional pressure, he would have investigated no further. Not only was Quintanilla deceitful, but in the interviews he gaslighted Spore, insinuating that what he saw was a mirage. The alleged photos of the object were dismissed as poor quality photos of Venus. The witnesses were never taken seriously, and in some cases they were treated with hostility. The continuing cover-up of the UFO reality functions in much the same way. For example, former head of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, Sean Kirkpatrick, an intelligence officer, barely spoke to witnesses and hardly took notes, seemingly investigating no further than that. Totally disregarding the facts of the case, Blue Book's explanation was laughable. The Air Force claimed that the officers chased a satellite and then confused this satellite with Venus. This is impossible for obvious reasons, one of which being that the witnesses described seeing Venus and the object at the same time as the object rose into the sky and disappeared. Spoor would state, "I've seen Venus many times, but I never saw Venus 50 feet above a road and moving from side to side like this was." Dr. Hynek was particularly embarrassed by this case because Blue Book was not to make any astronomical interpretation of a sighting without the agreeance of Hynek. Hynek was not brought into the case until a late stage, and his opinion, that the case was unidentified, was disregarded. Describing the case in his book The UFO Experience, Hynek wrote, "I have devoted considerable space to this incident because it is representative of my experience with Blue Book over many years as consultant. What I considered obvious cases of misinterpretation and unreliable reporting, Blue Book would take some pains to establish for the record. Cases such as this, which were open to question and contained the possibility that something genuinely new and empirical might be contained in it, were treated with little or no interest." The identification of this case as Satellite and Venus was made without Hynek's approval and against his own assertions. This cat and mouse game has been played by the UFO intelligence many times. The now famous 2004 USS Nimitz encounter with the Tic Tac UFO is a great example. So were the sightings over the national airports in Washington, D.C. in 1952. When later interviewed about the case by the Akron newspaper, Spoor's wife, Denise, stated, "He came home that day, and I never saw him more frightened. He acted strange, listless. He sat around. He was very pale." Denise said that Spoor was never the same after he chased the saucer. It's reported that he suffered repeated nightmares, reliving his encounter over and over again. As the 1966 UFO wave continued, the police department realized that locals were now listening in to their radio communications for possible saucer reports. To circumvent this, the police department began referring to UFOs as Floyd, Spoor's middle name, just to add insult to injury. Depending on how you see it, Spoor was lucky or unlucky enough to have a second sighting of Floyd as he sat alone in his cruiser. Over the radio, Spoor said, "Floyd is with me." But this time, he had zero interest in playing cat and mouse with the intelligent force controlling the UFO. He already had enough of the ridicule, shame, and mockery. Spoor just stared at the floor for an indeterminate amount of time, and when he finally looked back up, Floyd was gone. Despite the fact that Spoor was only one of several witnesses to this ordeal, Blue Book, the media, and the public focused on Spoor alone. Under the crushing weight of the stigma attached to his experience, Spoor's life would begin to unravel. His wife Denise stated, "Then later he got nervous, and he started to run away. He'd just disappear for days and days. I wouldn't see him. Our marriage fell apart. All sorts of people came to the house. Investigators, reporters. They kept him up all night. They kept after him, hounding him, and he changed. One night, after one of Spoor's now regular disappearances, he came home in an emotionally heightened state. He allegedly grabbed Denise and started shaking her while squeezing his wife's arms hard enough to leave bruises. Denise hit her breaking point with the now failing marriage. She filed assault and battery charges against Spoor. The day Spoor was taken into jail, he turned in his badge as well. This too became another big story in their small town. After getting out of jail, losing his job as deputy sheriff, and losing his wife, Spoor's life continued to spiral. An AP article titled, "He Chased a Flying Saucer. Now His Life is Shattered," says, "He no longer is a deputy sheriff. His marriage is shattered. He has lost 40 pounds. He lives on one bowl of cereal and a sandwich each day. He walks 3 miles to an $80 a week painter's job. His motel room costs $60 a week. The court has ordered him to pay his wife $20 a week for the support of his 2 children. That leaves Dale Spoor exactly nothing. The flying saucer did it. Quote, "If I could change all that I have done in my life, I would change just one thing, and that would be the night we chased that damn thing, that saucer." He spit the word out, saucer, an obscenity. In another interview, Dale said, "I have become a freak. I'm so damn lonely. Look at me, 34 years old, and what do I have? Nothing. Who knows me? To everyone, I'm Dale Spoor, the nut who chased a flying saucer. I tried to go to church for help. I went to church and the minister introduced me to the congregation. We have the man who chased a flying saucer with us today," he said. "My father called me several weeks ago. A long time ago we had a fight. I hadn't heard from him for years. Then he calls me. Do you think he called to ask how I was? To say, 'I love you, son'? To see if I wanted to go fishing or something? Hell no. He wanted to know if I'd seen any more flying saucers." Unquote. Spoor was just one of many who would have their lives destroyed after encountering the phenomenon. The UFO wave raged on into 1967. Just across the border from our last case in Ohio, we have a perplexing high strangeness case in West Virginia. I'll preface this by saying that 1967 is believed to be a peak year for alien abduction reports based on data from the largest publicly available UFO database. As reported in her book, Beyond the Pale Moonlight, on April 15, 1967, in the town of Mason, West Virginia, 16-year-old Linda Sigman was picked up by her boyfriend, who was 17, to go stargazing. The couple took his '56 Chevy to a hilltop overlooking the Ohio River. Once they reached their spot, her boyfriend placed a quilt on the hood of the car. The couple sat on the hood and talked. Linda noticed her boyfriend kept looking at something. There was a strange red light, a, quote, peculiar star, in the sky. Linda's boyfriend said he was watching it for 10 minutes. They were watching the strange light through the dead trees when the clouds began to part as the sky behind the light became pink and then dark red. Suddenly, the star-like light appeared much closer, reportedly the size of a super full moon. It began to glide left to right at eye level behind the tree line. It stopped at the end of the tree line and hovered before coming toward the witnesses silently. It was 20 or 30 feet off the ground. Linda's boyfriend yelled for her to get in the car, but she was paralyzed by the sight of the object. The huge UFO hovered over the car, and Linda could hear a sound she compared to a vacuum cleaner, but still very quiet. It appeared to be dome-shaped with a flat underside, adorned with blue, red, and white lights in the shape of a T or a cross. The witnesses then experienced roughly 30 minutes of missing time, for which they had no memory of. But suddenly, the witnesses were in the car. Linda's boyfriend struggled to start the car, while she leaned out the window to get a better look. She couldn't even see the sky because the object was so large and low, estimated at 65 feet in circumference. As they drove away, the UFO seemed to have no problem keeping pace with the car. As Linda was hanging out of the window, watching the UFO, she saw something perhaps even stranger. Movement. Something appeared to be flying away from the craft. From her left, illuminated by the UAP, a tall winged humanoid being jumped into the air with its wings folded against its back. Its skin appeared smooth and unfeathered. It didn't flap its wings and made no sound as it flew in front of Linda and into the trees on her right. Linda realized that this creature must be the Mothman that was terrorizing Point Pleasant. Linda was well aware of the UFO wave hitting Point Pleasant at the time, as her hometown was just across the Ohio River from Point Pleasant. It was well known at the time that strange things were happening in the area. After they got a mile away, seemingly losing their pursuers, they stopped at an abandoned mine. As they were discussing their encounter, a light began to approach them, coming over the horizon. They first assumed it must be the moon, or maybe someone's headlights, but as it crested the hill, they saw that this too was out of the ordinary. A blue-white orb, compared to the size of a Volkswagen, hovered 3 feet above the ground, slowly coming closer. Quote, "It followed exactly all the twists and turns in the road. It made no noise, and was actually very beautiful to look at. Neither of us were afraid," Linda would write. Finally, the orb was parallel from the car, only a few feet away from the witnesses when it stopped. They had the odd but distinct sense that the orb was somehow alive. They felt that they were in the presence of an entity that may have been searching for them. Quote, "I still remember how it felt to be in its presence, like it was something alive, perhaps another alien or entity. After a few seconds, the orb hovered toward the car and over the roof. The witnesses took cover in the car as little as they could, as the inside of the car was bathed in light. After a moment, the light vanished, and they both got out of the car. The UFO was gone. The couple felt strange and exhausted and decided to go home. Both of the witnesses agreed that they had the feeling that their brains were, quote, picked, violated. When Linda got home, her father ran towards her and excitedly told her that he and her mother just saw a UFO. As Linda's parents were sitting on their porch facing the Ohio River, they saw a small white ball-like UFO come over the hill next to the local high school before turning and flying down the river, making no sound. In total, 4 other witnesses saw this UFO. Linda's neighbors were experiencing sightings at 3 a.m. every morning for 2 weeks. They claimed that they could, quote, set their clocks by them. UFO researcher John Keel, who was investigating the area around Point Pleasant as a microcosm of the UFO phenomenon, was well aware of the sightings over the Ohio River. He went to investigate himself, and he too saw these UFOs and even interacted with them.
The lights would jump out of the way of the searchlights, and I was sitting on my hilltop watching these games going on. So, of course, eventually the lights came over to the hilltop where I was sitting. And I had a very powerful flashlight at that time. It had 6 cells in it. It was a long flashlight. It would shine for about a mile. And I would flash this flashlight at these funny lights, and they would jump out of the way of my flashlight. So it occurred to me to use Morse code and see if I could give them some commands, like descend, or go left, or go right. And so I'd flash in Morse code at these lights, and they would do whatever I ordered them to do.
In 2017, Linda would reach out to the Roundtown UFO Society and later visit a licensed hypnotherapist to attempt to recover the memories from her period of missing time. After her session, the hypnotist felt that she still had more memories to uncover and suggested that Linda should come back for another session, but Linda has not done so as of this recording. Once regressed, Linda remembered sitting on the quilt on the hood of the car with her boyfriend, staring up at the monolithic UFO. He jumped, causing the quilt to slip, throwing Linda to the ground. The heat from the hood of the car burned her leg. She looked around for her boyfriend and saw 2 huge feet. She looked up and saw a 9-foot-tall, bipedal creature with smooth jet-black skin and bat-like wings. Mothman stood before her, illuminated by the light of the saucer. This entity picked up Linda and walked over to the driver's side door where her boyfriend was. The winged humanoid pulled the young man out of the car, placed Linda inside, and she crawled into the passenger seat. The being then put her boyfriend back into the car and slammed the door. Linda remembers watching the Mothman fly away, land, and turn around as the large UFO still loomed over their car. Linda believes that she always had a gift for what most would call PSI, but after this encounter, her abilities, in her estimation, expanded rapidly. The entirety of Linda's hypnotic regression can be found in the description. I will leave you all with a clip from Linda's regression.
I want to get in the car and I can't get up. I'm on the quilt, I can't get up.
Why not?
I can't move.
And where's your boyfriend at the second week?
I don't know. And it's coming. It's coming towards the car. It's coming over the car.
And you'll be able to talk and keep breathing. What are you seeing?
It's over the car.
Yeah, over the car. You still on the ground, can't get up? So then he's starting to drive out of there. Is that correct? No, not yet.
Car won't start.
Ah.
It won't start. So mad at him for leaving me.
And what do you do while the car won't start?
I'm on the driver's side and I look out to see what it is. And she's out there and all I can see is the underneath of the object.
What does the underneath of it look like?
There's lights underneath of the shape, like the shape of a T. There's red and blue lights.
Does the car still not start?
It's leaving. It's starting to leave, and it starts, and we're leaving.
Okay.
He's pulling. He's leaving, and I'm as far over as I can get, looking out.
You have the window rolled down. You're looking out the window.
Okay.
Is he driving very fast to get out of there?
Yeah.
What have you noticed that you didn't notice before?
That somebody put me in the car.
Somebody helped you up and put you in the car.
Yeah. They pulled him out and put me in.
Because you went in the driver's side.
It's huge. It's bigger than I remember. It's huge.
Are you still looking at the underside where the lights are?
Can't see that. I can't see the sky. It's so big. I can't see the sky. It turns white. It turns white as it goes straight.
Okay.
We're down out of where we were and turn. And there's that thing with it. That
What's the thing with it? What was it?
oh my God!
Have you ever thought?
It's a creature.
Can you tell me anything about the creature?
Black.
Black. Does it have a face? Is this what helped you up?
More and more people are waking up to the existence of unidentified flying objects, or unidentified aerial phenomena, as it's commonly called now. Since 2017, the Pentagon has begun to declassify and confirm the authenticity of multiple documents and videos depicting military encounters with UAP. The most famous of these encounters is with the Tic Tac craft, which was witnessed in 2004. The craft was detected and seen by numerous members of the U.S. Navy, including pilot David Fravor, who pursued the object. Most people don't seem to realize the Tic Tac appeared alongside many other anomalous objects, some of which were underwater, and were also picked up on the radar, disappearing, reappearing, moving at 13,000 miles per hour, and making other bizarre and impossible maneuvers. Other documented UAP have been identified as glowing spheres, triangular crafts, and a cube within a sphere. U.S. Navy Lieutenant Ryan Graves said that his squadron began seeing UAP, or UFOs, hovering over restricted airspace southeast of Virginia Beach in 2014. This is an ongoing phenomenon, and there's a history to these encounters. But before we get into all that, I'd like to thank you for watching and ask you to subscribe if you haven't already. During World War II, many anomalous crafts were spotted, usually being described as green fireballs or called Foo Fighters. As these sightings continued, some of the most concerning encounters would take place at nuclear power plants, nuclear test sites, and nuclear weapons storage bunkers. There are actually a lot of these encounters, and they're pretty well documented. So, I'm choosing specific encounters to show the history and key sightings of UAPs and nukes, because this is serious and it actually affects us all. U.S. Air Force, FBI, and CIA files, declassified through the Freedom of Information Act, establish a convincing, ongoing pattern of UFO activity at American nuclear weapons sites, extending back to December 1948. In late 1948, quote, green fireballs were reported in the skies near atomic laboratories in Los Alamos and Sandia, New Mexico, the two sites where the atomic bomb was being created. The sightings continued through the testing, development, and creation of the atomic bomb. These fireballs were seen by civilian and military witnesses. Newspapers from the time also wrote about the encounters. In 1949, the FBI San Antonio field office sent a classified 3-page letter to FBI Director Hoover to express security concerns caused by the phenomena of UFO encounters. It goes on to describe how the Atomic Energy Commission, which is now the Department of Energy, installation at Los Alamos was the site of many UFO encounters and sightings. The document, dated January 31st, 1949, tells us that there were UFO sightings on 10 days, some consecutive, between December 5th, 1948 and January 6th, 1949. These UFOs were witnessed by special agents of the Office of Special Investigations, airline pilots, military pilots, Los Alamos security inspectors, and private citizens. And yet another FBI memorandum from September 18th, 1950, discusses the ongoing UFO activity at Los Alamos and Sandia, and states that there were over 150 encounters in a 2-year time span. As a side note, the document also states, quote, observations of aerial phenomena occurring within the vicinity of sensitive installations have been recorded by the Air Force since December 1948. The phenomena have been classified into 3 general types, which are identified as follows. 1. Green fireballs, objects moving at high speed in shapes resembling half moons, circles, and disks, emitting green light. 2. Disks, round flat-shaped objects or phenomena moving at fast velocity and emitting a brilliant white light or reflected light. Meteors, aerial phenomena resembling meteoric material moving at high velocity and varying in color. In the 60s, intercontinental ballistic missiles were created, and the phenomena followed. Over 160 ex-United States Air Force members have come forward to share their experiences with UAP interfering with our atomic weaponry. One of these men is ex-U.S. Air Force First Lieutenant Dr. Bob Jacobs. September 14th, 1964, Jacobs was dispatched to the Vandenberg Air Force Base in California to photograph, with high-speed instrumentation, an Atlas missile launch. His crew's mission was to record all 3 stages of the rocket's flight, including the separation of a dummy warhead on the edge of space. Dr. Bob was quoted as saying, "We were testing to see if we could launch a nuclear warhead into orbit, slightly above the nuclear chaff, so the Russians would aim their anti-missile missiles at the chaff, and our little warhead would fly over and obliterate Moscow. That was the game we were playing." Horrifying to think about it in retrospect. That night, Dr. Bob took the films to Vandenberg Air Force Base to be developed. The next morning, however, he was ordered immediately into his superior's office, Major Florence J. Mansman. I'll let him explain what happened next in his own words.
I walked into his office and they had a screen and a 16mm projector set up. There was a couch, and Major Mansman said, "Sit down," and there were 2 guys, as I recall, 2 guys in gray suits, civilian clothes, which was fairly unusual. And Major Mansman said, "Watch this," and turned on the film projector. And I watched the screen, and there was the launch from the day or 2 before it at Big Sur. As the Atlas missile entered the frame, we could see the whole 3rd stage, which has 2 rocket nozzles like this and one in the center, a gimbaled one in the center, filling our frame from about 160 miles. That was pretty exciting optics. And then on that telescope, we could see the warhead, the dummy warhead.
According to Jacobs, at this stage the rocket was traveling between 11 and 14,000 miles per hour when a saucer-shaped craft entered the frame.
It flew into the frame like this, and it shot a beam of light at the warhead. Now, remember, all this stuff is flying at several thousand miles an hour. So this thing fires a beam of light at the warhead, hits it, fires another beam of light, and then flies out the way it came in. And the warhead tumbles out of space.
Though Dr. Jacobs' testimony is extraordinary, and we do not have a copy of this supposed film, nor do we have any Air Force documents attesting to this event, we do have the word of Dr. Jacobs' superior, Major Mansman. The following quotes come from letters written by Major Mansman. The shape was classic disc. The center seemed to be a raised bubble. Not sure any ports or slits could be seen, but was stationary or moving slightly, floating over the entire lower saucer shape, which was glowing, and seemed to be rotating slowly at the point of beam release. We knew the missile, nose cone, size, but could not compare since we did not know how far from the missile the object was from the missile at the time of beam release. I think it's important to note that Major Mansman describes this UAP as rotating, which is the exact same thing that we see in the gimbal video, which again was one of the UAP videos declassified by the Pentagon. One of the primary examples of UFOs interfering with nuclear weapons is the Oscar flight incident, which took place at Malmstrom Air Force Base, a storage site for nuclear-tipped ICBMs located in Montana. According to their sworn affidavits, Robert Salas and Dwayne Arneson were stationed at Malmstrom Air Force Base when a UFO shot down all 10 missiles. Salas was on duty as a Deputy Missile Combat Crew Commander underground during the morning hours of March 16, 1967. His job was to oversee the readiness and security of the 10 ICBMs there, and also to launch the missiles if he was ordered to do so. That evening, Salas received a call from his flight security controller. He reported that he and other members of the flight security team had been observing some lights in the sky, making unusual maneuvers. He stated that he did not think they were aircraft, since they were traveling at a very high velocity and making unusual directional changes. He also said that there was no engine noise. He said that it was so unusual, he thought he should report it. Salas thanked him for his report, but did not consider it significant at the time, and ended the conversation. Within minutes, Salas received a second call from the flight security controller. Quote, his voice was highly agitated, and he was screaming. He said there was a large, glowing, pulsating, red oval-shaped object hovering over the front gate. He told me it was about 30 to 40 feet in diameter. He also said that he had his men outside with their weapons drawn, observing the object. He then asked if I had any direction for him. I simply told him not to allow anything inside the perimeter fence. He then abruptly cut off the conversation and said he had to go because one of his men was injured. It's important to note that injuries caused by contact with UAP are mentioned in many other reports and encounters. On April 5th, 2022, The Sun published an article explaining that they filed a Freedom of Information Act request for all files related to the Pentagon's Advanced Aerial Threat Identification Program, the same program that I mentioned earlier, which studied these anomalous encounters from 2007 to 2012. Among the 1,500 pages released is a document called Anomalous Acute and Subacute Field Effects on Human Biological Tissues. Within this document is a catalog of UFO-related human biological effects. The list was compiled by the civilian organization the Mutual UFO Network in the late 90s. It lists a number of effects caused by human proximity to UAP, including injuries such as radiation burns, loss of consciousness, electrical shock, pain, death, and many others. And among some of the more bizarre effects are abductions, genesis of ESP abilities, nightmares, perceived teleportation, and unaccounted for pregnancy. I recommend that you read the document for yourself. It's very interesting that the Pentagon considered this a useful database. It was after this phone call that Salas realized that all 10 ICBMs had been taken offline, meaning they were useless. Having more than 2 missiles go down at once was unprecedented, so this was a very serious security concern. According to the affidavit of another witness on that day, Dwayne C. Arneson, years after the incident, left the Air Force and worked for Boeing, where he befriended a man named Robert Kaminsky. Boeing was the prime contractor for these missiles, and Kaminsky was the Boeing engineering team leader for the investigation of this missile shutdown event.
What surprised me more than anything else is I ran across an incident that I personally was involved in as an engineer at the Boeing Company, and it had to do with UFOs. And so I realized that what I went through in that particular incident tells me that the government does know. They have ideas of what's going on, and it appears that there is a cabal or a government within the government. People who are keeping the lid on things, no matter how much comes out, they rigidly keep a lid on. Now, this UFO incident that I'm referring to is, I was a project engineer, and we got a report which we would help the air materiel area do some engineering on certain missile sites. They sent in a report that said, hey, we had 10 sites that went down. They were in the green, ready for launch, and then 1 second, and then a few seconds later, they were all in the red. They were not launchable. And knowing how the missile systems are put together and how they're intertied and how the redundancy network goes there, it's virtually impossible for having 10 of them go down. You can have one.
Whether you believe the phenomenon to be of non-human origin or perhaps a black-budget military program, the fact remains that these crafts manipulated some of the most dangerous weapons known to mankind. What are their intentions? Are they trying to send us a message? And why is it that these UAP seem to stalk our military sites, aircraft carriers, and especially our nuclear sites? I'll leave you with this clip of the Washington Post interviewing Lou Elizondo, former director of the Advanced Aerial Threat Identification Program. And in this clip, he discusses the fact that UAP are able to manipulate our nuclear weapons and that other countries have declassified the same things happening to them. Thank you for watching.
And several of these UFO sightings have been above secret nuclear weapons facilities. Almost every major nuclear power across the globe really has reported and declassified these sightings. You have talked extensively about the connection here, which might be helpful, I think, for some people to hear in advance of my next question, which is whether or not the U.S. government has considered utilizing nuclear-powered naval fleets to lure these kinds of things to further study them.
Wow. So first of all, Jackie, thank you for asking such a thoughtful question. Obviously, you've done some homework. And I also want to, by the way, thank you as a journalist for following this topic, because I know there's a lot of risk involved. And I also know there's been traditionally a lot of stigma and taboo associated with it. So I want to congratulate you for your courage and thank you and your audience for at least having this conversation. But secondly, yes, that is one of the concerns we had. There does seem to be some sort of congruency or some sort of intersection between these UAP or UFO sightings and our nuclear technology, whether it's nuclear propulsion, nuclear power and generation, or nuclear weapon systems. Furthermore, those same observations have been seen overseas in other countries. They too have had the same incidents. So that tells us this is a global issue. Now, in this country, we've had incidents where these UAPs have interfered and actually brought offline our nuclear capabilities. And I think to some, they would probably say, well, that's a sign that whatever this is something that is peaceful. But in the same context, we also have data suggesting that in other countries, these things have interfered with their nuclear technology and actually turned them on, put them online. So that is equally, for me, just as concerning. I think that there is certainly at this point enough data to demonstrate there is an interest in our nuclear technology, a potential to even interfere with that nuclear technology. And when you look at all these naval ships out there, let's take the Nimitz battle carrier fleet, for example. In some cases, you're talking about a nuclear footprint probably bigger than most cities. You have a nuclear-powered carrier with aircraft on board, and then you have nuclear-powered destroyers. You have nuclear-powered submarines, some of those with nuclear weapons on board, or certainly nuclear capabilities. I'll just say that. So I think, it shouldn't be a surprise that maybe there is an increased interest in our capabilities as it relates to our nuclear technology, and the Navy is certainly not immune to that.
On January 9th, 2024, UFO investigator Jeremy Corbell and journalist George Knapp released a forward-looking infrared video captured by the U.S. military, which seems to demonstrate a very strange, unidentified flying object, which was reportedly tracked by the U.S. and its allies. The video was recorded in October of 2017 over a restricted joint operations facility in Iraq. It's reported that this UAP was considered a potential threat at the time and is now classified as unidentified, like the Tic Tac, Gimbal Saucer, and many others. Here we can see a stabilized version. This is clearly not your typical flying disc, sphere, or triangle. This thing looks almost biological. It looks like an Imperial Seeker droid, actually. This Jellyfish UAP was reportedly known to some of the witnesses as the Spaghetti Monster. This case is another example of the ongoing pattern of UAP incursions on or near military installations, training areas, restricted airspaces, etc., etc. It's alleged by Corbell that 2 allied nations of the United States were blocked from access to the footage for reasons unknown. He also reported that the changing color of the jellyfish is a result of the forward-looking infrared camera capturing the UAP rapidly changing temperature from hot to cold. Others have argued, fairly in my opinion, that this could be the result of the camera itself adjusting. I am not an expert on this type of equipment myself, but what do you think? It's even been reported that this strange UAP could not be locked onto, and their locking system appeared to be jammed. Jamming radar is considered an act of war by the United States. In an interview with the Liberation Times, Corbell stated, "If UAP are able to penetrate our sensitive military installation with impunity, disabling our primary targeting and defense platforms, we must consider the role stigma and secrecy have played in corroding our ability to acknowledge and respond to such threats." It's entirely possible that this UAP could end up being something prosaic, a weird-looking drone. But if what other witnesses have stated is true, that there is a longer version of this video which depicts this UAP going underwater and then flying out at a 45-degree angle, then this goes out the window. Michael Sinkowski, a Marine who served in intelligence surveillance, saw this jellyfish UAP video in 2018 in an Iraqi base, a year after it was recorded. While he did not see the jellyfish firsthand with his own eyes, he did have access to more footage of the jellyfish than what is publicly available. Sinkowski says that this UAP was well known on the base, and that some officials referred to this UAP as the Spaghetti Monster. So what exactly does this leaked FLIR video show us? The jellyfish UAP is reportedly still classified as unidentified. Personally, I'm going to reserve my full judgment until we see the video, which depicts the jellyfish descending into the lake and later shooting off at a 45-degree angle. However, we cannot ignore that trained military personnel and intelligence surveillance officials, credible, trained observers, who would normally be capable of identifying such an object, are completely unable to do so, and their theories are unable to account for all of the facts. As I said before, this continues the pattern of UFO activity and incursions at or near military training grounds, restricted airspaces, installations, and bases, as well as nuclear facilities. Corbell and Knapp described another jellyfish UAP incident at one of the most sensitive U.S. Department of Energy facilities, the Pantex nuclear weapons plant, 15 miles east of Amarillo, Texas. For years, this location has been one of the U.S. government's primary nuclear weapons assembly and disassembly facilities. Thousands of nuclear weapons have been disassembled there, and the resulting plutonium pits are stored at the plant. UFO researchers have long documented that these anomalous crafts seem to have an interest in our nuclear weapons and nuclear energy. Researcher Robert Hastings spent 40 years interviewing over 150 former or retired U.S. military officials on their UAP encounters at nuclear missile launch facilities, storage areas, and weapon test areas. His research has been at the forefront of this topic, and I've covered it previously on the channel. Lou Elizondo, former head of the Advanced Aerial Threat Identification Program and current advisor to the Space Force on, quote, classified topics, has stated that ATIP's data corroborated Hastings' research. He has also commented publicly on the connection between UAP and nuclear energy, citing the pattern of incursions at nuclear weapons and energy sites. So not only do UFOs intrude on our military's training exercises, bases, and facilities, but also onto our most highly secretive and well-guarded secrets, our nuclear weapons themselves. Given this connection, it's no surprise that the phenomenon has haunted the US's primary nuclear weapons assembly and disassembly facilities. When describing this jellyfish UAP's incursion onto the Pantex facility, he stated, quote, "What was described to us, it was filmed on both night vision and thermal. It's not a video we have. What traversed down this channel between two different areas where storage locations, a lot of plutonium storage, and that kind of thing, was best described as a domed structure, 8 to 10 feet in width, a little taller at the top, like a dome, with what was described directly to us as like tentacles or dendrites that came down. And the thing goes through this area with controlled flight. It ends at that kind of channel, goes up, and shoots off at a 45-degree direction. So that's what's described to us, and apparently, somewhere, there's footage of this kind of thing. There is very little information about this incident currently. It's also unknown when or if this footage will see the light of day. However, this is not the first time that a so-called advanced aerial threat trespassed over the Pantex facility. One of the previous sightings here took place during the little-known 1957 UFO wave. November 8th, 1957, the Amarillo Daily Times ran a major front-page story about a multi-witness close encounter with a UFO over the Pantex nuclear facility. The encounter itself took place the prior day, November 7th. There were many reports of strange lights gliding across the sky. These reports came in from all over the state of Texas. In particular, bright, multicolored lights were reported on the western horizon. At approximately 7:46 p.m., these objects began hovering over the Pantex facility, which was then controlled by the Atomic Energy Commission. The objects lingered for half an hour. The plant guards reported these objects to the State Highway Patrol. The patrolman stated that the guards seemed positive that, quote, they saw more than just lights, that objects were in the sky. Guards who witnessed the UFOs again reported more than just flashing lights, but 3 intelligently controlled, disc-shaped objects hovering only 50 feet above the ground. The guards and scientists were, quote, all shook up from the incident. It was reported that at least one of the strange objects briefly landed on a road 3 miles north of Highway 60. The guards attempted to sneak up on the objects, but the discs, quote, would just slip away from them when they got near, and seemed to consciously avoid them whenever they got close. They even tried turning off the lights on their cars to try to sneak up on the objects, but the UFOs were wise to this tactic as well. An investigation of the landing site reportedly found nothing, but the patrolman was convinced the guards were telling the truth about seeing the object land. Neither the Atomic Energy Commission nor its successor, the Department of Energy, have ever declassified any information about this incident. It is believed that the Department of Energy is still highly involved with the UFO cover-up. UFO whistleblower Commander David Grusch, as well as Colonel Carl Nell, among many others, have pointed out that some UAP records are made exempt from mandatory declassification under the Atomic Energy Act of 1954. This is called transclassification and is used to evade normal avenues of declassification or Freedom of Information Act requests. As the AEA of 54 is used to classify UAP information at the same level as nuclear secrets, as UFOs are known to emit radiation and atomic energy. This was an important point in the UAP Disclosure Act, which was written in response to the information that David Grusch and other whistleblowers, as well as individuals connected to the Legacy UFO program, provided to Congress. In our 1957 case, multiple other witnesses saw the same anomalies. 2 reporters described seeing the UFOs in Amarillo at 8:30. Strange red, green, and white lights, reportedly larger than an airplane. According to Sheriff Jack Cartwright, many people watched the lights from 7 p.m. to 8:30. Witnesses described the lights as bluish-green in color when it was first sighted, and said that it turned to a deep red glow as the object sank toward the western horizon. One witness, a fire marshal, Clay Angelo, watched the lights with his high-powered binoculars during this entire time. He described the light as, quote, brighter than any star I've ever seen. It gave off color similar to an arc weld and seemed to dwarf the other stars. Journalist and UFO researcher John Keel lamented that the 1957 wave was not as well researched as it should have been. During this UFO wave, it was not uncommon to read of egg-shaped crafts, or tic-tacs, flying over cars, disabling them, hovering over restricted military airspaces, or landing and traumatizing policemen. According to Robert Hastings, there have been over 100 UFO sightings in this area alone during the 50s and 60s. In some instances, jets were reportedly scrambled to pursue the objects. A MUFON report alleges that a black triangle was seen hovering over the base in 2005. Another intriguing Jellyfish UFO case comes to us from 1954, known as the Labrador Incident. It is one of the most notable British UFO cases. This was a flight nicknamed by the pilots as the Champagne and Caviar Run, a luxury flight occupied by businessmen, film stars, and celebrities. 4 hours into the flight, while passing over Goose Bay, Labrador, the passengers and crew realized that something was stalking the plane. A, quote, large dark object, which changed shape like a flying jellyfish, shadowed the plane for 80 miles. Many of the 51 passengers aboard the plane, as well as the 11 members of the flight crew, including the pilots, reported the object. The incident was well documented in newspapers and news media at the time. The sheer amount of witnesses, credible trained observers, particularly the pilots and the rest of the flight crew, who would be familiar with any normal aircraft and other airborne objects, gives this strange report more credibility, in my opinion. They should have been able to identify this, but they couldn't. One of the key witnesses was the pilot, Captain Howard, who was a former bomber squadron leader with well over 7,500 hours of recorded flight experience, and this was his 265th crossing of the Atlantic. The following comes from the voyage report of Captain James Howard. Flying in clear weather, above a layer of low stratus clouds, I noticed on our port beam a number of dark objects at approximately the same altitude as our aircraft. In a newspaper interview, Howard described the moment when he first saw the objects. I drew the attention of the first officer, Lee Boyd, to them. He said he had just noticed them also. I jokingly said that they reminded me of flak bursts, and he agreed. It then became apparent that they were moving along on a track, roughly parallel to ours, and keeping station with us. The first officer then called Goose Approach to ask if there were any aircraft in our area. They said no. During this time, the shape of the large object changed slightly. Also, the positions of the smaller ones relative to the big ones. Some moved ahead, some behind. The first officer then told Goose what we were watching, and they said they would send a fighter to investigate. At this time, the objects resembled Sketch 2. The shape of the large one continually changed, but its position relative to us did not, always about 90 degrees to port. The distance from us appeared not less than 5 miles, possibly very much more. During this time, both engineers, both navigators, the radio officer, 2 stewards, and the stewardess watched it, and all of us agreed on its shape. The number of small objects accompanied it. Usually 6 were visible, and all were agreed that we had never seen anything like it before. The base sent out a fighter to approach the UFO. As soon as the fighter reported that he was approaching the plane, quote, the objects immediately began to grow indistinct until only one was visible. This grew smaller and finally disappeared, still at the same bearing to us. I reported to the fighter which direction to head for, and then commenced descent to Goose. As we taxied in, another fighter was dispatched to take over from the first.
On the day of the eclipse of the sun, some of the crew and passengers of a BOAC stratocruiser reported seeing mysterious objects in the sky over the Atlantic. When the airliner arrived back in Britain, the pilot, Captain James Howard, was asked to describe these objects by our reporter, Peter Meggs.
Well, very conveniently, Captain, we've got a nice blackboard here. Do you think you could illustrate this phenomenon for us? Could you show us what it looked like, very roughly?
I'll try. When I look out of the left-hand window of the nose of a stratocruiser, I see something like this. Well, that is the port wing. One of the engines is there. And on this occasion, the horizon was at about that level, with low clouds way beneath us. The sun had just set over here, and these objects appeared something like this. The large object appeared at times to be something like that, with the smaller objects in relation to it something like this. They were sometimes ahead of it, sometimes behind, and the shape of this object was continually changing. Sometimes one end would appear to disappear, sometimes this was very much larger, sometimes it was almost a V-shaped affair like this. It was always black in silhouette and always quite a clear edge to it.
And when it finally disappeared, it seemed to dissolve.
Yes, the smaller ones just disappeared first, and this just shrunk down until it was no more than just a speck, and then even that disappeared.
After landing at Goose Bay, the crew was met by Air Force intelligence officers from the United States Air Force's investigation into UFOs, Project Blue Book. Quote, "A U.S. Air Force intelligence officer met us, and we gave him the story. I spoke to Fighter Control, and he said he picked us up when we had the object in sight, but had nothing else on his screen but us." Quote, "All who watched the objects are sure that the large one, at any rate, was no sort of winged aircraft. The small ones were just dots. They left no vapor trails. No lights were seen, just black silhouettes. The visibility at this altitude was unlimited, with no cloud other than low overcast. The sun had just set. A large flock of birds might explain it, if they were birds that could fly at a true airspeed of 238 knots at 19,000 feet, formatting on a Boeing for about 80 miles. I have never believed seriously in flying saucers. I am not sure that I do now. All I know is that I saw something extremely odd which was not an airplane." Unquote. Another airliner had passed through the area just 25 minutes earlier, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. First Officer Lee Boyd was quoted by a reporter from the Daily Express, stating, "It was the greatest thrill of my life. I'm willing to swear that what we saw was something solid, something maneuverable, and something that was being controlled intelligently." Another newspaper quoted 28-year-old air hostess Daphne Webster, who stated, "It was the most exciting sight I've ever seen, but a little creepy. I was making tea when I saw the objects. The big one was constantly changing its size and shape. 1 minute like a cigar, then an orange, then a mushroom. The smaller ones kept changing formation, but not their shape. Every one of us was far too intrigued to be afraid. The objects appeared to be not less than 5 miles away. It was difficult to assess their size because there was nothing in the sky at the time to measure them against." Captain Howard would state in a later interview, "Maybe it wasn't exactly a flying saucer. What I saw on a recent New York to London flight was more of a flying arrow, I guess you'd have called it at one stage. It seemed to keep changing its shape as it flew beside me, very much like a jellyfish assumes varying patterns as it swims through the water. Or maybe the apparent changes in shape were due to the different angles we viewed it from, as it banked and turned about 5 miles off. Whatever it was, a giant flying wing, jellyfish, or saucer, of these things I'm quite certain. It wasn't a trick of light or a figment of the imagination. It wasn't any sort of electrical, magnetic, or natural phenomenon, and it certainly wasn't a mirage. No, it was something real and substantial. Something that kept station with me for 80 miles and only sheared off when I got a radio call from the Sabre jet fighter, which had been sent up from Goose Bay to intercept the thing. It was something. The idea gives me slight goose pimples when I think of it, which was keeping my Boeing Stratocruiser under observation." Project Blue Book evaluated the UAP as the planet Mars. If anyone has ever seen Mars appear in such close proximity, changing shape, and seeming to be intelligently controlled, please let me know. This Blue Book file actually has a few oddities, one of which is a reference to a study of a photograph, yet there is no known photographic evidence related to this case. It's possible that the photographic study in question is actually referring to a different case on the same night. During this sighting, 300 miles northeast, a naval icebreaker reported a, quote, bright reddish yellow object, which was also reported to change shape, and was compared to, quote, a jellyfish swimming to the westward, and later like a dart. It too was identified as the planet Mars. 14 years later, this incident was investigated under the United States Air Force-sponsored Colorado University study known as the Condon Report. The Condon Report was used as a justification to end Project Blue Book, stating that UFOs are not a threat to national security, and taking the stance that there is nothing anomalous about the phenomenon at all, even though some of the cases evaluated by the Condon Report were deemed to be anomalous. The Condon Report concluded that this encounter was a type of natural atmospheric phenomenon, quote, apparently so rare that it has never been reported before or since. A spokesman for the British Air Ministry refused to comment on the incident. There have been other reports of these jellyfish UFOs. One came to us as recently as 2022, when documents from the FAA leaked, confirming a UAP sighting over Minneapolis, which was described as jellyfish-like. Some have suggested that these shape-shifting, flying jellyfish are not typical mechanical UFOs, but biological creatures. Cryptozoologists have long cataloged sightings of what they call atmospheric beasts, or atmospheric jellyfish, which were believed to dwell in the sky. Some believe that atmospheric beasts serve as a possible biological explanation for some UFO sightings. Cryptozoologist and author Ivan T. Sanderson believed that some UFOs were low-density, lighter-than-air organisms, native to the skies. Since the beginning of interest in the UFO phenomenon, we have attempted to identify the source or sources of these sightings. In 1947, John Philip Besor of Pennsylvania wrote a letter to the U.S. Air Force to offer his own theory that UAP represent, quote, a form of space animal or creature of a highly attenuated ectoplasmic substance capable of materialization and dematerialization, whose propellant is a form of telekinetic energy. Regardless, there have been many strange UFO reports where the objects are described as changing shape, which would almost make it seem alive, but could also be explained by extremely advanced technology.
On the night of August 15th, 1970, a witness who did not want his name public was spending the night at his parents' house near Lake Michigan. He was suddenly compelled to go to Lake Michigan and watch the sky with his telescope. By 10:30, he was on the shore of the lake near Good Heart, Michigan. As he watched the sky, a bright light began descending towards him. Whatever this thing was, he had never seen anything like it. Through his telescope, the object appeared to be disc-shaped with no apparent means of propulsion. Orange, yellow, green, and blue indigo lights adorned the object. Light poured out of a window on the side of the disc, where the silhouettes of vaguely human-like figures could be seen. They appeared to be busy operating on something as the disc descended, seemingly landing behind a hill on Lake Michigan's shore, only 300 feet from the witness. He watched the craft in silence for around 20 minutes before his curiosity got the best of him. He began walking toward the craft and noticed that the air felt warmer the closer he got to the object. He stopped in his tracks, still 50 feet from the object, when he heard a loud metallic sound. He watched as a ramp extended from the hull of the craft and planted itself in the sand of the beach. Strangely, where he expected to see some sort of doorway at the top of the ramp, there was no visible opening, just the metallic hull of the craft. Oddly, the witness recalled that, at this point, he began approaching the craft without giving it a second thought, whereas normally he would expect to be terrified. As he reached the top of the ramp, the hull appeared to dissolve or fade away, revealing an opening into the saucer. The interior of the craft was illuminated by a soft glow from the walls, which reminded the witness of terracotta stone. He was suddenly hit with the smell of cinnamon and sage. He found that the air felt colder, much more comfortable than the heat he trudged through to reach the inside of the object. Ahead of him, the corridor split off in opposing directions, seemingly going nowhere. There was no door at either end. The witness said something to himself, confused, and his voice echoed unnaturally through the ship. He walked down the left hallway and noted strange small knobs and handles littering the walls, seemingly at random. As he neared the end of the hallway, the smell of cinnamon became much stronger. He realized that the hallway was seemingly closing behind him. He entered another room that he believed to be the central core of the craft. Inside, he saw a window through which he could see the lights of the Big Rock nuclear power plant and the south end of Lake Michigan. He looked through another window made of a dark glass. He peered into a control room occupied by 5 strange figures. They stood with their backs to him. Their heads were very large, and all of them wore form-fitting suits which gave off a blue glow. The apparent non-human being in the middle turned around to face the witness, as if they already knew he was there. He alleged that the being's eyes were much larger than a human's and stretched around the sides of its head. The being had flat cheekbones and no noticeable nose. The beings actually spoke to one another in what sounded like a sing-song language. The beings made contact with the witness telepathically and escorted him into another room. They forced him to sit in a chair with what appeared to be strange controls in front of him. The beings caused 3D images or holograms to flash through his mind at great speed. Soon after, the beings gave the witness a small cube filled with a dark blue liquid. The witness had never seen anything like this cube nor the liquid inside of it. The beings communicated to him that the speed of light was imaginary and that their craft was impossibly larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. They also communicated to him that they come to the earth to harvest our water. One of the most chilling aspects of this encounter, in my opinion, was that at one point the witness saw himself through the eyes of the non-humans, the way the beings saw him. After some time, the witness was eventually returned to the same spot he was taken from, on the shore. Like I said, one of the strangest aspects of this encounter was when the witness's consciousness appeared to be in the alien's body. I wonder, if the witness's consciousness was in the alien's body, did the alien's consciousness temporarily take over the witness's human body, almost like a possession? There are many more examples of this sort of thing happening. It's not the first time that this has happened during a close encounter. On July 4th, 1981, at exactly 4:45 p.m., 54-year-old Captain Phil Schultz was at the helm of a commercial airliner. While flying over Lake Michigan, Captain Schultz's view of reality would be forever changed in only 5 seconds. From the left side of the windshield, something suddenly splashed into view full size. It tore through the atmosphere, like the atmosphere opened up. A large, round, silver, metal object descended into the atmosphere. It would later be calculated that this object was moving at around 1,000 miles per hour. The object appeared to be circular and flat, with a single black circle in the middle of the object. It happened so fast, the captain was unsure of exactly how large the craft was, but he estimated that it could have been as large as a Major League Baseball stadium. With the sun behind them, this object was unmistakable but surreal. It was in broad daylight. Strangely, a fan-shaped area around the object was a much darker blue than the rest of the sky, and the pilot had the impression that this allowed him to see way out into space. The object turned and flipped as if it were on its side before, a maneuver commonly described in reports of lenticular UAP, and demonstrated in declassified Navy footage. The object was disc-shaped, with 6 dark portholes evenly spaced around the sides. It was at least 10 times wider than it was thick. As the object turned, the black portholes appeared to now be a single dark smear. Was the object rotating at high speed? Any amount of wonder was instantly replaced by pure terror. The UFO was headed directly for the plane. As the pilot and the first officer braced for impact, sure that the saucer was about to rip through the plane, the saucer made a high-speed turn, passing closely by the plane, but averting tragedy. The first officer described witnessing a very bright light flash from the top left of the craft for the very last second they saw the saucer. The first officer was unsure whether or not the flash was a reflection from the metallic surface of the craft or something else. The object flew off to the left and out of sight. The pilot craned his neck to the left, trying and failing to follow the craft. They lost sight of the object, but it left behind an odd, dark, wavy trail in the sky. Captain Schultz was shaken. He never believed in UFOs before that moment, when he was rudely awakened to the reality of the phenomenon. Before this, he believed that UFOs simply do not exist. Schultz had extensive jet combat experience from his time fighting in the Korean War with the Navy. He was certain the saucer was not any kind of aircraft he had ever seen, nor was it a balloon. He was astonished at the capabilities of this UAP. He stated, "We have nothing that can do what that object did." He later reasoned that the UAP he saw must have been some sort of spacecraft, and that some kind of life probably exists in outer space. On July 10th, Captain Schultz contacted Richard Haynes, a NASA scientist and respected UFO researcher, to report his experience. Over the course of several interviews over the phone and in person, Schultz gave Haynes a very detailed report and even took him inside of the plane to help Haynes reconstruct the event. Multiple sketches were created by Captain Schultz, as well as by an artist, Al Reed. Haynes was able to rule out many prosaic explanations for this UAP event. Things like light polarization and reflections were ruled out as possible misidentifications. The object displayed extraordinary capabilities, not only its speed and size, but with the ease that it maneuvered around the plane. The witnesses described being astonished at how smooth its flight was. The behavior of the unidentified craft, in this case narrowly avoiding what would have been a tragic collision, is not uncommon. We have multiple records of UAP doing the same thing, flying directly towards a plane or helicopter, scaring the daylights out of the witnesses who think they're about to be destroyed, before averting disaster at the last second. One of the most famous cases like this is the coin helicopter incident of 1973, which I discussed previously on the channel. The coin incident took place during the 1973 UFO wave and was deemed to be the most credible of the entire wave. During Richard Haynes' interviews of the witnesses, they described another strange anomaly, a cobweb-like visual effect during the last few seconds of the sighting, either just before or after the flash of light. It was described as an irregular pattern of semi-transparent radiating and crossing lines. None of the cobweb phenomena entered into the anomalous fan-shaped area around the object, which was darker than the rest of the sky. The effect was so strange that despite spending over an hour attempting to recreate the effect, they were unable to do so. The closest the artist came to recreating the effect was by airbrushing many straight lines. One interesting explanation was that the bright, intense flash from the saucer caused the captain to see the entoptic retinal blood vessel pattern reflection. In other words, the intensity of the flash caused him to see a kind of afterimage of his own blood vessels in his eyes. Although when the captain was shown an image of a typical retinal blood vessel pattern, he said it was not similar to what he recalled. Coincidentally, in August of 1952, hundreds of people witnessed a giant, disc-shaped object over Catalina Island, off the coast of California. Several hundreds of Boy Scouts and a number of adult members of staff saw the huge saucer descend over Camp Fox. Like in Captain Schultz's case, there was a halo of darkness around the object. It appeared that the sky around the object was a much darker blue or purple than the rest of the sky. This sighting was reported to Project Blue Book, but unsurprisingly, there is no record of any investigation into this truly inexplicable case. When one witness came forward with his account of the incident in 1979, he was then an engineering specialist for Northrop Aircraft, which is now Northrop Grumman. But at the time of the incident, he was then a Boy Scout. Quote, "The sighting occurred in 1952 during August. I cannot recall the exact date. I was 12 years old at the time and was attending a Boy Scout camp, Camp Fox, on Catalina. Camp Fox is about 4 miles east of the isthmus on the north shore of the island. The population of the camp consisted of approximately 300 Boy Scouts and about 50 adult camp staff members. The Scouts were billeted in 15-man cabins which were arranged in a semicircle facing the shore with a flagpole in the center. It was the custom of the camp director to stand next to the flagpole and have the Scouts line up in front of their cabins for flag raising or lowering, special announcements, and various other formal ceremonies. At the time of the sighting, about 10:30 a.m., the Scouts had been ordered to fall out for an announcement. As I left the cabin, I could hear shouts of amazement. Their excited gestures quickly directed my attention to the source of the commotion. I was astonished to see a cigar-shaped object approaching the camp over the hills from the south. The slow-moving object, which was vertically oriented when I first observed it, was slowly rolling to a horizontal position. As it approached, we now saw that it was actually circular in shape and had appeared to be cigar-shaped only when seen on edge. The object had a bright metallic appearance, similar to a spun aluminum pan. There were no protuberances or markings visible, except for what I assumed to be windows evenly spaced around its periphery. There was no sound and no exhaust or vapor trails visible. However, the sky around the object appeared to be dark blue or purple, much darker than the sky itself. This halo of darkness extended out a relatively short distance and moved along with the object. As the object moved overhead, the huge circular shadow of the object was seen moving across the slopes of the nearby hills. Later, some of the Scouts were able to remember specific landmarks encompassed by the shadow. The camp director subsequently paced it off and estimated it to be about 150 feet in diameter. Based on this, I judged the object to have been at an altitude of 500 to 800 feet when it passed over the campground. After passing overhead, the object started climbing, then accelerated rapidly and disappeared in an incredibly short time. It remained in a flat horizontal position until no longer visible. The duration of the sighting was from 1 to 2 minutes. Immediately after the sighting, the camp director ordered us to return to our cabins and to write down what we had seen with as much detail as we could possibly remember. He admonished us not to speak to one another until we had all delivered our written descriptions to him at the flagpole. This, of course, was done to obtain the most accurate report possible from each individual while it was still fresh in his memory. He then forwarded all our reports, along with his, to the Air Force. Several weeks later, I received a letter from Colonel Charles W. Bicking, U.S. Air Force, March Air Force Base in California, who thanked me for the report. I assumed the other Scouts also received similar letters, but I never heard anything further from the Air Force, nor have I seen this incident mentioned in any UFO literature. The witness attached the letter he received back from the Air Force, which stated, "Dear Clyde, I wish to express my appreciation in behalf of the United States Air Force for your interest in recording your observations of an unidentified flying object during your summer encampment at Camp Fox. While the information from these reports may seem only meager to you, when combined with other reports, it may possibly indicate information which will be of great interest to our intelligence office." I find it interesting that Northrop crops up here again, as today Northrop Grumman is one of the top defense contractors, and one of the key military defense contractors which is highly suspected to be involved in the UFO legacy program. Northrop Grumman was named by Lou Elizondo in his book Imminent as being one of the corporations involved with the exploitation of non-human technology. Catalina Island shows up time and time again in UFO reports, and is known as a window area or UFO hotspot. During the now famous 2004 Tic Tac incidents, UFOs were detected for several days, flying in formation and performing feats that nothing else was capable of in the immediate vicinity of Catalina Island. In early 1984, another strange visitation took place near Lake Michigan. Our main witness, Mrs. A., was a writer and artist who lived with her husband near Port Washington, Wisconsin, on the shore of Lake Michigan. Their area was very remote, with only one other resident, a man who rented the couple's beach house in their front yard. After the sighting, all three witnesses began corresponding with the Center for UFO Studies, which was created by Dr. J. Allen Hynek. Hynek was intrigued by Mrs. A's letter and organized an on-site investigation. Hynek would later write, "Her letter was of interest not only because of her vivid account of the UFO event, but because it so well described the bewilderment and dismay of the witnesses. It has long been known to ufologists that the more intelligent, educated, and solidly based in reality witnesses are, the more disturbed and distraught they become when they are unable to find a rational explanation for it. If they can't find a good answer, a barrier will exist between them and their friends and families. They won't be able to talk about their experience for fear of being thought deranged and off the wall." In this particular case, the witness wrote and elaborated over the phone that this didn't fit into my reality. I would not go to bed because I could not categorize this. I decided to watch it until it left because I knew it was not going to be a normal experience. I couldn't place the experience anywhere in my mind. I have never seen anything like this before. On January 3rd, 1984, Mrs. A was awakened by a bright light flooding her bedroom window. She instinctively looked at her digital clock, which read 4:14 a.m. She thought the bright light was especially odd because her area was relatively unpopulated, especially in the winter. The light was pouring in from the bedroom window, even through the curtains. She got up and walked to the window. Quote, "When I looked through the curtains, I saw a strange craft with exactly 3 circular lights in a fixed position approximately 50 yards from shore. It was lined up with our bedroom window and seemed to be the size of a medium-sized boat or about 30 or 40 feet long. At first, I thought it was the Coast Guard searching for something, but then the center light rotated north, casting a bright light upon the waters, and I noticed the water was rather turbulent. She reasoned that the object, whatever it was, could not be a boat because the lights remained completely still despite the waves. Whatever it wasn't resting on the water. The light on the object rotated again, and the bright beam of light filled the bedroom. She quickly woke up her husband, who dismissed her at first, saying it's probably just a Coast Guard helicopter. However, when he looked at the object, he too realized that it could be no helicopter because of not only its appearance, but its complete silence. They heard nothing but the waves crashing into the shore. After 5 minutes, her husband goes back to sleep, telling his wife to keep an eye on the object and to give him a report in the morning. Mrs. A strongly considered calling the police to ask, "Why is there somebody shining their lights in our window?" But she decided against it, worrying they would question her sanity. As she continued watching the object, another, smaller craft appeared hovering over the larger UFO. She was not sure if the smaller object emerged from the larger one. She woke up her husband again, and the two watched the objects. The smaller craft also had 3 lights and was very similar to the first object. The smaller one hovered motionlessly for a few moments before vanishing. Mrs. A described the smaller lights as being pink, while her husband recalled that they were yellow. Her husband couldn't stay awake and told her to keep watching and see what happens. She continued watching for at least another half hour, while the lights kept rotating. Quote, "Eventually, I made out a slightly visible outline which appeared oval-shaped and rather flat in density. There were no features other than the lights. So she thought, quote, it must be something ordinary, but I couldn't recognize it as yet." The larger object remained, periodically shining its light into the bedroom again. The fact that the unidentified object repeatedly focused its searchlight on her bedroom began to make her feel conspicuous and exposed. She felt that the light seemed to linger on her bedroom for a longer period of time. The craft moved only 20 or 30 feet, and then hovered for another 10 minutes. At 5:15 a.m., the object traveled southeast at high speed and disappeared from her sight. She then decided to go back to sleep. Shortly after, an excruciating electric shock came over her entire body, and she realized that the room was filled with a buzzing noise. As I was beginning to fall asleep, I felt what seemed like a powerful electric shock penetrate my entire body with a loud, overpowering buzzing sound. It lasted only a few seconds, but I'll never forget that feeling. She would later tell Hynek, "It was far more penetrating than putting a finger in an open light socket, more like a convulsion than a shock. I thought I was going to die." The third witness, who was renting the beach house in the front yard, was getting ready for work at this time and saw a strange oval pink light over the lake through his window. He also saw the object from another window, proving to him that the UFO was not an optical illusion. The next day, Mrs. A was excessively drowsy, as if she had no energy. The QFOS investigators were unable to find any prosaic explanation for the sighting based on the findings of the investigation. The case remains unexplained.
We were just wondering, have you heard anything about these lights that are flickering up here in what is it, the east-southeast area? It's like a group.
I can call that's not a real emergency. We just called about the UFOs, we thought. They're out there. Same airplanes.
Yeah, we've got a car on the way over there, let's see, right now. We've got a couple other calls.
Really? They see them too?
Where are they now?
Okay, what do you have there, sir? There were at least 4 lights, and they were all flashing like, okay, they were in a sequence. It was a kind of like a V, and there was 4 lights, and they were blinking back and forth. And there's no way, a plane's not that wide.
One of the largest mass UFO sightings to date, known as the Lakeshore Incident, or the Lake Michigan UFO Incident, took place in Holland, Michigan, on March 8, 1994. Over the course of the night, 300 people called 911 to report the UFOs. Multiple police officers were dispatched to respond to these incidents and saw the UFOs themselves. Around 9:15, the mass sighting began. At first dozens, and soon over 300 people called 911 to report the UFOs. Several of these calls have since been released to the public and published by the Mutual UFO Network. MUFON posted a 23-minute-long video of the UFO-related calls. Many described seeing a group of 4 lights hovering in the sky, although some would describe seeing disc, cylinder, or puck-shaped objects particularly witnesses who are closer to the phenomenon. One witness, who was talking to her friend on the phone, Cindy Pravda of Grand Haven, described seeing a string of Christmas lights up in the sky, or full moons, over the trees behind her pasture. I watched them for half an hour. Where I'm facing them, the one on the far left moved off. It moved to the highway and then came back in the same position. The one to the right was gone in the blink of an eye, and then eventually everything disappeared quickly. Other witnesses, Randy Murphy and her husband of Ada Township, observed a huge shape for roughly 2 minutes as it flew slowly around 100 feet over the woods outside their home. She stated it had 4 lights and made a soft, whirring noise. It sounded like a single jet engine. By 9:30, 14-year-old Joey Graves and his 10-year-old sister Michelle were in their living room when the room was suddenly flooded with a bright light pouring in through the window. They looked out the window to see 5 bright red, blue, white, green, and yellow lights moving in a circular formation, rotating. In an interview the same year, Joey Graves stated, "I saw 6 lights out the window above the barn across the street. I got up and went to the sofa and looked up at the sky. They were red and white and moving." The children began screaming and went to tell their parents, who would also see the UFOs. The children's mother, Holly Graves, quickly called 911. She would be among the first to call 911, as hundreds would bear witness to the UFOs that evening.
We were just wondering, have you heard anything about these lights that are flickering up here in what is it, the southeast area? It's like a group. It looks like a string of Christmas lights that's way up in the sky. And we wondered if you had heard anything about it.
Not a thing.
Wow, you might not have somebody take a look. It's different. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know. It's strange. But it's right out east-southeast. It's way up. And it's just like a circle of a lot of different lights flickering. And it's different than any airplane.
Holly and her husband Daryl went outside to get a better look at the UFO. The body of the rounded craft appeared reflective and metallic, similar to chrome or a polished metal. The object moved slowly and silently at 300 feet in the air, as the lights on the object continued to spin in a circle. The couple continued watching the UFO for 15 minutes before police officer Jeff Velthouse arrived to respond to the 911 call. By the time Officer Velthouse arrived, the disc had glided off into the distance, where it could only be seen as bright lights in the sky. Officer Velthouse and Daryl Graves watched the 2 UFOs through binoculars as they continued shining with bright lights for roughly 10 minutes. Eventually, one of the lights broke off and departed at high speeds, unlike any conventional aircraft could have. Officer Velthouse then attempted to pursue the UFO in his squad car. Daryl continued to watch the stationary UFO and screamed when the object divided into 5 separate objects before quickly vanishing. As Velthouse tried and failed to pursue the UFO, more and more calls about the objects began to come in. The Ottawa County 911 dispatcher, having received so many calls about strange objects in the sky, contacted the Muskegon National Weather Service office to see if anything was detected on radar. In my opinion, the call between the 911 dispatcher and meteorologist Jack Bashong is fascinating. You can practically hear him talk through his worldview being shifted as he sets his radar to manual and hones in on the UFOs that were being seen by witnesses on the ground, like Officer Velthouse and the Graves family. Initially, he seems skeptical of the entire idea of UFOs and detects nothing on his radar. However, after taking manual control of the radar beam to use it like a spotlight, in his own words, he uncovered something unlike anything he had ever seen before, in precisely the direction and location where Officer Velthouse and others could see the UFOs.
Now I'm getting multiple returns.
people that called that I had happened to talk to said it looked like a bunch of cylindrical objects.
Well, oh my God, what is this?
They were going together and coming apart.
Yeah, there's three, and they're lengthwise. Now I'm getting three of them.
An officer in the Holland City just sent me a message. He says, can we identify anything further? He says it looks like 3 to 4 of them.
I'm seeing three. Yeah. I'm seeing three, and they're separated by, they look like a triangle on my scope. I'm seeing three of those. They're very strong. Now I'm getting another one down in Berrien County. These are huge returns. I've never seen anything like this. Not even when I'm doing storms. These aren't storms. They're just popping up all over the place.
This is strange, yeah, because the officer says it's green and red lights. It does not look like an airplane. Okay. They come together and then they separate, and they just keep doing this all the time.
And you're seeing that? Yeah, I'm seeing 3 returns. They've moved positions now. These are bigger than planes. Usually a plane will pick up as a little pinpoint, but these are about, on my radar scope, these are about the size of maybe...
Initially, he saw one large object coasting at about 100 miles per hour. As he watched the object, it began to hover before jumping thousands of feet vertically in an instant. At the same time, Officer Veldhaus was watching the UFO do this with his naked eyes. Bashong would state, "It was like it was saying to me, 'Hey, I know you can see me.'" Soon, 3 objects appeared on radar. The radar returns were extremely large, much larger than the radar return of a conventional aircraft. Quote, "There were 3 and sometimes 4 blips, and they weren't planes. Planes show us pinpoints on the scope. These were the size of half a thumbnail." The 3 large objects would hover in a triangular formation and then instantaneously move to another point over the water. The lead object would disappear and reappear elsewhere, while the other 2 UAP remained still. Then, the other 2 objects would join the lead object, recreating their formation. Bashong remained on the phone with the police until the UFOs flew over the lake and the officers lost visual contact with the UAP. Allegedly, Bashong later called the FAA control tower at the Muskegon County Airport to see if they detected anything. Bashong claimed that he spoke to an air traffic controller that observed 3 objects in formation off in the distance. These objects didn't have any transponder code, which would be considered highly illegal by the FAA.
Center Dispatch?
Yeah, this is the National Weather Service in Muskegon. I was calling to make sure that the person that called me was really a sheriff from out of a county and not a host.
He was one of our dispatchers.
Oh, okay. Calling about the...
Right, we've been chasing them all over down that way.
Pardon?
We've been chasing lights down all over down that way.
So what really is going on?
We don't know. I still got a car out in the area.
Immediately after the incident, the story was picked up by the press because of the sheer amount of witnesses and commotion caused by the phenomenon. Journalists began reporting on the incident and the ensuing calls to emergency services. The day after the mass sighting, Jack Bashong came into work and found that his co-workers left paper flying saucers all over his desk. This was only the beginning of the ridicule, which almost ruined Bashong's life, like many other witnesses. His call with law enforcement had gotten out, including his name. Jack refused to talk about the incident for many years, even with friends, and refused interviews with the press. He was worried he would be fired for talking about the incident publicly, feeling the weight of the stigma attached to the UFO subject. However, in 2021, Bashong was interviewed again in light of the recent groundbreaking efforts to bring about UFO disclosure. Bashong said that he felt vindicated by the ongoing revelations from the U.S. government and UFO whistleblowers.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
A representative of MUFON
would later tell reporters that they were receiving an average of 10 to 15 calls per day during a period of 2 to 3 weeks, including the mass sighting on March 8th. By March 20th, they had received over 100 UFO reports in Lower Michigan since the mass sighting. They were able to rule out prosaic explanations, such as a small plane or helicopter, weather balloon, swamp gas, shooting stars, or the aurora borealis. UFO investigators descended upon the area, interviewing dozens of witnesses, but they encountered numerous setbacks. Some people were hounded by researchers so much that they told the local sheriff's office not to share their name or to facilitate any interactions with researchers. Another large setback occurred when a pilot who had witnessed the incident while in the air had his name mentioned on TV. This got him into trouble with his airline and caused him to refuse to give any interviews discussing his sighting. Many of the witnesses interpreted the anomalous phenomena as spiritual in nature rather than extraterrestrial. This is because many of the residents in the area were devoutly religious. Although this may sound strange at first, this reaction is actually not uncommon in close encounter reports. Witnesses in two very famous cases, such as the Stevensville Lights or the Cash Landrum incident, also felt that their experience was religious in nature. Many researchers believe that the ancients had the exact same reaction upon encountering the phenomenon, completely lacking the vocabulary to describe their experiences in any other way. It's really not a stretch to suggest this. People today have the same reaction, using their ideas about the supernatural to explain the phenomenon. No culture interprets paranormal or close encounter experiences the same way, each having their own understanding of such phenomena. An overwhelming number of witnesses would report the UFOs coming together and separating. This too is a pattern seen in many other UFO encounters. The radar data, in tandem with visual confirmation of the anomalous objects, is damning evidence in favor of this being a case of genuine UFO phenomenon. However, the National Weather Service manager for Michigan would later try to downplay the radar data. Quote, "There is no relation between the UFOs and the radar tracks." He claims that the UFOs were only seen at tree-line level, debunking the radar returns at 6,000 to 12,000 feet, but this is not the case at all. Some witnesses, such as Cindy Pravda, did see UFOs at tree-line level, but many others saw UFOs high in the sky. Officer Velthaus witnessed the erratic ascent and descent of the objects, as Bashong saw them do the same on radar. It was suggested that the radar returns could have been caused by military aircraft. However, the nearby military bases reported 0 aircrafts in the area. This theory also fails to account for the observed anomalous characteristics of the UFOs, displaying seemingly instantaneously acceleration by climbing from 6,000 to 12,000 feet in seconds, the ability to hover motionlessly, the overall lack of noise from the objects, and the strange ability of the objects to divide into multiple objects, only to reform back into one singular object. Investigators from the Center for UFO Studies spoke to officials at the National Weather Service office in Muskegon, seeking to interview Jack Bashong. After a few days, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, NOAA, approved the meeting under certain conditions. There would be no surprises, and NOAA would keep a copy of any materials produced during the interview. QFOS investigator Dr. Michael Swords spoke with Jack Bashong, who demonstrated the difference between conventional aircraft or weather phenomenon and the strange objects detected on March 8th. The radar was simulated in a conference room using a projector, and Swords made 9 sketches of the radar returns based on Bashong's recollection of the incident. A QFOS investigator continued corresponding with NOAA. The two of them came to agree that the sighting could not be explained by anomalous propagation or radar channeling. The weather also made it impossible for a temperature inversion to form, and besides, The blips didn't behave like a temperature inversion anyway. NOAA was able to agree that these were probably real returns of some kind. The QFOS associate even brought up the possibility of a possible secret military technology test, such as electronic countermeasures or radar spoofing, and NOAA responded that this seemed unlikely due to the sharpness of the returns and the fact that the radar returns were confirmed visually. Some time later, Dr. Michael Swords received copies of supposed secret NOAA documents, which were released through FOIA by request of the Bureau of Investigators of Mysteries and Unusual Phenomena, another UFO organization. He was surprised to see his own drawings of the radar returns in the documents. He reasoned that, because NOAA kept copies of his sketches, they must have attached them to their report on this UFO incident, and that when NOAA received the Freedom of Information Act request, his sketches came back out with the documents. The most interesting part of these documents was NOAA's initial conclusion, unknown, initial speculation, possible anomalous propagation though not explainable, or possible valid UFO sighting.
You see it?
Yeah, me and him saw it.
What'd you see?
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see any?
Midnight, May 1st, 2023. A series of unexplained viral events took place, ending with police officers investigating an encounter with alien beings. Did a UFO crash in Las Vegas? Did a Las Vegas family encounter two giant alien beings in their backyard?
So there's two people or two subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large.
Did they capture a video of this creature? Is there an ongoing cover-up of this case, or is this all just a hoax? I've seen a lot of people freaking out about this case, so today we'll look at all the currently available details to see what exactly happened here. If you enjoy, please subscribe, like, comment, and share. As a small channel, it makes a huge difference and it really helps out. Thank you all for watching. From the late hours of April 30th to midnight of May 1st, many people witnessed a green-blue fireball fly across the skies of eastern California, Nevada, and Utah. And this much isn't disputed. The American Meteor Society received 21 reports of a fireball in the sky. A police officer on a call unrelated to the anomalies that night also saw the fireball, and a police body camera also captured the light. One witness report of this light on the International Meteor Organization's website states, quote, "Immediately after observing this fireball, two lights appeared in the sky above where the fireball's path had been. They resembled stars, but were moving quickly and disappearing, then reappearing constantly over the next hour. Seemed as though there were multiple aircraft of some type circling around the sky over and over again. Sometimes they were bright and lasting up to 10 seconds before disappearing. They have been constantly circling and moving north on the horizon for at least an hour. Very strange phenomenon." Before we get to the family's encounter, I must explain that it seems like most of the family members don't really want any publicity from this. As of right now, they're not doing any interviews or anything. However, one of the witnesses, Angel, the same young man who made the call to 911, has been much more public and open about this event. He has made some podcast appearances and even created a YouTube channel, Alien Society 51, with the first upload titled May 1st, 2023, I Had Aliens in My Backyard, Part 1. This video reached almost 500,000 views in only 2 days. So I've done my best to compare Angel's 911 call, his appearances on Doug Papa's podcast, and his YouTube video, in an attempt to unravel the full story. At around midnight, Angel was fixing a truck with his brother when they heard and saw a bright light falling from the sky. Angel believes this is the same light captured by the police body camera. The brothers then heard a loud bang and felt an impact like a shockwave. In his video, Angel provided a ring video, purportedly capturing this impact. Angel and his brother looked at each other, frightened. Something very strange then happened, and we'll be coming back to this, but the witness states, quote, "When I tried to look at the object, it was all blurry, not my vision, but only the backyard area. I heard thousands of footsteps around me, and maybe a couple seconds later, the blurriness was gone." According to Angel's YouTube video, this is when he first saw the creature, described as 8 to 10 feet tall and very thin. In a later interview with YouTuber Are They Really Here, Angel would give much more detail. According to that interview, when Angel and his brother first saw the creature, it was standing next to a front loader in their backyard. Strangely, there was an orb of light that seemed to be hovering next to the creature's head, illuminating it. He described the creature's skin as a green-gray, which was shiny and looked almost wet or slippery, which he compared to the skin of a dolphin. He also added that the creature's eyes appeared human-like, and that he saw it blink. According to Angel's YouTube video, after seeing the alien for the first time, they ran away and called for their father. Angel claims that his father would also witness the being, and the dispatch log seems to corroborate this. At this point, Angel's mother and father came outside, and the fence video was recorded, which has been scrutinized all over the internet. In the fence video, recorded by Angel's mother, Angel, his brother, and his father can be seen looking into the lot in the backyard at the creatures allegedly lurking in the darkness, with one being reportedly inside of the front loader. Angel claims that these creatures are captured on this video, though it's very hard to make out anything. What you're about to see is an extended version of the fence video. This wasn't included in Angel's first YouTube video, and most people have not seen it. They do seem genuinely frightened. Listen for yourself.
Estaba forklift.
Me dijo a la médica me va a dar un show. Me que dije me cerró y es muy callado.
Acabo que dije
que la firmante que la vez iba a contar que la acabas.
Pero me cargada.
A mí dicen pálpale, hay que utilizar con camisas. Pero llevan usas, llevan un virus.
De vuelta casi sin luz, de vuelta casi cayó con dos sin luz.
Ni comen, sí, pero para el. Si no te pares y puedo volar.
Ahora me que cantes París le gallengue a la chorsi, ahora. Sosi. ¡Ay! ¡Permisar! Calmundarela, me cancila el bar eso. Kylo, cherro, que chile. Kylo, cherro.
That is where the clip Angel shared on his video ended. The rest of the video is the section where some believe they can see the alleged non-human beings that Angel sees. So here's the rest of the video, and then I'll show you what some allege is the creature in the video.
Kylo!
Uy, chetar.
Chidikao.
Agladel, varón.
Chidikao.
Varón cayó, si le unía caca bare, Agladel.
Kai, cherro.
Adelo, diles.
Firmisarle, sale.
Pero cocharilo que te camiona, Agladelo.
Kai, firmisar, que sale.
Agladel te jugó.
Firmisar, porque no, cherro, que calmundarela me.
Diles, eso lo sabemos, viendo para acá.
Kai.
Ande el camión, no conchadica del camión. Era el segundo, de izquierda para acá, de cables.
Kai, cherro, chidikao, Agladel.
Concha, costelo, concha, chistilo.
Kai, forklift o camión.
Eso tomó muy. Castelo, pegachari, palalo, que te acordó con la. Palalo, diles que a casa de Lombrindi. Bien luchado, o sea, pegachari, se adolo.
Chidikao, Agladel, que
vaya, me dígale completico.
Oye, de cables.
Kai. Costelo, de que acá, dile que acá callale, hay muy pelón, sí, pelón, varón, pelón. Enchalo, te adoro, dijeron de. Concha, Agladel, que chulo,
I've included links to video analyses trying to show what it is they're seeing here. Many believe that this is the creature in the front loader, which Angel is referring to, while others believe they see creatures in other sections of the video, such as right behind the fence where the family is recording. After this, Angel and his brother go to retrieve their tools, when his brother tells him to look behind the forklift. At this point, Angel locked eyes with the creature and found himself unable to move, a feeling which he compared to sleep paralysis. Its eyes were large, and he stated that the creature's eyes were now glowing. He could even hear the creature breathing, and he could see its stomach moving. He added that the creature had a large mouth. He would also specify that the creature was peeking at him from behind the front loader. Angel had the feeling that, quote, "We were scared of him and he was scared of us," unquote. In his interview with Are They Really Here, Angel would add that he could see the creature's eyelashes and even the creature's teeth what he described as sharp and compared to canines. Angel regained his ability to move and ran inside the house. At approximately 12:29, Angel called 911 to report the close encounter. We do not have the 911 call in its entirety based on the dispatch log, but you can listen to what we do have here.
Okay, what's going on over there?
Okay, lady. Me, my dad, and my brother, we're working on a truck in our backyard, and we have a big lot outside, right? Correct?
Okay.
We were working, and we just see in a corner of our eye something fall down from the sky, and it was with light, and when it hit down, it was like a big impact, and we felt it. We felt like an energy, and then we hear like a lot of footsteps near us, and then we have a big equipment, and we see, and there's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and it's looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we're terrified of it.
So there's 2 people or 2 subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
According to the dispatch log, there is a portion of the call which we do not have a recording of, where an angel gives the phone to his father, who also claims to have seen the creature. After the 911 call, Angel's family remained in their house and prayed while they waited for the police. While they waited, Angel claims that the family heard footsteps in the backyard, as well as loud whispering or voices. He also claims that they heard footsteps on the roof. The police arrived at Angel's house 38 minutes later. As I've shown you earlier, one of the police officers captured the fireball on his body camera, which prompted them to take this call much more seriously. If we look at the police body cameras of the officers who visited Angel's house, we see that when they are led into the backyard, the video and audio was redacted, and according to Vegas Blue Media, this was redacted by the police department. The police were unable to find any evidence of the creature. However, according to Angel, one of the police officers noticed a circular indentation in the ground, which Angel claims was not present before the encounter. In the police body cam footage, Angel's mother can be heard saying that an SUV was circling their house following the incident.
SUV going around and around.
After the police left that night, the family went back into their home to pray. When they heard a loud, human-sounding scream, Angel would also claim that the family heard footsteps on the roof again, and that something tried to open their door. Angel would also claim that in the days following the encounter, he and his brother witnessed a black 2010 Chevy Suburban government truck driving slowly past his house. And it seems that this is actually true, as a retired police officer has confessed that he spent days staking out the house to see if anything happened. In his interviews with Doug Papa and Are They Really Here, Angel would describe the individuals inside of the SUV as 3 men in black suits and sunglasses, and that they all sort of looked like the same person. In response to major news outlets covering his story, Angel posted this TikTok.
They've been taken by the government and they're being hidden away and interrogated.
Today's June 12th. I'm outside my house with my family. You can see people are saying that we disappeared, the news stations. You know, what I learned these couple days, that everything on TV is fake, and especially the news channels. They'll say fake stuff, and it's not true. You know, I already said what I had to say. If you want to believe it, believe it. I don't care no more. I just want to, you guys understand, because of you guys I have depression. I have anxiety attacks. And I just want to be normal again. I don't feel okay, guys. And just move on, guys. Forget about it and just bye.
Based on what he says here, it sounds like Angel may be done discussing this event with the public and wants to leave it behind. So what exactly happened here? NASA and the American Meteor Society are confident that the object seen in the skies was merely a meteor. I'm not the type of person to just accept an argument from authority, but there's nothing about the objects recorded on the police body cameras or doorbell cameras which suggest it was anything anomalous. In fact, according to 8 News Now, the ring camera presented by Angel as evidence of the event that night is not actually from May 1st. It was recorded in mid-April, meaning it's not connected to this incident at all. The United States government's Advanced Aerial Threat Identification Program, which studied UFOs, developed a list of 5 observables, which are a list of anomalous characteristics displayed by true UFOs. Things such as positive lift, transmedium movement, meaning the ability to travel from water to the air and possibly into space, hypersonic movement without causing a sonic boom. The object recorded even has a trail, which is very consistent with meteors and appears just like a meteor. I was also able to find discrepancies in Angel's retellings of the events. For example, in his YouTube video, Angel never describes actually seeing a UFO. He says that he sees a bright light come down, but he doesn't describe a craft of any sort, while in his interview with Doug Papa, he does describe seeing a traditional UFO, which he describes as a shield with lights on it. He claims that it came straight down, blinking blue and green lights. This detail is absent from every other retelling. There are other minor discrepancies, but this is the major one. Something else that's puzzling. Angel claims that he found footprints 15 inches long coming out of the circular indentation in the backyard. However, these footprints are not visible in any of the pictures of the circle, even the one that Angel took the very night of the incident, and he never took photos specifically of these footprints. We have no evidence that they ever existed. As for the circle itself, Angel claims that he was unaware of the existence of the circle before officers pointed it out to him. However, older Google Earth satellite images seem to show that the circle has been present for years, meaning that it's highly unlikely this is linked to the incident at all. However, to play the devil's advocate, it is difficult to come up with a logical reason that Angel's family would have called in a hoax 911 call, given that it's a Category E felony in Nevada, and a conviction can carry a 1 to 4 year prison sentence. On top of this, Angel's family does seem sincerely frightened in the video. In my opinion, the video analysis, even of the extended fence video, is just too low quality to say anything for certain. While I can sort of see the shape of the alien head and the large black eyes, it's simply too pixelated and too easy for pareidolia to take over to say that we really have something here. However, Angel does claim that he has a better video where these creatures can be seen fairly clearly, and if such a video does exist, obviously I would be very excited to see it. So, until more information comes out, such as this claimed alien video that Angel possesses, we may never know what exactly happened that night. If more information comes out in the future, I'll certainly do a follow-up video on this case. Thank you guys for watching, I really appreciate it. Please subscribe if you haven't already, as it really helps me out as a small channel. Born in 1945, Herbert L. Schirmer was a teetotaler and Navy veteran who served in Vietnam before he became a police officer. He was reportedly well known and liked by the people of Ashland, Nebraska. I tried to be the best cop Ashland ever had. I was respected by a lot of people. They'd stop me on the street to say hello and talk. However, in less than a month after his encounter, the people changed their minds about Herb.
First appeared to me to be a truck, I thought. As I got closer and put the high beams of the lights on the patrol car on, this object started raising. These lights started raising up in the air.
It began with mockery, but ramped up to the point that they hanged, shot, and buried an effigy of Herb, and even blew up his car. This episode of High Strangeness began on December 3rd, 1967, when Sergeant Schirmer, who was then 22, was on a usual late-night patrol. After midnight, Herb's attention was drawn to a bull that had broken out of an auction barn. It seemed to be spooked by something, but Herb didn't see anything out of the ordinary. After some time, the officer got the bull back into a pen and went on his way. Afterwards, he checked on 2 gas stations which were nearby, before radioing in to the sheriff's office and let them know that all was secure for now. By this time, it was 2:20 a.m., and Schirmer pulled onto State Highway 6 heading west. Around 10 minutes later, as he was driving at the intersection of Highway 63 and Highway 6, Officer Schirmer saw red lights flashing ahead of him. He thought it might be a truck on the side of the road. It wasn't until he got closer that he realized how wrong he truly was. The red lights were shining out of the windows or portholes of a sleek, metallic, football-shaped object hovering a few feet above the ground. Schirmer realized this object must be one of the infamous UFOs he'd heard of before, but never thought they really existed. The craft was hovering with a slight tilt. It began to ascend with a loud siren-like sound, expelling a reddish-orange glow of energy from the underside of the object. The craft passed nearly over Schirmer's head, before shooting straight up and disappearing into the sky. After a moment, with his flashlight in hand, Schirmer inspected the area where the UFO was. He then quickly drove away and returned to the station and wrote in his logbook, "Saw a flying saucer at the junction of Highways 6 and 63, believe it or not." Schirmer then noticed that it was now 3 o'clock, but this was impossible. He thought only 10 minutes had passed since his sighting. This period of missing time was inexplicable. It was later found that there was a 25-minute gap in his radio log as well. He would later learn that 4 other UFOs were reported to police that night. He relayed his experience to another officer who came in for the morning shift, and made his experience known to the chief of police. Herb was not feeling well since he saw the object. He went home and felt like everything was drained out of him. He laid down and felt a buzzing feeling in his head and pressure on his body. He couldn't feel his arms or even move his mouth to call for help. After eventually drifting off to sleep, he was awoken by a phone call from the chief of police asking about the encounter. In the aftermath of his encounter, Herb told his close friends, family, and neighbors about his experience. Little did he know it would be his undoing. Soon enough, word got out about Herb's sighting of the saucer. He was laughed at and felt gaslit. The prank phone calls and mockery built up until eventually some of the other people in the town hanged in effigy of Schirmer. They slashed his tires and smashed his windshield. Later, his car was reportedly blown up entirely. Along the way, his wife would reportedly leave him because of the incident as well. I would give somebody a traffic ticket and they would look at me and laugh and tear up the ticket. What could I do? They treated me worse than a criminal. I lost all my rights. One of Herb's few remaining friends at the time was Ashland Mayor Goff, who promoted Herb to the chief of police, making him one of the youngest chiefs of police in the Midwestern USA. Unfortunately for Herb, after 4.5 months, Mayor Goff lost his re-election, and the new mayor quickly fired Herb. I walked into the city council office and spun down my badge on the tabletop. "Gentlemen, you are gonna pay for this." After losing his job, Herb moved to Omaha for work as a Pinkerton guard. On his first night there, he was recognized and laughed out of a bar. After 6 months, Herb was fired from his new job because of the experience. Since then, he moved from Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, Washington, and Oregon. After working as a security guard in Oregon for a while, the company went bankrupt, and Herb subsisted solely on his second wife's salary as a secretary. Herb says he eventually resorted to odd jobs at ranches and orchards, before being essentially forced out of each state. There's always someone who recognizes you. Then you're either ridiculed or the company decides it just can't keep someone who's seen a flying saucer. 6 months after his experience, Herb underwent hypnotic regression for the first time in Boulder, Colorado, as a part of the Condon UFO study. The Condon study is significant largely because it was used by the Air Force to justify ending Project Blue Book, the Pentagon's original front-facing UFO debunking office. Edward Condon, who led the study, famously admitted that he'd made his mind up about UFOs being bunk long before the study ended. Schirmer's case was the only close encounter of the fourth kind acknowledged by the Condon study. Other such cases were excluded from the study even if they appear in the Condon Group's documents. One of the most prominent cases was ignored entirely, the Betty and Barney Hill abduction, which had come to light recently at this time. Schirmer was hypnotized by Dr. Leo Sprinkle, and later by researcher Warren Smith in the company of author Brad Steiger. Further details were retrieved in the later regression. Once regressed to the night of his encounter, Herb found himself at the moment the saucer was looming over him. He recalled trying to call the sheriff and found that his radio now appeared to be dead. The craft began to rise, with a red-orange glow beneath it. A bright white flash blinded Schirmer for a moment. He felt stunned and shocked. His body began to tingle. Quote, "The craft was moving over the highway about 40 feet in the air. It seemed that some great force was pulling the patrol car up the embankment towards where the craft was beginning to land. The car moved up to the top of the hill as the craft landed on tripod-like legs. When the car stopped," quote, "a form came out from underneath the craft and started moving toward the car, and as the one being came to the front of the car, another one was coming out, and the one that was standing in front of the patrol car had a sort of box-like thing in his hand, and kind of flashed green all around the whole car. And then one approached the car and reached in and touched me on my neck, at which I felt a sharp amount of pain, and then sort of stood back and sort of moved his hand. And I just came up right out of the car, standing right in front of him, and he asked me, 'Are you the watchman of this town?' And I said, 'Yes, I am.' The humanoid beings were described as having a very high forehead and a very long nose. The eyes were sunken in and had the pupils of a cat's eye. They wore tightly fitted uniforms with a symbol on the left side of their chests, a red emblem of a serpent with wings. Only the being's face was exposed, with its complexion a sort of grayish pink. The being's mouth was small and slit-like. The being wore a kind of device with an antenna over one of its ears. The being told Herb to come with him, and he was levitated toward the craft, as if he were walking on air. They reached a hatch on the side of the craft and floated inside to the first level. They entered a circular room, the walls lined with cylinders 4.5 feet tall and 2 feet wide. 2 cables ran through them, and they reminded Herb of tall batteries. In the center of the room was a cocoon spinning and emitting all the colors of the rainbow. The cables ran from the cylinders into 2 blocks on either side of the cocoon. The beings walked Herb around the room in a circle. He asked, "What is this?" The being explained that this is how the craft operates, on a principle of electrical reversible magnetism. The being then told Herb to come with him and took him back to where they entered the craft. A glass sheet came down which the human and non-human stepped on, and the glass sheet elevated them into the second level of the craft. Quote, "It was like red light inside, and this big cone was spinning, and there were all kinds of panels and computers. A conical object was in the center of the room, pulsating with a red glow. Herb was shown a screen on the wall of the craft. One of the beings interacted with a control panel, and an image of a star system appeared. This is where we're from, Watchman." Herb stared at the map of a sun and 6 planets. The being said that they were from a nearby galaxy, but never said anything more. He also told Herb that these beings had been observing humans for a long time. He said that his race came to Earth to harvest electricity. The alien turned to another of his kind. The other being began pressing some buttons. "Watch, Watchman." An antenna on the outside of the craft aimed at a power unit and emitted a bolt of energy. The energy bolt was a color totally unknown to Herb. He says he can't even describe it. After 3 minutes, the strange bolt dissipated. The being turned back to Herb, and he felt, quote, "an awful lot of roll of input of words, which he couldn't understand." The being reached up and touched Herb's shoulder, and Herb did the same to the non-human. He later recalled being shocked that the being felt so real. They then went to the 3rd level of the craft, the observation deck. Herb saw some sort of window with control panels in front of it, with what looked like better dentist chairs facing the window. Quote, "They have been observing us for a long period of time, and they think that if they slowly put out reports and have their contacts state the truth, it will help them." He is explaining to a certain extent that they want to puzzle people. They know that they are being seen too frequently, and they are trying to confuse the public's mind. He is telling me that they want everyone to believe some in them, so we will be open to their invasion. Schirmer later explained that by invasion, he meant it would be the showing of themselves completely. not a hostile takeover. They looked outside and saw a being walking around his patrol car. Schirmer's guide said something he was unable to comprehend before pointing at the stars. The being then said, "Watchman, one day you yourself will see the universe as I have." The being then led the officer back to his patrol car as the entity which was outside boarded the craft. Schirmer looked at his guide and felt as if something was being downloaded to his consciousness, an input he couldn't comprehend. His guide lifted his hand to make a sort of gesture to Schirmer before returning to the craft and floating inside. The object began flashing before a red-orange glow came from underneath the object as it rose 100 feet in the air before ascending rapidly until it was out of sight. After the object's departure, feeling returned to Schirmer. While he was aboard the object, he had, quote, hardly no feeling at all. Now his body was tingling, he was hot, perspiring, and he felt nauseated. He got back into his car and headed for the police station at a high rate of speed. He tried to radio the sheriff's office, but the radio was dead. After a battery of psychological tests and evaluations, the investigators were forced to admit, quote, with aggression, his reality testing is marginal to good, and in view of other things, often surprisingly good. Condon investigator Roy Craig stated, the patrolman seemed quite sincere in presenting his report. Psychologist Leo Sprinkle stated, Sergeant Schirmer gave the appearance of being pleasant and cooperative. Despite this, Schirmer's encounter was dismissed by the Condon study. Further details emerged during Schirmer's second hypnosis session, including drawings of the entities and crafts which were created under hypnosis. According to author Brad Steiger, something strange happened to Herb during the hypnosis. We asked him to make certain sketches and so forth, and then all of a sudden, the controls seemed to slip away instantly. I guess I shouldn't say slip away. It was an abrupt kind of thing, and he began to speak as though he were one of the occupants, and said he would be, from time to time, returning in one way or another to keep tabs on Herb. Either it's a case of extreme identification or some sign of hypnotic contact that we seem to uncover as we probe deeper and deeper into the unconscious. Dr. Sprinkle stated, in a few cases, the UFO witness claimed to experience mental communication with UFO occupants at the moment of the interview. I have no way of knowing whether the claim is true or whether the observer had been programmed to experience such a feeling when hypnotic time regression procedures were followed. However, to the person, the experience was real. Schirmer himself would later say, I should have probably asked some questions, but when that kind of thing happens, you just listen. I'm not even certain they are from the places they said. This might be something to throw us off guard. Schirmer's description of the interior of the UFO differs greatly from the common description given by experiencers, abductees, and alleged witnesses to crashed or landed UFOs retrieved by the powers that be. This case is incredibly bizarre. Brad Steiger himself admitted that this was not the most convincing abduction case. Perhaps it was a bit too strange, even for him. That said, there are numerous similarities with other cases. The beings paralyzing the witness, the presence of the box-like object carried by the beings, the bizarre statements made by the entities. This absurdity has been well documented by Jacques Vallée. The destruction of Herb's personal life mirrors many other close encounter witnesses whose reputations were tarnished by the experience. I previously discussed Sheriff Dale Sporer, whose life was upended after engaging in a high-speed chase after a UAP with multiple other independent officers, even across state lines. Though he was far from the only witness, he was focused on by the media, and his life was ruined, much like Schirmer's. The beings described by Schirmer are not typical, not your typical gray alien, but there is some precedent for similar humanoids in the close encounter literature. The UFO abductions of Filiberto Cardenas stand out from the majority of abduction cases. Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Stevens, who investigated this case, stated that this case is an important contribution to the body of UFO literature, because this may be the first case on record where the original abductee was able to successfully introduce another person into the contact events and to actually take them aboard an alien spacecraft with him. This case also received the attention of Dr. J. Allen Hynek. The main witness, Filiberto, was a Cuban exile living in Hialeah, Florida, with his wife Iris and their kids. He was the owner of a successful gift shop. However, after his encounter, he would sell his business to pursue the UFO topic, forever changed by his abduction experience. On the evening of January 3, 1979, Filiberto was in his gift shop when he received a phone call from his friend Fernando Marti. Fernando asked if he would come with him to a farm, as he was looking to buy a pig and would like Filiberto's help with transporting it. Soon, his friend Fernando, his wife, and their daughter arrived at Filiberto's gift shop. Together, they rode in Filiberto's vehicle, but Fernando took the wheel because Filiberto was exhausted. They visited merchants at 2 farms, but they were unable to locate a pig. Defeated, they were on their way back home, returning to Highway Route 27, when all of the vehicle's lights went out and the engine stalled. The vehicle came to a halt. Fernando tried to restart the car, but the engine appeared to be dead, so the men got out to check the engine. Fernando, who was a mechanic, had no idea why the car was unable to run. He could see nothing wrong with it. While looking under the hood of the car, they heard a strange buzzing noise, as if they were surrounded by many thousands of bees, Filiberto would later say. A beam of light shone down from a strange craft hovering in the sky, illuminating Filiberto and the exposed engine of his vehicle. The buzzing sound and the strange lights magnified simultaneously. The car itself began shaking, with Mrs. Marti and her daughter still inside. Mrs. Marti grabbed her daughter and threw herself over her, shielding her body as they both screamed. Fernando would later state, "At that moment, the engine began to reflect different colors, red, violet, blue, orange, and then a bluish white. I tried to move, but I was paralyzed in position, unable to do anything, even unable to move my arms. I could hear the screams of the women in the car. I looked down and saw that I was suspended in the air and rising. When I was 8 to 10 feet above the car, everything went dark, and I don't remember what happened." Fernando, seeing the bizarre football-shaped object, felt himself become weightless and threw himself over the exposed hood of the car. He held on and watched as Filiberto levitated toward the object. The light disappeared along with Filiberto, and Fernando felt himself go back to normal. He looked up to see a bulky object that ascended and then moved away. Fernando would later state, "I would find it hard to believe if I read about it in a newspaper, but I was there with my wife and daughter. We were all terrified by the light and the noise. When it ended, Filiberto had vanished." Fernando quickly got back inside the car, but it took several tries to get the engine to run, and even then it was very weak, as if it were out of gasoline. Fernando quickly drove to the highway, looking for somewhere he could call the police, and along the way, the engine began running smoothly again. He was scared that the police wouldn't believe him, or worse, that he would be accused of kidnapping Filiberto, but still headed to the nearest gas station to call. After reporting the incident to the police, he then called Filiberto's wife, Iris, who cried on the phone as he struggled to explain what happened to her husband, given that he couldn't comprehend it himself. He said, "A light took Filiberto away." Alien abduction was the farthest thing from Iris's mind when Fernando told her that a light took Filiberto away. She thought that he was trying to tell her that they ran a red light and had a car accident, injuring her husband. As Fernando reached the city, he saw a patrol car and stopped to tell the police sergeant about the abduction. The police then contacted Homestead Air Force Base, who sent an aircraft to investigate the abduction site. Iris began driving, looking for the scene of the supposed accident she thought Filiberto was in. After 2 hours and over 15 miles away, Filiberto began to regain consciousness. In a debilitated state, he couldn't believe what just happened to him. "The next thing I remember is waking up to consciousness on my hands and knees and 2 bright lights rushing at me. I heard brakes screeching and tires skid, and the lights swerved and came to a stop. I was helped from the road by a man taking my collar and leading me off the road. I learned later that this was near 137th Avenue, some 16 miles from where my car stalled. Filiberto seemed to be only half conscious and extremely exhausted. He was sweating profusely as the stranger led him away from the road. This Good Samaritan found a telephone and reported the incident to the police. Patrolman William Christian arrived at the scene and picked Filiberto up. At the time, Filiberto did not dare tell the policeman what he knew for fear of being considered crazy, so he told him he had no idea what happened. He doubted his own memories of what transpired, as UAPs and non-human beings were completely outside of his view of reality. The actual police report states that Fernando and Filiberto's stories corroborate one another, and that the reporter and the witness believe the witness was picked up in a spacecraft. Close Encounter of the Third Kind was written on the police report. Filiberto would later state, "Before this happened, I scoffed at UFOs. Now I know differently." After hearing Filiberto's story, the police wanted him tested for radiation exposure, along with a medical examination. He was taken from the police station to a clinic, where he met with his family. One of the nurses involved in Filiberto's care, who wished to remain anonymous, later stated, "At first I didn't believe it, but later, after carefully observing the patient and hearing the events that had transpired, I am changing my opinion and believe that they are telling the truth. They had some type of experience. What impressed me the most was the daughter. Though she didn't say anything, her face reflected her fear." One of the nurses, speaking to Iris, told her that she came from Puerto Rico, where she heard a report of 2 little girls being abducted. Iris was deeply unnerved by this, seeing as she had children of her own. After seeing the police documents and hearing of Filiberto's abduction from the witnesses, one of the nurses immediately called the doctor. Dr. Fernando Grosso assumed that Filiberto must be a drunk or a drug addict, but as he heard out the witnesses, he began to suspect they were telling the truth. He noted the unmistakable fear on their faces. I looked at them and asked, "Are you telling me the truth, or is this all a big lie?" But each one had the same story, so I came to the conclusion that it was not a lie. From the beginning, Filiberto had been telling me that he felt bad. Then I took his blood pressure and it was normal. I noticed 3 superficial abrasions and burns, one in the middle of his forehead, and the others on the sides. He was weak, and he said his legs felt very much unstable. I noted that he was a little nervous and excited. The Marti family seemed to have calmed down now. Mirta Marti told me about something like a light, very bright, that enveloped them as she screamed to Fernando and Filiberto. His medical records showed that he complained of pains in both knees and out-of-focus vision in the last hour. 108 small pricks were found all over his body. An abrasion was found on his forehead, and a yellow lesion on his right shoulder. For days following the incident, Filiberto dealt with various odd symptoms. His shoulders, face, and chest burned. He had pain in his eyes, and they were incredibly sensitive to light, so much so that he couldn't go outside in daylight. Even after a week in seclusion, his eyes were still afflicted. He was excessively thirsty and profusely sweating. His body odor smelled like sulfur. He experienced temporary memory problems, hot and cold flashes. His urine was reportedly a very dark yellow-brown and had a very bad odor. In the doctor's opinion, quote, "I do not think it is a fraud." They were sent here by the police, suggesting that they be tested for radioactivity. Since I could not do the test, I sent them to Jackson Memorial Hospital. The witnesses drove to Jackson Memorial, which also lacked the equipment to test Filiberto's radiation exposure. Homestead Air Force Base was contacted, and they sent an expert to test Filiberto. While waiting for the Air Force expert to arrive, the witnesses were sitting in a waiting room when they were informed that the hospital was getting calls seeking information about the abduction. Even some radio stations were calling. Filiberto refused to speak to any of them. Eventually, the Air Force personnel arrived and conducted Filiberto's radiation exposure test. He told them that he did not detect any radioactivity on Filiberto's body, but that doesn't rule out the possibility that Filiberto was exposed, because oftentimes the reaction appears days later. The hospital wanted Filiberto to stay several days so he could be monitored, but he refused. He just wanted to go home. The hospital asked Filiberto to inform them immediately if he felt anything abnormal. When Filiberto arrived home, he was swarmed by reporters. The surprise I received upon arriving home was greater than the surprise of what had happened to me. The lights of the television crews hurt my eyes. I was trapped in my house. The day after the encounter, Dr. Virgilio Sanchez, an attorney and UFO investigator, began looking into Filiberto's case. Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Stevens and Dr. Sanchez would later publish a book on the case, UFO Abduction from Undersea. From 1979 until 1982, we studied an abduction case which required a staggering amount of work to complete. After careful review, we were convinced that a UFO contact and abduction had taken place. The case was investigated by a special team of professionals, including engineers, doctors, a psychologist, a neurologist, and a professional hypnotist. It also received the special attention of the late Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who maintained contact and advised us at difficult moments when we needed his cooperation. The witness was found to be perfectly normal in every respect, except for the body marks, skin abrasions, and systemic dysfunctions resulting directly from the UFO contact. On January 18th, a little over 2 weeks after Filiberto's abduction, Dr. Sanchez received a phone call from Filiberto telling him that he must come quick because something strange just happened. That evening, Filiberto's family was enjoying a visit from 2 of their friends. Their friends sat in the sunroom as Iris and her daughter were in a different room, and Filiberto was outside grilling. In mid-conversation, the couple happened to catch a glimpse of a strange figure darting across the room just 10 feet away. It appeared to be in mid-flight and disappeared into the hallway. When Iris and Filiberto came back, the witnesses told them not to be scared, but explained the strange apparition they just saw. They described it as a tall figure without a definitive body. It was all white, and looked to possibly be wearing some sort of fabric, like a cape. They could not see its feet, but it did not appear to be walking at all. Instead, it floated. When the witness stood where they saw the apparition, they felt very cold, and their hair stood on end. Everyone present, including the investigators, felt the same sensations when standing in that spot. This is another common pattern among paranormal experiences. On January 27th, Filiberto was hypnotized for the first time by Dr. Jose Yedra, who had never dealt with an abduction case before. At one point, he poked Filiberto with a needle to ensure he was fully hypnotized, and not a single muscle on Filiberto's face moved. Despite this, during questioning, the hypnotherapist was met with resistance time and time again by Filiberto, who refused to answer certain questions because they ordered him not to yet. They wanted him to wait exactly 3 months because they were going to abduct 7 more people, and others would have experiences exactly 3 months later. Dr. Sanchez writes that he documented an abduction case in Brazil exactly 3 months after Filiberto's experience. Once regressed, he found himself after he was taken by the light. Filiberto was unable to move, paralyzed in a strange seat by an unknown force which seemed to suction him to the spot. He began scanning his surroundings, and it appeared that he was in a small room with 3 odd human-like figures at his side. They were of small stature, a little smaller than Filiberto, and they were dressed in very tight-fitted bluish-white one-piece suits, which left only an aperture for their faces. Their faces were very similar to humans, but their eyes were elongated. Their noses smaller and flatter than ours, and they had long, nearly lipless mouths. They seemed to wear a sort of apparatus on their right ear with an antenna. 2 looked very similar to humans. Filiberto noted that they seemed alive. The third being, though humanoid in form, looked to Filiberto more like a robot. One of the beings approached, holding a strange helmet in his hands, which was placed on Filiberto's head. It felt as if the helmet were full of small needles that reached down to his shoulders. These beings began speaking to Filiberto in a language which sounded like German. They realized that Filiberto didn't understand them, and the speaker rotated a button on the side of his chest and began speaking English and then Spanish, which Filiberto could understand. The other beings seemed to be testing his body, possibly causing the 108 tiny pricks later found during the medical examination. The helmet was removed, and Filiberto was locked inside another chamber with no windows. After some time, he felt a familiar weightless feeling, as if he was flying in the air. Soon, the door was opened, and the three beings led Filiberto into a larger room. The walls were very bright, and reminded Filiberto of some kind of lucite material or transparent resin acrylic. He had the sense that this was some sort of control room. This is where Filiberto allegedly met a taller being sitting on a throne-like chair. He appeared to be the leader of these beings. The leader wore a cape and an odd necklace with a triangular stone which rotated in multiple directions. The bright light from the wall obscured Filiberto's vision enough that he couldn't discern the entity's face. He began speaking to Filiberto in Spanish. Filiberto felt telepathic input directly to his mind. He received feelings, thoughts, and knowledge. The being told Filiberto of the superior energy of the reproductive organs, which is a concept found in many religious, spiritual, and occult circles. He also told Filiberto of the need for a new religion where man sees God inside himself. He told Filiberto that his race was thousands of years more advanced than the human race. The leader appeared to use equipment on his chair to project moving images like holograms, which Filiberto compared to looking out a window. He showed Filiberto scenes of the past, present, and future. He was given several predictions during this time, which I will discuss later. Following this, Filiberto was taken to another chamber, and the beings placed him in a chair that suctioned him down and immobilized him. He soon realized that this room was a smaller craft that departed what he assumed to be a mothership. He could see outside of the craft through a porthole and watched as a beach came into view. The water was deep blue, the beach itself was narrow, and reddish-purple rocks rose steeply from the sand. The craft hovered at the base of a high mountain. Filiberto could see numerous large rocks, vegetation, and what he called a small horse, which he later recognized as a llama. One of the beings got out of the craft and aimed a tool which Filiberto compared to a flashlight at a large rock, which parted to reveal an extremely large cavern devoid of water. Filiberto found it strange that he could see no stalactites or stalagmites. He scanned the cavern and noticed two serpent symbols made of stone. In Filiberto's words, one was as large as an electric light pole. The other symbol was similar, but smaller. The beings took Filiberto into the cavern and made him sit next to a rock before forcing him to drink a liquid that tasted like honey, telling him it was for his own nourishment. Shortly after drinking the liquid, Filiberto struggled to breathe and felt pressure on his chest. Filiberto then watched as the beings opened an enormous door and a group of people came out. He was feeling overwhelmed by strange sensations and odors when someone spoke to him, "Welcome." What appeared to be a fellow human spoke to Filiberto in Spanish. During hypnosis, Filiberto referred to him as the Chilean, although he did not know this for sure. He told Filiberto that he was from Earth and had been for some time working with the entities. He said that Filiberto should be happy because he was going to receive some instructions from a human being like us. This human then projected images into Filiberto's mind, showing him all the ways he could frighten him. Soon, Filiberto was taken through another door and came out onto the street of what looked like an underground city. They crossed the street and entered a small building, where Filiberto was fully paralyzed and placed on a table. He saw his clothes floating against the wall and realized that he was naked. He was aware of entities moving around him, acting with purpose. The beings shined a light into his eyes and examined him with various instruments. they put an instrument into his ear. They later told him that they implanted a device which they could use to communicate with him in the future. Mechanical arms fitted with strange instruments emerged from the walls, continuing to perform tests on him and extract biological samples. Once the examination was complete, Filiberto was able to move and got dressed. He was taken down a corridor into a room which was either the same or very similar to the control room of the mothership. He showed Filiberto a reflection in the floor of 3 triangles or pyramids united by a halo of fine light. He explained, "Those are the controls that we have here in the Earth. One in the Pacific Ocean, where we are now, another in the Atlantic Ocean, and the other deep in the Earth." Filiberto was then taken to another room and put to sleep by the entity, placing its hand on his shoulder. After he was awakened, he was taken into yet another room where he was shown a book filled with photographs of different locations. Unfortunately, no details were given as to what the images were. The entity then forced Filiberto to swallow something like pills. Filiberto was made to believe that this experience lasted 18 months. He felt like he was losing his mind. They passed to another room where there were 2 individuals who looked like Earth people. Finally, he was taken into a large, open room with a huge craft in a vertical position like our big rockets. He was taken inside the craft where he encountered 3 more entities that immobilized him and forced him to sit down. The craft departed, and soon Filiberto was let out of the object. The entities again forced his mouth open and made him drink something which made him feel ill. The UFO took off vertically and disappeared. Filiberto was disoriented and would soon find himself crawling along the highway. He was left with the feeling that something was implanted into his body, a device which would allow communication with the beings. Following the hypnosis session, Dr. Sanchez, his wife, Maria Elena, and another investigator, Mario Rodriguez, were sitting in the living room of Filiberto's home when Maria and Mario suddenly covered their ears and screamed in pain. They were rocking back and forth, their heads nearly slamming into their knees. No one else knew what was afflicting the 2 of them. Maria and Mario both described hearing a whistling sound that caused intense pain in their ears. This reminded them that during the previous hypnosis session, Filiberto said that 2 people, a man and a woman, would soon receive proof of his experience. From that point on, Maria and Mario began experiencing psychic phenomena, such as telepathy. This was especially evident in Maria, who would later state, "This is not only an experience of other people, because we have lived it for ourselves." The same night, as Dr. Sanchez and his wife were driving home, on a whim, Maria suggested that they visit the site of Filiberto's abduction. Dr. Sanchez thought this was strange, but agreed and drove to the abduction site. There they sat and watched the sky for nearly an hour before heading home. They were barely home for a few minutes when they received a call from Filiberto, asking them, "Where were you? What did you do in the place where they found me?" There was no explanation as to how Filiberto could have possibly known this. According to Dr. Sanchez, what he called a triangle of contact formed between Filiberto, Mario, and Maria as more of these telepathic experiences continued. Dr. Sanchez witnessed these experiences and stated that it was easy verification of these events in his eyes. On several occasions, Maria was allegedly given messages after hearing the same whistling sound. The messages would tell her to go to certain locations, and almost always they arrived to find that Filiberto was already there, waiting for them. Another day, Mario and Filiberto called Dr. Sanchez to report that they both heard the sound again at the same time. Though Dr. Sanchez considered the triangle of contact to be easy verification of Filiberto's experience, he also stated, "Nothing in particular happened that would make one think that this was motivated by the extraterrestrial. Had Filiberto's experience unlocked some sort of telepathic capability?" The strange happenings didn't end there. On February 19th, Maria found a missed call from Filiberto. Dr. Sanchez wasn't home, so Maria called him back and Filiberto told her that they gave him permission to bring Maria and the others to the abduction site. He also conveyed another message from the beings, that Maria was selected for something, and that one of her daughters would also be selected. Generational contact is well known among abduction researchers. Filiberto told her that she should meet the extraterrestrials. As soon as the conversation ended, Maria's phone rang again. This time it was Mario. Maria told him about the conversation she just had with Filiberto, and they decided to meet and discuss everything. Mario, Dr. Sanchez, and Maria sat discussing the events of the abduction and what Filiberto told Maria when the phone rang yet again. It was Filiberto, and he told them it was time to go to the abduction site. Maria became nervous, frightened by the possibility of making contact with these non-human beings. Quote, Mario and Virgilio began to give me instructions about what could happen or could not happen in case there was a contact and they took me. They didn't want to frighten me and tried to analyze everything from a logical point of view, though none of us allowed any assurance of contact. They met at Filiberto's house and were joined by parapsychologist Patricia Haynes. Together, they piled in Filiberto's car and drove to the abduction site. At one point, Filiberto pointed out a cross painted on the ground by surveyors tracing a curve at the end of the road. Maria stood on that spot and closed her eyes. She focused on asking the beings to make their presence known. The witnesses felt the wind pick up drastically, and Filiberto saw Maria levitate 10 inches off the ground. Patricia was frightened by this and jumped away from Maria. Soon, Maria's feet returned to the ground, and she began to feel nauseous. Filiberto decided they should leave, as it seemed that the beings were not going to appear. Maria protested this, saying that they should wait, that now is when the beings may show themselves, but Filiberto insisted. Maria had a strong sense that something was about to happen as they got back into Filiberto's car. As they began driving away, Maria saw 8 pairs of glowing eyes looking back at her from the brush. She was too frightened to say anything to the others at the time. However, shortly after they returned to Filiberto's house, he pulled Maria aside and asked her if she saw anything. She was still frightened and denied it at first. Filiberto asked if she was telling the truth because he too saw the eyes. Of Maria's experiences, Dr. Sanchez would state, "Since she is my wife, these experiences put me in a delicate position. I don't want any of the investigation group to think that I am involved in a farce and that my wife is also involved. For my part, I cannot think that my wife would fool me, and the same for Mario Rodriguez, who for many years has investigated the UFO phenomenon as Uruguayan representative for MUFON, an important and serious organization here in the United States. The only one who could have prepared a farce was Filiberto, whom we have known only for a few days, but it all seems to indicate with witnesses, doctor statements, and police reports that he has in truth suffered an experience. I lived those moments at a time when I was pressured by friends who insisted that I should not follow this case, with the objective of assuring myself that it was all a lie, that it could not be true. They obliged me continually to proceed seeking the help of international research groups to work together with us in examining the accounts. If the circumstances began to involve me also, as I hoped, there would still be other investigators to take over the investigation immediately, and I would pass over to be a new witness in this case. I always felt that the investigator should not in any way become involved in the circumstances of the case. He should remain outside the case in order to be able to make rational deductions based on the evidence without being unduly influenced. The fact that my wife, Maria Elena, was now involved in this case could endanger my position as an impartial investigator. But at the same time, I felt that her inclusion would give me an opportunity to live, together with her, the experience itself, taking the investigation to a level of understanding that justified our inquiry on this basis. 50 days after Filiberto's abduction, he and his wife Iris were up all night and into the morning, unable to sleep. They chose to go for a drive around 3 a.m. Filiberto felt compelled to drive back to the site of his abduction when they realized that they weren't alone. Iris was the first to notice that a top-shaped UAP appeared in the sky behind them. Iris stated, "The UFO appeared from behind us as we stood there. It made a turn at about 60 to 80 feet altitude above our heads, descended, and hovered about a foot above the ground. We could hear a sound that didn't seem like it should be coming from a ship this large. We could see that the ship had 2 levels or stories, the smaller level under the larger one." Filiberto stated, "Iris saw the ship arrive. She took out a cigarette and lit it very naturally. I told her I didn't think she should do that because they might not like it. Then she did not know what to do with the cigarette. In comparison, I would say that the ship was a little larger than a truck." Filiberto and Iris, transfixed by the object, watched it land. A hatch opened on the craft, and a ramp made contact with the ground. Iris and Filiberto walked up the ramp and passed directly through a transparent material like glass. Iris stated, "It was like a window of crystal, which upon passing through, we felt a distinct atmosphere, almost like we were out of this world. I felt myself floating. I felt like my body was weightless. My thoughts and ideas were of great intensity." As they entered the craft, Iris noticed a strange sound that she compared to parrots, a great number of parrots. I could hear them perfectly, but I could not see them. They must have had several cages for them in this ship. The couple then saw the same beings that abducted Filiberto the first time. They were dressed in a suit of very special brilliance. It was the color of silver and reflected the lights around them. They were not very tall. They were shorter than Filiberto and were lightweight. I saw 4 of them. One was a woman. I was aware of this because of the form of her tightly fitted suit. The suit covered her whole body, hands and feet, leaving only an aperture for the face. It came down and covered half of the forehead. The face was normal, much like ours, but the eyes were elongated and had eyelashes like ours. I could not see the eyebrows. Either they were covered by the suit or they did not have any. The nose was smaller and a little flattened. The mouth was larger and long without having much lip, or rather the lip was quite fine. On the suit, on the right breast, they had an emblem made up of a serpent in the form of an S, or maybe more like a Z with rounded corners, with a wide X-shaped cross lying down underneath. I could not see their hands because they were covered by the suit, extending over the fingers like a glove. Shortly after entering, Filiberto was separated from Iris and taken into an upper level of the ship. Iris was kept on the lower level and conversed with one of the beings for the duration of the couple's shared experience, roughly 20 minutes. Iris described how the beings seemed to pay a great deal of attention to her painted nails. They sneezed constantly, which they later explained was caused by the presence of human beings, so I guess they were allergic. Quote, "There was only one that spoke to me. He communicated mentally because I could not hear his voice. He spoke very delicately to me. I felt good with them. They did not frighten me. It seemed like I was floating and I felt very tranquil. Instead of feeling afraid and wanting to run, I, on the contrary, felt peace and tranquility." The being spoke into Iris's mind, "Be calm, nothing is going to happen to you." At one point, Iris asked the beings if they were the ones who abducted the 2 little girls from Puerto Rico, the abduction she heard about from the nurse. The beings denied this, which put any remaining apprehension at ease. Quote, "At one point, I asked the one who talked to me if he would let me touch him. I was like St. Thomas, wanting to see for myself before believing, and I wanted to touch him. He said to me yes, that I could. He raised his right arm, and I could see that he had a body under the suit. The suit material seemed to have a soft, scaly texture. In the lower level of the ship, where I stayed the whole time, there was a small cabin full of televisions in rows. Note that Iris would later describe these televisions as being more three-dimensional than a normal television. One alongside another, many in double banks. There was a narrow seat with a high back, as if it were for the captain of the ship. It was very prominently placed. This seat rotated. There was another seat in which nobody was sitting, and they seated me there. On that floor around me were small lights. When I sat down, I observed the lights around my seat, which began to brighten in different colors. The white light, to which we had become accustomed, went out, and I couldn't see it anymore. The lights were clear and brightly transparent, such as nothing that we have here. The floor was made of a very strange material. It was not plastic, but was a smooth, flat material, completely unknown to us. The walls were completely covered with machines and television pictures like windows. The entities walked very rapidly there inside the ship. You would see them here, and then almost immediately they would go over there. In the conversation that I carried on, he talked of love, universal love. He told me much about universal love. He said that they came on a mission to Earth, and that they selected people for contact at random. This person was subjected to a series of tests. If that person felt love toward them, then they often continued the contact. But if on the contrary, they did not feel any love, they did not contact them again. The beings stressed to Iris the importance of the power of the mind, which has largely gone uncultivated on Earth. As I said, Filiberto was separated from his wife and taken to the upper level of the ship, where he conversed with other beings. Quote, I cannot repeat all that they told me aboard the ship, but they reaffirmed that they came to planet Earth to aid us in all they could, and very especially in all that related to health. They ratified their universal love concept. They do not come to endanger nor conquer us, nor do they want to be recognized as saints or saviors. This has happened before. They say that they are beings of other dimensions, of other worlds, but that they are not gods, and that they do not want to be considered such. They do not want to be attacked. Filiberto was told that there exist other planets much more advanced than the Earth, and that in 1993, the Earth will make contact with other planets. Eventually, Iris and Filiberto were let out of the object. Once they made it back home, they were completely exhausted. Filiberto called Dr. Sanchez and briefly explained what happened and said he would call back at 10 a.m. Allegedly, the beings told him not to fully divulge his experience until then. A few hours later, Dr. Sanchez was contacted by Manuel Rodriguez, an investigator for the Miami UFO Center, who said he was receiving calls from witnesses to a UFO at the Miami International Airport the same morning. The witnesses claimed to observe a mothership and multiple smaller objects, all of which were disc-shaped. According to Wendell Stevens, the witnesses said that multiple passengers boarding flights witnessed the objects, as did other airport employees. Dr. Sanchez got into contact with multiple airport employees who claimed to have witnessed the object. One of the witnesses, Julie Rodriguez, described the object as a large round thing like a plate, very well illuminated. Ricardo Sanchez described the disc as round and had like 3 lights, one very white, one yellow, and the other one also white, but more opaque than the first one. Or you could say that it had one white light that shone brighter than the other, and also a yellow one. At the sides of the ship, one could see the other 2 ships, a bit smaller. They had only 1 light each. It looked like one object with 2 more alongside it. The bright white light in the center was fixed, but the yellow and the more opaque one pulsated. Our supervisor, Harold, was also with us, and he too was there looking. There were 5 or 6 of us there. Based on the witness testimony, the researchers realized that the airport witnesses saw UFOs in the same place where Iris and Filiberto's abduction took place only hours earlier. The researchers felt that these 2 sightings by independent parties verified one another, at least to an extent. Though I will say, in my own efforts, I've been unable to find any outside sources discussing this mass sighting at the Miami airport. On December 6, 1985, Filiberto claimed that he was abducted for the 3rd time and carried to the same base under the ocean, though unfortunately, very few details were given this time. On March 30, 1986, he underwent hypnotic regression once again, this time with a different team. Dr. Sanchez stated, "It was like renting the same video movie 6 years later and playing it back and forward, trying to find a gap. At one point during this session, they had Filiberto relive the moment in which the entities put the helmet full of needles on him. At that moment, Filiberto opened his eyes and began screaming. He jumped up and knocked the hypnotist off her seat. Dr. Sanchez grabbed Filiberto and asked him to calm down and to wake up. Experiencers of close encounters of the third and fourth kind are sometimes known to be given predictions or that they are shown visions of future events. Sometimes these predictions fall flat, such as the assertion that the Earth would make open contact with other planets in 1993, and that the major population centers of California would collapse into the ocean. However, some of the other predictions seem to have been very accurate. Filiberto was shown a city that he thought was going to be destroyed, the capital of Mexico, and although the city was not destroyed, around the end of 1985, there was a disastrous earthquake that destroyed part of Mexico City. The event caused the deaths of at least 5,000 people and between $3 and $5 billion in damage. The city suffered major damage, and so did the greater Mexico City area, due to the large magnitude of the earthquake and the ancient lake bed below the city. Filiberto predicted that the husband of an actress could become president of the United States. Again, this is before Ronald Reagan's presidency. Both Ronald and Nancy Reagan were former film stars. In another prediction, Filiberto stated, "The government of Egypt in a short time will lose its leader. It will lose its government and there will be great disasters throughout its territories. It could put this whole planet in peril of being disintegrated by a war of great consequences. This could occur before the end of 1981. On October 6, 1981, the president of Egypt was assassinated during a military parade. Quote, "They want to avoid all this, and this year there is a great conspiracy against the government of Israel. At the same time, there is a great conspiracy between the people that control energy in Kuwait and also in Arabia, where they have petroleum energy. All those governments will disappear." Kuwait was lost during a military struggle to Iraq in August of 1990. Really, it's up to you whether or not you believe that Filiberto's predictions came true, or was he just lucky? There are many elements of these reports, as bizarre as they are, that show up in many other reports. The behavior of the UAP during the first abduction, the electromagnetic effect on the witnesses' vehicles, the temporary paralysis, and the intense heat reported by the witnesses echoes many other reports, some famous cases such as the Cash Landrum incident. The U.S. government's research into UAP, as well as Dr. Gary Nolan and CIA Dr. Kit Green, have cataloged many anomalous health incidents wherein it appears that individuals have suffered radiation burns from close proximity to UAP. The buzzing noise reported by Schirmer and Filiberto is also commonly reported during UFO and psychic phenomena, such as the awakening of the Kundalini and religious visitations such as the miracle of Fatima. Exactly what sort of relationship exists between these sorts of events remains unclear. The small beings, often described as childlike, which answer to a taller authority figure, is also common, and so is the telepathic contact with the entities. We also know that UAP are known to have a connection with water. One of the ATIP program's 6 observables of true anomalous UFOs is transmedium movement, meaning that the craft is able to operate seamlessly in air, water, and space. Filiberto described witnessing the objects seamlessly operating in the sky before traveling underwater. Filiberto even seems to describe a sort of bubble around the object, which prevented the craft from directly interacting with the water. It's largely speculated that many UAP operate using a sort of anti-gravity bubble around the object. As for Filiberto's claims of an underwater, non-human base of operations, this is also claimed by other experiencers, such as Betty Andresen, whose experience was not published at the time Filiberto came forward. According to Jacques Vallée, even the Brazilian Air Force and Navy intelligence at one time believed that actual underwater UFO bases might exist between the mouth of the Amazon and the São Luís area. It's also a pattern among these types of close encounters for the entities to force the witness to eat or drink something. This element is found in many modern encounters with strange beings, aliens, and men in black, as well as medieval fairy lore. There's an entire book covering this phenomena called A Trojan Feast, The Food and Drink Offerings of Aliens, Fairies, and Sasquatch by Joshua Cutchin. Could it be possible that these beings, whatever they were, drugged Filiberto, inducing an altered state of consciousness? Another one of ATIP's observables, biological effects caused by the encounter, which were experienced by Filiberto and documented by medical staff, are also very common in the close encounter literature. The declassified Defense Intelligence Agency document, Anomalous Acute and Subacute Field Effects on Human Biological Tissue, goes into gruesome details of some of these injuries caused by advanced aerospace vehicles. Many of the injuries caused by UAP described in this document reflect what Filiberto suffered. The erythema caused by exposure to radiation, as well as the burns and extreme sensitivity to the eyes, is also discussed. The DIA document theorizes that many of these injuries suffered by close encounter witnesses are caused by exposure to ionizing and non-ionizing radiation from exposure caused by contact with the exotic fields used by these advanced aerospace systems, or flying saucers. Civilian researchers have long chronicled these types of injuries. The photophobia, or extreme sensitivity of the eyes, has been well recorded in many close encounters. It has been written about by many authors and researchers, perhaps most notably John Keel, who experienced these burns to the eyes himself after witnessing the landing of a saucer during his investigations into the Point Pleasant UFO wave of 1966 and 67. It always greatly strengthens abduction and contact reports when there are multiple witnesses. 3 others witnessed the UAP that first abducted Filiberto, and his wife was also later abducted with him. As I said, this is one of, if not the only case, wherein an abductee brings a new witness, his own wife, into a subsequent abduction experience. The beings described by Schirmer, Filiberto, and Iris are not the typical gray alien, mantis, or Nordic being, but there is some precedent for similar humanoids. During a sudden power outage in Marianaland, Sweden, on September 29, 1959, Gideon Johansson and his son were outside when they noticed a bright white light descending towards them. As it got closer, they realized it was a domed, oval-shaped object, which broke through the top of a maple tree during its descent and stopped only 10 feet from Gideon and his son. They could see a window on the front of the object, surrounded by rivets. Inside, they could see 2 small, seated humanoids, much like the captors of Schirmer and Filiberto. They had large eyes, pointed chins, and each one had an earphone in one ear. After 2 minutes, the object took off in a flash with a gust of air. Gideon suffered effects to his health similar to what Filiberto experienced. The maple tree which the object made contact with soon after died, and a strange glassy deposit was reportedly found in the area. On February 3, 1994, in Ancona, Italy, at 9 a.m., a Mr. Giolo and 5 other witnesses saw a strange humanoid walking along a rocky shore. It appeared to be just under 5 feet tall and wore a tight-fitting, black suit which covered its entire body, including its unusually long feet. The face was described as elongated, with 2 huge round eyes that had round, black pupils. The being appeared to be wearing earphones and a helmet with an antenna protruding from one side. They watched as the being staggered across the shore for 10 minutes before it slowly rose up and levitated into the air before vanishing. In my opinion, the abduction phenomena is fascinating, no matter what the root cause actually is, or whether the events described happened as the witness remembers. The winged serpent symbol, present in both of these cases, is very intriguing to me. The beings wore this symbol on their uniforms, and Filiberto described similar symbols inside the underwater base. At MIT's June 1992 Abduction Study Conference, one woman, going by the pseudonym Amy, described 2 strange, oddly realistic, and tangible dreams, which she later connected to her UFO abduction experiences. On the morning of August 23, 1988, she dreamed that she was abducted and taken aboard a UFO. Through a porthole on the object, she could see that the object was navigating to a small, otherworldly island with a ruddy orange-brown forest. She witnessed a creature so bizarre I can't describe it. It looked like a mammal, but it also seemed to have wings. The being actually appeared to be benevolent and communicated with the witness telepathically. The witness and the creature went to a clearing where she saw 3 other beings. One was a hideous, bovine, reptilian-seeming mix-up, and 2 very large snakes. She then saw what appeared to be another human being, a man who appeared to be in an altered state of consciousness, as if he were hypnotized or dazed. The winged telepathic mammal led the 2 humans back to the UFO, which took off into the sky. Soon after, Amy remembered being returned to her bed. She doubted that this bizarre experience was a dream because nothing present turned into anything else, and the storyline didn't shift when things got boring. I didn't wake up when I was most frightened. The other dream took place in another unearthly landscape, but this time there were no bizarre entities. Instead, there were other humans. Shockingly, Amy claimed that she later met the same people from this dream in her waking life, and they too recalled this bizarre experience. Amy stated that her dreams, linearity of motion, their physical integrity, and independent confirmation by people I never knew were attributes that compelled me to give them a level of reality ranking over dreams. The winged serpent is not an alien symbol, but actually very recognizable, an ancient symbol found across the earth. In the Old World, it was known to the Greeks and the Hindus, and in the New World it was known by the Aztecs and other cultures. This symbol, too, has shown up rarely in other encounters. According to Albert Rosales' humanoid journals, one night in 1965, near Provo, Utah, a 19-year-old alleged that he was taken from his home into a clear, glassy sphere with a large, black object on the inside. Inside, he met a being which appeared to be the leader, a 6'7" man, as well as a copper-skinned girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. They both wore black uniforms, with serpent motifs on their pockets. According to Timothy Good's book, Unearthly Disclosure, one witness, Enrique Castillo Rincon, was a telecommunications systems engineer who worked for companies in Costa Rica, Colombia, Brazil, and Venezuela. In 1969, he claimed he was taken aboard a UFO, and, on the uniform of one of these occupants, I noticed an emblem in high relief of a winged serpent holding what looked like an egg. In the early 2000s, a London abductee was repeatedly terrorized by a variety of aliens, including mantis-type beings. One of these insectoids had an emblem on its chest, a featureless black serpent on a yellow badge. The symbol was remarkably similar to Schirmer's drawing from 1967. The serpent faced to the left, and its tail was bent 2 or 3 times, the only difference being that this serpent had no wings. Abduction researcher and author Thomas Bullard stated, "The recurrence of the winged serpent or some close approximation, long-necked bird, curved snake, lightning bolt, and insignia reported by abductees is one of the curious consistencies in these reports. The instances are not frequent, maybe 5% or fewer of the cases, but the surprising thing is that alternative forms are so scarce." Winged serpents, or dragons, have been reported and described by cultures around the world. They are notably present in medieval folklore. I discussed some of this dragon phenomena, as Fortean researcher Ted Holliday called it, in my video about Loch Ness. On the May 30th, 1888 issue of the New York Times, there was a story about an alleged sighting of a winged serpent in Darlington County, South Carolina. 3 sisters taking a walk through the woods saw, quote, a huge serpent moving through the air above them. The serpent was distant, only 2 or 3 rods, approximately 35 to 50 feet, when they first beheld it, and was sailing through the air with a speed equal to that of a hawk or a buzzard. but without any visible means of propulsion. Its movements in its flight resembled those of a snake, and it looked like a formidable object as it wound its way along, being apparently 15 feet in length. The girls stood amazed and followed it with their eyes until it was lost to view in the distance. The flying serpent was also seen by a number of people in other parts of the county in the early afternoon of the same day, and by those it is represented as emitting a hissing noise which could be distinctly heard. This is just one of many other reports of such creatures. A wealth of these reports have come out of Southwest Africa, particularly in Namibia. One sighting, which was investigated by police officers as well as zoologists, was reported by a 16-year-old boy, the son of a farmer. The young man was supposed to be herding sheep, but didn't return home later that day. A search party was formed, and eventually he was found unconscious. He was in a state of shock and didn't speak for 3 days. Once he recovered, he reported that while he was resting beneath a tree, he heard a roaring noise like that of a powerful wind. He searched for the source of the noise, and when he looked up, he saw a gigantic snake which appeared to have thrown itself toward the witness from a nearby ridge. As it got closer, the roar magnified. The sheep scattered as the creature landed near the witness and kicked up dust. The creature smelled strongly of burned brass. The witness suddenly fainted out of fear and again was later found by the search party. Police investigating this incident spoke with local farmers who also had encounters with the flying serpent. Police took this event seriously enough to throw dynamite into a crevice where the creature was believed to lurk. After the explosion, a strange, low moaning sound was heard, but no carcass of the creature was ever found. Another sighting occurred in 1978 when a French farmer was tending his cattle in the Karas region, the least densely populated region of Namibia. The farmer realized that a bright white light appeared to be flying directly towards him. He heard a loud thud, followed by one of his cattle groaning in pain. He ran towards his cow when he saw the creature. He would later tell the local police, "I saw what looked like, as the best matching description I can give you is that it looked like a dragon. It had a white, bright light on its head. The color of it was brown and yellow. It had green eyes. There was a tar-like smell coming from it, and it had smoke coming out of its nostrils." The witness met with an artist who created this illustration of the creature. In the 1980s, continuing sightings of the creature were investigated by famous cryptozoologist Roy Mackel, who interviewed many German settlers who witnessed the creature. They described the creature as hairless and serpentine, with a wingspan reaching 30 feet. This is one of the most bizarre, unexplained encounters on record. Was this being an extraterrestrial, interdimensional, ghost, giant, cryptid? A giant man in a bizarre physics-bending suit, or just a hoax? Sam the Sandown Clown became known to us in Volume 6 of the British Unidentified Flying Object Research Association's journal. If you'd like to read it yourself, I've included the link in the description. The high strangeness of this case has created some confusion in the following decades, with important details being left out of most retellings. Our story begins with a man who wishes to remain anonymous, known to us as Mr. Y, in order to protect his identity as well as his daughter's. Tuesday, October 20th, 1970, at roughly 7 p.m., Mr. Y was driving on Seaview, heading to Ryde, on his way to see a friend. As he reached St. Helens, he realized that he was not alone. Hovering silently over the trees to his right was an enormous UFO, shining with multicolored lights. Mr. Y was shocked by the sheer size of the object, as it hovered low over the swamp. He stopped his car and watched the object as it seemed to hover aimlessly over the River Yar. The UFO had a ring of at least 7 lights, each one a clearly defined orb. which Mr. Y said were bright like red cherries, with white and turquoise lights in between. Mr. Y continued driving, and the UFO began to travel parallel to his car. After Mr. Y passed St. Helens, the UFO cut across behind his car and descended slowly. The red spherical lights reduced from 7 to 4 and began to rotate. Mr. Y then stopped his car again and used a flashlight to attempt to signal to the object. This lasted 10 minutes, and as Mr. Y signaled to the UFO, it continued to hover aimlessly, moving backwards and forwards without stopping, still making no noise. Mr. Y then continued on his way. All the while, the UFO continued to follow. Mr. Y's friend came out of his house and he too saw the UFO's red lights, which he described as playing hide and seek among the trees. As Mr. Y continued on, the UFO vanished behind the trees, and the witnesses could no longer see them. Like many witnesses to close encounters, Mr. Y was haunted by the objects in numerous encounters after his first. Occasionally, Mr. Y would see one of the red orbs stalking his car or hovering motionlessly in the sky. He had the unnerving feeling that the objects were observing his movements, watching him. March 1st, 1972. Mr. Y was at Compton Bay, close to the shore, when there was a sudden tidal surge. The waves drove Mr. Y up to the cliffside, where he could see that the surge was caused by a droning, unidentified craft 40 feet away from him, just beneath the surface of the water. Mr. Y was able to see 2 yellow lights on the object, which gave him the feeling of being watched. He stated the lights were, quote, peering up at me like the eyes of some horrible sea monster, unquote. The yellow eyes, as Mr. Y called them, vanished, and the tide began to subside, leaving no trace of the object. There are many commonalities between Mr. Y's experience and many other close encounters with UFOs. For example, the way the UFO seemed to rotate, the multicolored lights, the lack of noise, the seemingly intelligent way in which the craft began to stalk Mr. Y's car. There's also the fact that the vast majority of UFO encounters take place near bodies of water. Mr. Y never told his daughter of his close encounters, which would make his daughter's own experiences all the more bizarre. On a Tuesday, in early May of 1973, Mr. Y's daughter, Faye, a 7-year-old girl, and her friend, a young boy around her age, were playing near Lake Common, Sandown, at around 4 o'clock. Suddenly, the 2 children began to hear an eerie wailing that they could compare only to an ambulance siren. The kids followed the wailing to a swampy meadow near the rarely used Sandown Airport, when suddenly the noise stopped. The children were walking across a wooden bridge over a small river, when suddenly a blue-gloved hand with only 3 fingers appeared from beneath the bridge. They saw that there was a strange figure standing in the river, fumbling with a book, which the being dropped into the water and then splashed around trying to retrieve it. He was 7 feet tall, with no neck. He wore a strange torn outfit, white pants, and a green tunic, with a red collar that connected to his pointed yellow hat. Atop the hat was a black knob with what looked like wooden antennae on both sides. He had 3 digits on each foot, much like his hands. The children watched the figure walk to a metallic windowless hut. This being had a very strange gait, moving in a hopping motion, with its knees raised very high. Being children, they didn't think much of this and wandered off. But soon, the entity returned, carrying a microphone. The wailing resumed, but many orders of magnitude louder, so much so that the boy was frightened and began to run away. The wailing ended, and the being spoke into the microphone. "Hello? Are you still there?" He sounded friendly to the children, so they approached to speak to the being. The being took out his book and wrote in it to communicate with the children. He showed the book to Faye. The words were written out of order, so the being pointed to each word, so Faye could read his message. "Hello, and I am All Colors Sam." The children got closer and found that All Colors Sam could speak without his microphone, although in an unclear, mumbling voice, as if he was not properly opening his mouth. In fact, All Colors Sam's lips never moved when he spoke. His face was paper white, with triangular holes for eyes and a brown square for a nose. Round markings were on his cheeks, and red hair fell onto his forehead. Sam asked the children about themselves. What exactly, we were never given the details. The children then asked Sam about his torn and ripped clothing, and he explained that he only had one set, so he had no choice but to wear them. Because of his strange features, the unmoving yellow lips, snow-white face, triangular eyes, they asked if he was really a man. He chuckled and said no. They then asked if he was a ghost. Sam replied, "Well, not really, but I am, in a sort of way." "What are you then?" "You know." Paradoxically, Sam went on to state that he had no name. He also said that there are others like him, and drew a sketch of one of his kind. All Colors Sam explained that he's afraid of people, and feared that they may hurt him. He also indicated that if he was attacked, he would not fight back. Sam then invited the children into his hut. They crawled through a flap and saw that there were 2 floors. The walls were blue and green, covered in a pattern of dials, whatever that means. On the floor was an electric heater and plain wooden furniture. Sam took off his hat, revealing round white ears and reddish-brown hair. He told the children that he has a camp on the mainland, and that he forages and eats berries. We are then given a bizarre explanation of how Sam eats. Sam placed a berry inside of his ear and thrust his head forward, and the berry then reappeared in one of his triangular eyes. He thrust his head forward again, and the berry traveled to his mouth. The children stayed inside Sam's hut for an hour, talking with him, though what exactly they spoke of, again, we aren't told. Eventually, they said their goodbyes and left Sam's hut. The children raced to find the first adult they could find, and when they found a man, they told him that they'd just seen a ghost, but he just laughed at them. The children were convinced they saw either a ghost or someone in an elaborate costume. June 2nd, 1973. Faye finally told her father, Mr. Y, of her strange experience. She became very upset when her father said that she must have made up the story. Mr. Y later spoke to the boy who was with Faye, who corroborated their encounter. Aside from being just imagination or some sort of elaborate hoax, perhaps this was some kind of rare, shared hallucination. Although bizarre, some elements of his daughter's story felt true to Mr. Y, especially considering his own encounters, which again, he hadn't told his daughter about. Mr. Y stated, "I get the impression that Faye was somehow taken into a bubble of alien reality created by this strange personage. He told them he had just made the hut. Also, Faye told me that while they were talking to this ghost, 2 workmen nearby were repairing a post. They paid no attention to the weird charade, as though they could not see it." This last detail of the workers being somehow oblivious to this strange occurrence, this is an oddly consistent detail with several other UFO encounters, as if some of these entities have an ability to manipulate perception itself. In the 45 years since, no other encounter with this being or a similar being has been reported. It's really impossible to know exactly what happened here. Was Faye's experience connected to her father's UFO encounters? Did Sam exist? Was Sam a human or something else entirely? I, for one, am not necessarily saying that this really happened or that it happened as it's told to us. There's no real way to verify the story, but it's still very strange and interesting nonetheless. It's definitely among the strangest stories of its type. Thanks a lot for watching. Please subscribe if you haven't, and share the video as it really helps. "10,000 years ago, near the end of the last ice age, in what is now the Scottish Highlands, one of the deepest freshwater lakes in the world, Loch Ness, was formed when a massive glacier carved out and reshaped the land of Scotland's Great Glen, a geological fault line, among other geological processes. With a volume of 7 billion cubic meters and a depth of over 750 feet. It is larger than any other body of water in the British Isles combined, while also being very narrow. The waters of the loch are nearly black due to a heavy peat content from vegetation breaking down in the water, staining it. At only 9 meters down, visibility is only 4 inches. So, as you can imagine, it would be easy for something to hide in the loch. For centuries, there have been accounts of anomalous phenomena in and around Loch Ness. Things like sea serpents, spirits, UFOs, shapeshifters, as well as other occult and psychic phenomena have been reported in the area. The most well-known of these anomalies is the Loch Ness Monster. Today, we're going to be talking about a lot of strange and mysterious concepts, so I ask you to just keep an open mind and think of this as a thought experiment. As a wise man once said, it is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. Before we begin our journey, I'd like to thank you all for watching and ask you to please subscribe if you haven't. I have much more content on the way. 1933. Strange things were happening around Loch Ness. Again. Reports of a strange creature in the water. Some believe that the Loch Ness Monster was merely an invention of the media in the 1930s, perpetrated in order to boost tourism sales during the Depression. But this is demonstrably false. Though it is true that the modern legend of the Loch Ness Monster gained popularity in the 1930s, there are older reports indicating a tradition of something strange in Loch Ness. While the exact phrase Loch Ness Monster was first used on June 9, 1933, in 1852, the Inverness Courier mentions in passing of a belief that a sea serpent lives in Loch Ness. In 1868, a huge fish, which was later explained to be a skinned dolphin, washed up on Loch Ness. To the locals who had never seen a dolphin, it was thought that this could perhaps be the strange fish reported for years back. It has also been reported that in 1879, a group of school children near a graveyard on Loch Ness's north shore witnessed a creature with a long neck waddle down the hillside and disappear into the water. In 1916, James Cameron was fishing from a small boat in Loch Ness when a gigantic creature rose to the surface next to his boat. He rowed to shore as quickly as possible. The shock of the sighting made him dizzy, and as he barged into the local hotel, his face was, quote, as white as paper. In the 1930s, reports of a creature in Loch Ness skyrocketed, creating the modern legend we know today. Researchers of the monster attribute this to a serious upgrade to the road next to Loch Ness, which involved blasting operations and the dumping of debris into the water. Some researchers believe these blasting operations and the subsequent dumping of debris into the loch may have provoked more than usual amounts of activity. But it's also possible that more people were seeing the creature because the loch was more accessible. According to the Inverness Courier, on April 15th, 1933, Aldi Mackay and her husband both saw a beast or whale-like fish in the loch. This is considered to be the first modern reported encounter with the creature. The couple watched the creature roll and plunge into the loch, and noted that its body resembled a whale. It's said that the creature churned the water until it disappeared into a mass of foam. According to the Inverness Courier, quote, both onlookers confessed that there was something uncanny about the whole thing, for they realized that here was no ordinary denizen of the depths, because, apart from its enormous size, the beast, in taking the final plunge, sent out waves that were big enough to have been caused by a passing steamer, unquote. One of the most famous encounters took place on July 22, 1933. When George Spicer and his wife were driving next to the loch, they witnessed a large, undulating blob-like creature that covered the entire road. They described it as, quote, the nearest approach to a dragon or prehistoric animal that I have ever seen in my life, unquote. They stated that the creature had a long neck or tail, thin appendages, no discernible head, and leathery gray skin, like that of a rhinoceros. Spicer stated that the creature was fairly big, with a high back. If there were any feet, they must have been of the web kind. And as for a tail, I cannot say, as it moved so rapidly, and when we got to the spot, it had probably disappeared into the loch. This sighting would be the catalyst for the modern understanding of the Loch Ness Monster. There have been thousands of sightings of the creature since then, with two common descriptions. One, of a sea serpent, usually with 3 distinct humps protruding out of the water, and the other, more closely resembling a plesiosaur or mosasaur, extinct marine reptiles more so than a sea serpent. The creature was also known for its horse-like head and characteristic braying, as reported by multiple different eyewitnesses. 1934 still holds the record for the most sightings of the creature in 1 year. In January of 1934, Arthur Grant was driving his motorcycle when he almost ran into the creature. It was in the middle of the road heading toward the water. As a veterinary student, Grant described the creature as a mix between a seal and a plesiosaur. The first surveillance operation seeking evidence of the monster was launched by Sir Edward Mountain the same year. He hired a team of 20 men to search for whatever strange creature or creatures were in the loch. Police Captain Fraser was given control of the operation. He placed the men strategically around the loch, all equipped with cameras and binoculars. During the operation, multiple photos were taken of what was thought to be the creature, and of those photos, 5 were deemed unexplained at the time. After the first operation ended, Captain Fraser took up residence in a tent next to Urquhart Castle, overlooking Loch Ness. He continued to watch for the creature with just one other watchman. On September 15th, 1934, Captain Fraser was conducting his usual scan of the loch when, quote, "To my surprise, I observed what I thought was a rock about 100 yards from the shore, east of the Urquhart Bay. The object, which appeared inanimate, I had under observation for over a minute. Then I remembered that there was no rock that far out from the shore. I then took up my camera and trained it on this object and started to film it, when to my surprise, the object raised out of the water either its head and neck or a flipper, then lowered it, raising quite a volume of water. Then it disappeared. The film is now lost, but at the time it was analyzed by various scientific societies, and none could definitively identify the creature. Some believed it could have been a seal." Fraser stated, quote, "I regret that my film was not able to identify the animal, but only to prove that there is something unusual in Loch Ness." Unquote. 4 years later, Captain Fraser wrote a letter to the Undersecretary of State demanding protection for the Loch Ness Monster and attesting to its existence. He was concerned because a group of monster hunters were having a special harpoon gun constructed specifically to hunt the creature. Fraser stated that it was beyond doubt that a strange creature lived in Loch Ness, but he doubted the police's ability to protect it. He believed the only step he could take to protect the creature from the hunters was to simply tell the people that the monster's preservation was desirable. On April 21st, 1934, the most famous photo of the Loch Ness Monster, known as the Surgeon's Photo, was published in the Daily Mail. It became known as the Surgeon's Photo because the gynecologist who took the photo, Robert Kenneth Wilson, didn't want to be associated with the photo, and this is because it's a known hoax. In reality, this monster is nothing more than a toy submarine with a wooden sea serpent head attached to it. The hoax was perpetrated in order to disgrace the Daily Mail, which was seeking a genuine photo of the creature. This photo heavily influenced the popular conception of the Loch Ness Monster as a surviving plesiosaur, a type of marine reptile thought to have perished along with the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. Now would be the best time to cover the famous lost McRae film, which was captured by a retired physician. Before his death, he set up a trust to prevent the film from falling into the hands of, quote, publicly minded entrepreneurs and crazed researchers such as myself. Every attempt to show the film to professionals and zoologists has failed. Hopefully one day, the McRae film will surface. In the 40s, the Axis powers of World War II made the Loch Ness Monster an odd point of contention in their propaganda. National Socialist dictator Adolf Hitler claimed that the belief in such a creature made his British and Scottish adversaries weak. Meanwhile, fascist dictator Benito Mussolini upped the ante with his propaganda, claiming to have intentionally blown Nessie to smithereens in a bombing run. Despite this, a very real encounter with the creature was reportedly witnessed by British military forces in 1943. Lieutenant Russell Flint was in command of a Royal Navy high-speed launch, a vessel normally used for air-sea rescue missions. He was taking the approved route through the Caledonian Canal and began to pass through Loch Ness. At the ship's top speed of 25 knots, it suddenly crashed into a large, solid object in the water, with the impact, quote, soft and squelchy, unquote. Lieutenant Flint described, quote, a very large animal form which disappeared in a flurry of water. It's reported that the boat actually sustained damage from this, and that the lieutenant was forced to contact his superiors. On July 29, 1955, Peter McNabb, a bank manager, local councilor, and a respected historian, was near Urquhart Castle with his son, planning to do some photography, when, quote, my attention was held by a movement in the calm water over to the left. Naturally, I thought of the monster, and hurriedly changed over the standard lens of my Exacta camera to a 6-inch telephoto. As I was doing so, a quick glance showed that some black or enormous water creature was cruising on the surface. Without a tripod, and in a great hurry, I took the shot. I also took a very quick shot with another camera, a fixed focus Kodak, before the creature submerged. McNabb sat on the photos for 3 years before going public, rightfully fearing ridicule from the public. He faced harassment for his claims, and even destroyed the second photo he took in frustration. To this day, there's still debate over the authenticity of the McNabb photos, as it was long believed that the photo was hoaxed. However, it seems that this determination may have been based on a mere miscommunication. The argument for the McNabb photo being a hoax came from author Roy Mackal. Mackal believed this because the copy of the photo he received did not match the version previously published in the book More Than a Legend. Most notably, there seemed to be a missing tree in the foreground. Since then, the photo was considered a hoax. However, further analysis shows that the discrepancies between the two photos are not actually discrepancies at all. McNabb merely sent Mackal a slightly zoomed-in copy, the same copy he sent to other Loch Ness researchers. The missing tree was never edited out, it was only zoomed in. There is still debate over what exactly McNabb captured, or if the photos themselves are even real. I'll include links to both sides of the argument below. It's interesting to note that Urquhart Bay is still considered the most common location that the creature is seen. In 1954, the Rival 3, a fishing boat equipped with sonar, detected a large, unidentified object 146 meters down, keeping pace with the boat. They were able to rule out fish, but they were unable to identify the source of the returns. This is particularly interesting, as they had no intent of hunting for anything out of the ordinary. This early success with sonar would inspire later researchers. In April of 1960, a lone man, Tim Dinsdale, a British aerospace engineer, made an expedition to Loch Ness to search for the monster. He was lucky enough to take images and videos of an unidentified object in the loch, which he was convinced was the monster. The Dinsdale film was analyzed by the RAF's Joint Air Reconnaissance Intelligence Center. The analysis found it to be authentic, They stated that the unidentified object was probably animate. Most researchers accept a later photographic analysis, which found the Dinsdale film to be nothing more than a boat in the distance. Perhaps more telling than the video itself is Dinsdale's behavior following the encounter. For the rest of his life, the aerospace engineer would relentlessly hunt for the Loch Ness monster. Dinsdale became one of the founding members of the Loch Ness Phenomenon Investigation Bureau, alongside other members such as MP and veteran David James, author Constance White, and others. Volunteers and professionals in various fields such as biology and sonar sought to find evidence of the Loch Ness monster, as well as similar dragon-type creatures in other lakes around Ireland, Scandinavia, Canada, Siberia, and others, some of which we'll talk about later. In 1962, Frederick Ted Holliday, a Royal Air Force veteran and author of multiple fishing books, went on his first one-man expedition seeking to find the monster, and also had his first sighting. He had heard news of the monster during his childhood, but it was this sighting which sent him on a journey to research the monster, UFOs, and the paranormal. By 1963, he was a member of the LNPIB. 2 years later, in 1965, he would have 2 sightings in 1 week. In Holliday's experience, he averaged 1 sighting of the monster for every 500 hours watching the loch. Holliday was extremely motivated and tenacious. June 15th, 1965, the longest mass sighting of the creature took place. Policeman Ian Cameron and his colleague William Fraser were fishing in the south shore of the loch facing Urquhart Bay when a dark shape in the water caught Cameron's attention. Quote, "I saw something break the surface of the water. I glanced there and I saw it, and then it wasn't there. It had disappeared. But while watching, keeping an eye, and fishing gently, I saw an object surface. It was a large black object, a whale-like object. It submerged, to reappear a matter of seconds later. But on this occasion, the block end, which had been on my right, was now on my left, so I realized immediately that while in the process of surfacing, as it may, it had rotated, and with the predominant wind, the southeast wind, it appeared to be, I would say at that stage drifting easily across. So I called to my friend Willie Fraser, who incidentally had a sighting of an object on the loch almost a year ago to the very day. I called him, and he came up and joined me. We realized that it was drifting towards us, and, in fact, it came to within, I would say, about 250 to 300 yards. Cameron noted that there were cars parked on the north shore of the loch, and that the drivers had parked so they could also watch the creature. Cameron and Fraser realized that the creature seemed to be cutting across the loch, and ran to their cars in an attempt to intercept the creature and continue to watch it. Across the loch, 7 other witnesses were also watching the creature. One of the witnesses, unsurprisingly, was Ted Holliday, who was always ardently searching for the creature. From Holliday's perspective, the object in the water appeared to be a mustard yellow color. Holliday, too, spotted the group of witnesses on the other side of the loch, as well as the 2 men fishing in the loch. Quote, "On the other side of the loch, I saw 2 men, Cameron and Fraser, who were quite obviously watching the spectacle. The object had now begun to pass between me and the 2 watchers, and the men moved along the shore as if following it. As it passed up the loch, it visibly increased its speed, and the profile began to elongate as more of the length came into view. I gained the impression that it was starting to come across the loch at an acute angle. The men were hurrying up to their car. For the next few breathless moments, the riddle of Loch Ness seemed within reach of solution. Had it come across the loch, I would have filmed it. The LNPIB's cameras were positioned below the Klansman Hotel. At a quarter of a mile range, either camera would have resolved it in considerable detail. However, nothing of the sort occurred. Several times it submerged, only to reappear, until at last it disappeared, while still a mile away, and I saw it no more." Unquote. In the aftermath of his sighting, Cameron had this to say, quote, In no way am I even attempting to convert anybody to the religion of the object of Loch Ness. I mean, they can believe it, but it doesn't upset me if they don't believe it, because I would question very much if I hadn't the extraordinary experience of seeing this object. If I hadn't seen it, I would have, without question, given a lot of skepticism to what it was. But I saw it, and nothing can take that away." Unquote. Holliday writes that by the end of 1966, the LNPIB and himself settled on these conclusions. 1. After a year's consideration and several months spent at Loch Ness, the Bureau concluded that anomalous phenomenon was present. 2. Of possible explanations, the most probable answer was that living creatures were involved. 3. Beyond that, the Bureau didn't know. They sought to obtain objective evidence and held no prevailing view of what may be lurking in Loch Ness. The individual members of the Bureau were allowed to form their own opinions. During a 2-week period, in 1968, the LNPIB ran the first sonar operation intended to detect the unidentified creature. This would be one of the Bureau's most successful operations. During the operation, multiple sonar contacts were made. One was likely a shoal of fish, while the other was a large unknown. These anomalous sonar returns suggest that a large, unknown object was moving underwater at 10 knots. Dr. Braithwaite of Birmingham University analyzed the sonar data and stated, quote, "The high rate of ascent and descent makes it seem very unlikely that the objects were shoals of fish, and fishery biologists we have consulted cannot suggest what fish they might be. It is a temptation to suppose they must be the fabulous Loch Ness monsters, now observed for the first time in their underwater activities." The first sonar contact was lost and regained, and this time the unidentified object dived at 450 feet per minute. Later that year, on May 4th, there was a mass sighting following the sonar data. Sergeant Richard Young was among the multiple witnesses to the creature that day. In an interview, Sergeant Young stated, "What we saw first was a long black shape, about 500 yards out from the hotel. I would say about 30 or maybe 40 feet long, very like a submarine but without any superstructure whatsoever. We watched it all for about 30 minutes, and during this time it changed shape from a long black shape to 2 humps, mainly the one on the left bigger than the one on the right. Several changes were seen, and also what appeared to be a large fin sticking up and sort of flopping about, but you couldn't really define this with the distance. In the last minute it shot away towards doors at really a great rate of speed." August 26th, 1968. After watching the loch for days, Ted Holliday saw, quote, "a large black object plowing through the water along the opposite shore. It was moving from right to left, and even at a mile range it looked enormous." Holliday stared at the creature and feared he was hallucinating. However, a couple and their 2 children who were near Holliday also saw the creature. Holliday attempted to photograph the creature, but it disappeared the second he grabbed his camera. Multiple witnesses on the opposite shore also saw the creature, and when Holliday reported his own sighting, he was told that reports had come in from other witnesses as well. A map of this encounter can be seen on screen now. There were 2 other cameras pointed at the loch that day, neither of which were able to capture anything. The creature appeared in the only spot where it would be hidden from both the cameras. When describing this in his book, Holliday wrote, "The phenomenon concealed itself, so there was nothing for them to see. There seemed to be no way of explaining this apparent omniscience of the monsters." Holliday witnessed other cases where cameras and electronics mysteriously stopped working during an encounter. This, along with other elements of high strangeness, such as UFO and occult phenomenon, would eventually lead Holliday to believe that the monster was more than an ordinary biological creature.
I've been going up to Loch Ness now for 7 years, spending anything from 3 weeks to as much as 2 months up there, keeping observation on the loch with binoculars and camera, trying to get a good picture of this phenomena that everyone talks about.
October 10th, 1969. The LNPIB detected more anomalous sonar returns. An unidentified target, hundreds of feet below the surface, was tracked for over 3 minutes, in which it traveled 620 feet in a looping path ahead of the boat. The object then slowed down, turned, and accelerated away from the boat. A one-man submarine, equipped with launchers for biopsy darts and underwater voice communications, was on standby to get a DNA sample. Unfortunately, the water was too murky and the sonar contacts too brief for the submarine to make any sort of contact. Robert Love, an underwater engineer who wrote the report on this incident, stated, among other interesting knowledge amassed during 1969, the sonar contact with an apparently animate object near Foyers stands out as the major discovery of the expedition. Added to the existing body of evidence, this sonar contact provides new scientific verification of the existence in Loch Ness of creatures commonly known by local residents as simply the beasts. An inquiring mind logically addresses itself to the next question of scientific import, that of identification. He came to the conclusion that the sonar contact was either a known aquatic species that has grown to immense size or a completely unknown creature. In 1970, the LNPIB, in partnership with Boston's Academy of Applied Sciences, consistently detected large sonar returns in Urquhart Bay. These unidentified targets were from 10 to 50 times larger than fish. Though the Bureau continued to detect further anomalous sonar contacts, photos, and sighting reports, the organization disbanded in 1972 after their funds ended. However, Dr. Robert Rines, a famous inventor and military scientist, led Boston's Academy of Applied Sciences in further expeditions. Dr. Rines himself reported seeing a creature in the loch in 1972 while at a friend's house attending a tea party. He looked out of the window and saw the curve of something moving in the loch. Quote, "It looked like the back of an elephant. I know there was a big unknown thing in that lake. That's why I haven't let it go." Dr. Rines conducted a search for the monster using more sophisticated sonar, submersible cameras for underwater photography. On August 8th, at 1 in the morning, the investigators felt the hair on the backs of their necks stand up. Shortly after, the sonar detected 2 large unidentified objects in the loch. One was a large object with a 10-foot appendage next to the other unidentified object. The report from the Academy of Applied Sciences noted that the new data was similar to the previous anomalous sonar returns detected in the loch. According to author Roy Mackle, the so-called protuberance was a highly flexible, laterally flattened tail. 45 minutes later, as salmon were seen jumping away from something in the loch, more strange radar returns were detected. These sonar returns coincided with photos taken by the submersible camera. The camera captured 2 photos, 45 seconds apart. It is believed that both photos show a diamond-shaped flipper in different positions, suggesting movement. The study states that this flipper appears to be 4 to 6 feet long, consistent with the scaling of the sonar returns. Due to the murkiness of the water, the pictures were enhanced and retouched from their originals, with the flipper superimposed on itself, making it more defined. It's said that, unbeknownst to Rines and his team, magazine editors circulated a doctored version of the image, making the fin much clearer. Skeptics have dismissed the images as depicting the bottom of the loch, air bubbles, rocks, or possibly a fish. More sonar contact was made, this time with 2 objects, estimated to be 30 feet long. The strobe camera photographed 2 large unidentified objects, 12 feet apart, surrounded by a flurry of bubbles. This photo is rarely published and is known as the two-body photo. Dr. Rines would lead another expedition with even more sophisticated equipment. This time, multiple photographs were taken underwater, seemingly depicting large, unknown creatures. In 1987, Operation Deep Scan took place, the most extensive sonar investigation of Loch Ness or any other loch. The operation was launched by Adrian Shine, head of the Loch Ness Project, and Daniel Lawrence of Lawrence Electronics. Over 250 journalists and 20 television crews came to watch the operation take place. 19 boats, equipped with sonar, simultaneously crossed the entire loch, casting sonic waves like a net reaching deep into the loch. During the operation, 2 anomalous sonar returns were detected, suggesting a large animate object was moving deep below the surface. One of the sonar returns indicated a large moving object at a depth of 180 meters near Urquhart Bay. Daniel Lawrence of Lawrence Electronics stated, "There's something here that we don't understand, and there's something here that's larger than a fish. Maybe some species that hasn't been detected before. I don't know." Carl Sagan theorized that based on Operation Deep Scan's findings, it was mathematically possible for a group of unknown animals to dwell in Loch Ness. In 2019, University of Otago's Professor Gemmell, a geneticist, conducted a study in Loch Ness. The study took 250 samples of the water from every level of the loch and extracted DNA samples to reveal genetic data left in the water, such as skin cells, waste, and other biomaterials. This environmental DNA is then compared to genetic databases to identify all the organisms that have had any kind of contact with the loch. There was no evidence of any kind of reptilian sequences in the DNA, which the university used to rule out a plesiosaur. However, they did find an abnormally high amount of eel DNA in Loch Ness. Professor Gemmell is quoted as saying, "There is a very significant amount of eel DNA. Eels are very plentiful in Loch Ness, with eel DNA found at pretty much every location sampled. There are a lot of them. So, are they giant eels? Well, our data doesn't reveal their size, but the sheer quantity of the material says that we can't discount the possibility that there may be giant eels in Loch Ness. Therefore, we can't discount the possibility that what people see and believe is the Loch Ness Monster may be a giant eel." They hypothesized that a 12-foot-long Loch Ness eel could exist, which would be double the size of the largest European eel. Theoretically, these eels would normally migrate to reproduce, but this Loch Ness eel doesn't, and continues to grow to a very large size, forgoing reproduction for growth. Even early on, some researchers suggested that a giant eel could be the suspected sea serpent before other theories rose to prominence. It's believed by some that this video captured by Gordon Holmes may depict this Loch Ness eel. In contrast to the high amount of eel DNA, there were no DNA sequence matches for shark, catfish, or sturgeon. And there was, quote, "not a single reptile in our vertebrate DNA, and nothing that sat in the expected place that a plesiosaur DNA sequence might be predicted to lie, somewhere between birds and crocodilians." Unquote. 20% of the DNA was unexplained, which is standard for an environmental DNA study. Sightings of the Loch Ness Monster persist to this day. According to a 2018 survey, 15% of British adults believe in the Loch Ness Monster, and 27% of Scottish adults believe in Nessie. The Loch Ness Official Sightings Registry records 1,155 encounters, with 9 in 2023. On August 26th and 27th of 2023, the largest search for the creature since 1972 took place. This search, called The Quest, utilized sonar for mapping the lake bed, hydrophones for recording underwater sounds, and thermal imaging drones for the first time, used to scan the surface for any large creatures. Hundreds of volunteers attended the hunt, and hundreds more attended the live stream to watch the loch for any sign of Nessie. Again, this theme of unfortunate and consistent elusiveness of evidence continued. That weekend, the weather in Scotland was terrible. The Scottish Highland Games were cancelled for the first time in 75 years. During the search, the hydrophones detected strange sounds, described as, quote, 4 distinctive noises were detected under the water. These, quote, fantastic bizarre sounds were unfortunately not recorded because the equipment wasn't plugged in. It was believed that the sounds could be gas escaping from the bottom of the loch, an animal, or perhaps the Loch Ness monster. The project leader, Alan McKenna, was given multiple videos taken by volunteers and footage from the live streams, which were believed to capture the monster. However, he states that it will take a significant amount of time to go through all the data. The quest also emboldened a witness from 2018 who captured some surprisingly clear photos of something in the water also surfaced. The photos were taken in 2018. The witness, a translator, was having lunch at a pub with her family when they decided to take some pictures. Quote, about 200 meters from the shore, moving right to left at a steady pace, was this creature. It was spinning and rolling at times. We never saw a head or a neck. After a couple of minutes, it just disappeared and we never saw it again. At first I wondered if it was an otter or a pair of otters or a seal, but we never saw a head and it never came up again for air. It was making this strange movement on the surface. We did not hear any sound. There were these strange shapes below the surface. I could not make out any colors. The water was dark. I could not accurately assess its length, but the 2 parts that were visible were less than 2 meters long together. Unquote. The witness feared harassment for her photos and didn't release them until she felt emboldened by the 2023 search for the monster. Some believe this photo is nothing more than a sturgeon, while some researchers of the monster now consider this to be the best evidence of what so many witnesses have reported seeing in Loch Ness for hundreds of years. If nothing else, it's at least more substantial than other photos, which only show mysterious ripples in the water. However, the legends passed down by locals for centuries tell of multiple beasts that live in Loch Ness, some with very different descriptions. Author and investigator Ted Holliday wrote in his first book on Loch Ness that he initially believed the creature was some sort of invertebrate, similar to the Tully monster, or Tullymonstrum gregarium, a creature which lived over 300 million years ago, yet defies classification to this day. The creature had a long trunk-like appendage ending in a pincer-like mouth. Even the purpose of this appendage is still debated. The creature's eyes protruded from its body on long stalks. Specimens have only been discovered in Illinois, the largest of which was only 9 inches long. There is even debate over whether the Tully monster was a vertebrate or an invertebrate, because the insides were never well preserved. One popular theory is that the creature was some sort of mollusk. Holliday favored this explanation because, in his opinion, an invertebrate could satisfy both the inconsistency of morphologies reported and explain what was basically the non-existence of the increased predation which would be caused by a carnivorous Loch Ness monster. Holliday also believed this theory could explain why no bones have ever been found, and that it could account for the massive variation in size and shape described by witnesses. Holliday would alter this theory as time went on, as he came to believe that the truth was something much stranger. Many other Scottish and Irish lochs, as well as bodies of water from across the world, also house their own draconic or serpentine creatures. Loch Morar, the deepest of all Scottish lochs, is no exception to this. Loch Morar's Morag is the second most well-known and most written about of the loch beasts. The earliest report of the creature, known as Morag, took place in 1887, and since then there have been many encounters, with at least 16 of these being multi-witness events. In 1948, 9 people aboard a boat witnessed a strange, unidentified creature in the loch. The most well-known encounter with Morag took place in 1969, and was witnessed by two men, Duncan McDonnell and William Simpson. Quote, "As we were sailing down the loch in my boat, we were suddenly disturbed and frightened by a thing that surfaced behind us. We watched it catch up with us, then bump into the side of the boat. The impact sent a kettle of water I was heating onto the floor. I ran into the cabin to turn the gas off, as the water had put the flame out. Then I came out of the cabin to see my mate trying to fend the beast off with an oar. To me, he was wasting his time. Then, when I saw the oar break, I grabbed my rifle, and, quickly putting a bullet in it, fired in the direction of the beast. Then, I watched it slowly sink away from the boat, and that was the last I saw of it." The press would write stories about a battle with a, quote, 60-foot monster. However, the actual witnesses stated that the creature was definitely less than the length of their boat, though it was possibly 6 to 7 feet in diameter. When the Bureau heard of this encounter, Holliday and other members drove, quote, recklessly fast to Morar from Loch Ness, but they were too late. The boat had already been in the water for 48 hours after the contact, making it impossible to collect any possible material left on the hull. A 1767 geographical collection with an entry on Loch Ediv states that, quote, "There is abundance of eels in that Loch Ediv, which the men of the country allege and persuade others that the said eels are also as big as a horse, with a certain incredible length, which I think not to be reported of. Always it is likely to be true in respect. None of the countrymen dare hazard themselves in a boat to slay the eels with lines. They were wont to see them slain by an ancient man, who had great practice and art of the said trade. The countries which are on the south and north side of the loch report that this ancient fisher of the eels, his line wherewith he did slay these big and exceeding long eels," unquote. It was stated that an ancient fisherman knew techniques and had a special device for slaying these large eels. It's said that the majority of the countrymen would not devise any instruments to take these eels in respect of their large size. However, it's said that they would slay smaller eels, which were still as big as a man's thigh. The Agricultural Survey of Butte states, quote, "Eels of a monstrous size are understood still to inhabit some of the largest of the Highland lochs, some of whom are said to be nearly as thick in the body as a horse. In the year 1747, a party of soldiers having observed a monster in Loch Askeg, near Fort William, they prepared a strong line and hook, and on which, having put a sheep for a bait, and fixed the line to a tree, they succeeded in catching an eel nearly as thick as the body of a horse." Unquote. A creature known as Lizzie is reported to live in Loch Lochy, which is in fairly close proximity to Loch Ness. In 1997, large unidentified contacts on sonar were captured, as well as deep holes in the bottom of the loch. In March of 2000, 2 unknown sounds were recorded deep in the loch. There is a famous story from the Scotsman from October 25th, 1933. It states that divers in Loch Treig, who, quote, came up with terrible stories of the weird creatures they'd seen in the underwater caves, unquote. June 10th, 1856, the Colonial Times runs a story about an unusual creature sighted by many people near the village of Lorbost. Quote, "The village of Lorbost is at present the scene of an unusual occurrence. This is no less than the appearance in one of the inland freshwater lakes of an animal which, from its great size and dimensions, has not a little puzzled our island naturalists. Some suppose him to be a description of the hitherto mythological water kelpie, while others refer to it the minute descriptions of the sea serpent, which are revived from time to time in newspaper columns. It has been repeatedly seen within the last fortnight by crowds of people, many of whom have come from the remotest parts of the parish to witness the uncommon spectacle. The animal is described by some as being in appearance and size like a, quote, huge peat stack, while others affirm that a 6-oared boat could pass between the huge fins, which are occasionally visible. All, however, agree in describing its form as that of the eel, and we have heard one, whose evidence we can rely upon, state in length he supposed it to be about 40 feet. It is probable that it is no more than a conger eel after all, animals of this description having been caught in highland lakes which have attained a huge size. He is currently reported to have swallowed a blanket, inadvertently left on the bank of the lake by a girl herding cattle. A sportsman ensconced himself with a rifle in the vicinity of the loch during the whole day, hoping to get a shot, but did no execution. Dr. Bernard Heuvelman believed that many sea serpent sightings were the result of primitive whales, pinnipeds, with a long-necked form. Dr. Heuvelmans believed that these lake and river monsters are variants of the same types of creatures often seen at sea. If the theories that the Loch Ness Monster came from the Atlantic Ocean are correct, then it would be possible for similar specimens to inhabit other lakes. Similar creatures are reported in the lochs of Ireland, going back to the ancient Celts. The fingers of the Atlantic Ocean reach into the west coasts of both Scotland and Ireland to form their major bodies of water, the main difference being that the Scottish lochs were deeper, while in Ireland there were many lesser waters and bogs. The lochs of Ireland are haunted by a grotesque creature known variously as the Wyrum, worm, water horse, horse eel, peast, pest, beast, etc., etc. The oldest texts on the creature call it the Peishtha, or Peishtha Moor. In one legend, a man received repeated dreams of finding treasure in a loch. When he dove into the loch, searching for the treasure, he encountered a giant eel-like creature. Quote, "Sure enough, the Peishtha was there afore him, lying like a great big conger eel, 7 yards long, and thick as a bull in the body, with a mane upon his neck like a horse. The Peishtha Moor reared himself up, looking at the poor man as if he'd eat him." Unquote. In legend, the creature was compared to the Fae, otherwise known as fairies or the good people. They were often called the good people because believers in the fairy faith thought it bad luck to speak ill of the Fae. The Peishtha Moor was also considered related to the Fomorians, the evil supernatural race that opposes the Tuatha De Danann, a supernatural race of beings from Irish mythology. The Tuatha De Danann, otherwise known as the Tuatha De, were said to arrive in Ireland in a mist or cloud. They possessed magical powers and brought civilization to Ireland. The Tuatha De were said to inhabit the other world, a dimension beyond normal human perception. In Irish mythology, as well as contemporary reports, these creatures were said to have many similarities with the alleged Loch Ness Monster. The LNPIB hypothesized that if the same creatures from Loch Ness were present in the much smaller Irish lochs, then capturing a horse eel should be easier than capturing a Scottish water horse. Some lochs where multiple witnesses reported seeing horse eels were actually very small, so small that it would be at best questionable as to how a large creature could survive. Folklore asserted that the creatures traveled across the land between bodies of water. There are also reports of the creatures coming onto land and killing livestock or threatening small animals such as dogs. Going back to at least 1914, there are reports of a monstrous eel-like creature in Loch Abbeesdeely, which is ancient Irish for Lake of the Monster. There was one report of a man driving home in a horse-drawn carriage when he saw a huge eel-like creature crawl out of the lake. Locals who lived near the lake claimed that there was an eel, quote, the size of a man's thigh. Others reported seeing a creature with a small flat head, a long neck, and 3 humps sticking out of the water. In another instance, the creature was seen swinging part of its body out of the water, dark brown in color, which is said to look exactly like the tail end of a huge conger eel. In the 1960s, LNPIB member Captain Lionel Leslie, a seasoned naturalist, explorer, veteran, and cousin of Winston Churchill, began to investigate the Irish horse eel.
When I was here 2 years ago, I heard that a local man had had a sighting here. So I went to meet him with his brother, who had also been present, and he described how about 100 yards away from this lake, one day he saw an animal swimming in it. At first he thought it was a heifer, but then when he looked again, it was a great big sort of eel-like head, and as it turned over, he noticed that the underneath part was white. Then, since that time, I have had news that in February of last year, the same man was walking with his children beside this lake, and they saw this creature again, this time much nearer. So he sent one of the children back to fetch his wife, and they watched it for some time.
Ivor Newby, a skin diver.
I haven't come in here to dive for fun. There's no fun diving here or at Loch Ness. It's purely on interest. Underwater one can see what the bottom looks like. One can see what the water looks like from underneath, and any vegetation and what have you, which of course you can't do from the surface.
Captain Leslie utilized various netting and explosives operations in an attempt to catch one of the elusive beings. Holliday and other Bureau members would aid in these investigations. The Bureau set their sights on the Great Worm of Connemara in the province of Connaught. Captain Leslie gathered that some of the locals knew nothing or didn't want to talk. Some who were arguably most familiar with the Connemara bogs not only knew of the water horse, but considered it ordinary. The peasts, or horse eels, were reported in many of the lochs, bogs, and bodies of water in Connemara. The locals believed that the peasts would travel on land between the bodies of water. It was also said that horse eels would burrow themselves into the mud and lie dormant for considerable periods of time. There were even reports of horse eels coming onto land to kill sheep and other small animals. With the horse-like appearance of their heads, they could sometimes lure people into the shallow water before they realized the creature was no horse. Fishermen told of hairy eels, which were extraordinarily powerful and broke fishing lines with ease. During a drought in the late 1880s, 2 horse eels became stranded in Connemara. In one case from this time, an oversized eel was trapped in a culvert between Crowlin Loch and Loch Derrylee. The creature became stuck and couldn't wriggle itself out. It's said that, in its efforts, the beast damaged the culvert, which later had to be rebuilt. The creature was left to struggle in the culvert until it finally died. Its appearance was allegedly so disturbing that it warded off everyone. Its carcass was left to waste away in the culvert until it eventually, quote, melted away. No bones were ever found. During the Bureau's 1968 investigation, Dr. Mackle visited the culvert and, through simple measurements, found that an animal would have to be at least 18 inches in diameter to become trapped in the culvert. In another instance, a large oversized eel, 30 feet long and, quote, as thick as a horse, became trapped under a bridge near Ballynahinch Castle for 2 days. Patrick Connolly, a blacksmith of Castle Ballynahinch, was to forge a barbed spear to slay the beast. It was intended to bind the creature in place so it couldn't escape. But the night before the spear was finished, a powerful flood came, flushing the creature back into the river. Loch Fada was associated with horse eel sightings for many years. In 1954, a librarian and expert angler, Georgina Carberry, went fishing at Loch Fada with 3 friends. They fished in the loch, and after a while, they pulled the boat onto the shore to make tea. That was when the group saw movement from a nearby island. One witness initially thought the object was a man swimming in the water, but soon they saw it was a large object, coming towards them slowly. They all just sat and watched it for an uncertain amount of time, as the creature slowly came very close to the witnesses.
Came right up along, right into us, and as it came towards us, it suddenly opened its mouth, which opened something similar to a shark-shaped mouth. And we did notice the body had all movement in it. And in colour, it seemed a kind of a bluey black shade. And it came right up along until suddenly I moved. And when I did, the others jumped as well as I did.
Carberry described a type of eerie movement across the creature's entire body, comparing it to a worm. As it got closer, the witnesses could see the creature's mouth, which was compared to a shark. Once the creature reached a distance of 20 yards, Georgina was the first to react. When she jumped back, the other witnesses did the same. The creature then submerged into the water, only to reappear a few moments later. They could see the creature's head raised out of the water and two humps in the water behind it. The witnesses described a tail rising out of the water, which was forked. The witnesses suffered a powerful emotional shock, which is found in many UFO, cryptid, and paranormal encounters. In the car, she found herself searching for the monster, fearing that it followed them. In the coming weeks, she experienced many nightmares. When Holiday asked if she was affected by the encounter, she said yes, and that she didn't return to Loch Fata for 6 or 7 years, and that they would never return to the loch alone. Other witnesses were also disturbed, one of which was hospitalized for mental treatment. In 1965, Captain Leslie got permission to set off an explosive in Loch Fata. He set an explosive at the spot where Carberry saw the Beast in 1954. With the captain were 2 other witnesses, Reverend Alston and Mr. Edmund Foyle. The idea was that the shock wave from the blast may cause a creature lurking in the loch to surface. 10 seconds after the shock wave, a long dark mass began thrashing at the surface of the water. One of the witnesses described it as, quote, blackish, although the object's shape could not be determined. Captain Leslie would tell the Irish Independent, quote, I am satisfied beyond doubt that there is a monster in Loch Fata. In 1967, Lionel tried the first netting operation, which was plagued by storms, and they caught nothing. Further searches and expeditions yielded no tangible results, although they did gather many other sighting reports. Other lochs known for horse eel reports were also investigated. Loch Mask is the largest in Connemara and has an ancient tradition of strange creatures dwelling beneath the surface. The loch was named by Scandinavian invaders coming into Ireland during the 7th and 8th centuries. By the late 60s, the LNPIB decided that Loch Ness should take priority over the Irish lochs. Holiday wrote, If Ireland has taught us anything about monsters, it has proved conclusively that they can enter and exist for long periods in waters no bigger than ponds, and they can do this without apparently interfering with the indigenous trout population. In short, there is no evidence to support fish predation. What seemed to be evidence in this direction at Loch Ness must now be regarded as suspect. Returning to the mystery at Loch Ness, Watson found that Loch Ness has the highest reports of strange aquatic creatures compared to any other loch, with 44% of books written before 1933 which mention loch beasts, specifying that Loch Ness is home to these creatures. This is despite the fact that Loch Ness was not the most frequently written of loch at the time. The Loch Ness water horse was the most frequently mentioned water monster in the pre-1933 literature of Scotland. Sightings of strange creatures in the loch have taken place much earlier than the 1930s. Ancient wisdom told of paranormal or supernatural beings inhabiting the area. Holiday felt that there is a deeper, more esoteric layer to this mystery. In fact, he believed that there was a paranormal aspect of the Loch Ness phenomenon, which had parallels with ancient waterhorse legends. Some of the earliest reports we have, arguably, come from the mysterious Pictish culture. The Picts got their name from the Romans. The Latin word picti, meaning painted, was a reference to their signature practice of tattooing themselves. Much about the Picts is still shrouded in mystery, as we have very little archaeological or historical information about them. No document of their written language survives. They left behind little else but mysterious stone carvings known as the Pictish stones. These standing stones are inscribed with mysterious symbols, some of which remain unexplained to this day. Perhaps the most mysterious of these symbols is the Pictish Beast or Pictish dragon, which resembles some sort of aquatic creature or sea monster. Archaeologists have no definitive answer as to what this symbol represents or what it means, though it's clearly no known animal. Theories range as to what exactly the Pictish Beast was to the Picts. Regardless, it was clearly important. The Pictish Beast represents no known animal, yet it accounts for 40% of all animal carvings on the Pictish stones. Archaeologists have no definitive answer as to what this symbol represents or what it means. Some theorize that it could have been part of the lost Pictish mythology, though there are other theories suggesting the Pictish dragon could have been related to ancient shamanistic practices or spiritual beliefs. According to the biography of an Irish monk, Saint Columba, in 565 AD, Columba was staying in the land of the Picts, attempting to convert them when he encountered a group of men burying a man who had been killed by an aquatic monster in the river Ness. In the text, Loch Ness itself is called the Lake of the River Ness. They were considered one and the same. They sought the monk's help, and it said that he used one of the men as bait for the monster. According to legend, when the monster appeared, he used the power of prayer to banish the creature, sending it away. This exorcism against the Loch Beast was surprisingly not uncommon in Highland lore. Ancient Highlanders used similar practices to ward off the water horse and water bull. Was this the Pictish Beast depicted on so many of the Pictish standing stones? Could this beast have any relation to the aquatic creatures or water spirits from Highland folklore said to inhabit the lochs of Scotland? It's said that St. Columba visited the king of the Picts, with Urquhart Castle on Loch Ness's shore being the king's fortress. Pictish stones depicting the beast and serpents dating back to 500 AD have been found near Loch Ness. A typical account describing one of the most well-known of these creatures from Highland folklore follows a young couple meeting in secret near Loch Croix. Quote, "As they spoke, their eyes lighted on a black horse which pastured near the loch. Thinking that it belonged to the Clachan whence they came, the lovers led it towards a boulder, and there it sprang on its back. Hardly they were seated, then the horse headed lochwards, and when they tried to slip from its back, they found that an invisible power gripped them. They knew that their steed was the water horse of Loch Croix. The lovers shouted for help, but it was in vain, for already the Kelpie had gained the edge of the loch. Louder than the cries of the unwilling riders rose the wild neighing of the black horse, as with unwonted fierceness he reared and plunged into the loch. On either side of him he fought his way to the center. Vast clouds of vapor were seen to rise from the water, and the people fled, affrighted at the weird sounds that broke the stillness and the strange sight on the loch. The bodies of the lovers were never found. It is held that the demon carried them to the loch depths, where he dwells, there to await the call of the pibroch on the Day of Days. This creature was believed to be a shape-shifting water spirit, which usually took the form of a black, horse-like creature. It is also described as taking a human form to deceive people, though the being retains hooves in its human form, giving away its disguise. The Kelpie is considered an ill omen, an evil supernatural creature concerned only with dragging people to the loch depths. Kelpies were said to inhabit almost any significant body of water, rivers, lochs, etc. Despite the fact that Loch Ness is not the largest loch, or the loch most frequently mentioned in folklore, it still has the highest number of Kelpie, water bull, and water horse reports and legends. The water bull was said to be similar to a normal bull in appearance, but aquatic and possesses supernatural powers such as shapeshifting. In Celtic lore, there are references to the serpent being an apparition. In 1879, the Aberdeen Weekly Journal printed a story about the Loch Ness Kelpie. Quote, "This Kelpie had been in the habit of appearing as a beautiful black horse. No sooner had the weary, unsuspecting victim seated himself in the saddle than away darted the horse with more than the speed of a hurricane, and plunged into the deepest part of Loch Ness, and the rider was never seen again." The earliest report from the Inverness Courier, which mentions strange beasts associated with Loch Ness, was printed October 16, 1833, in the obituary of Warlock Gregor MacGregor, also known as Willox the Warlock. He was known in the area for advising clients on magical solutions to their problems. In MacGregor's possession was, quote, "a yellow piece of metal resembling a horse's bridle, which in the days of yore was sported by a mischievous water kelpie who haunted the banks of Loch Ness and Loch Spiny. He was known in the area for advising clients on magical solutions to their problems by using the bridle. He alleged that one of his ancestors was able to strike the Loch Ness kelpie with his sword, which is where he got the golden bridle. He was not the only warlock drawn to Loch Ness. In the 13th century, the parish of Boleskine was formed on the south side of Loch Ness. A church and graveyard were built on the parish. According to legend, this church caught fire with the entire congregation caught inside, and there were no survivors. In the 17th century, an infamous warlock from the area, whose name translates to Maker of Circles, reportedly raised the dead from the Boleskine graveyard. In response, Minister Thomas Houston had to lay the reanimated dead back into their graves. In 1760, Boleskine Manor was built where the church once stood. The mansion was originally intended to be a hunting lodge, but was expanded multiple times over the years. In 1899, the Great Beast, as he was known, joined the other beasts of Loch Ness when Aleister Crowley bought the manor. Crowley was an infamous occultist and esotericist who came to be known as the wickedest man in the world. Crowley was initiated into the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, an occult society derived from Rosicrucianism, which is itself an ancient occult order claiming to possess primordial knowledge passed down since ancient times. The order trained Crowley in ceremonial magic, which the Golden Dawn was known for. Crowley purchased the manor because he found it happened to be the perfect location for a very complex ritual, the sacred magic of Abramelin the Mage, otherwise known as the Abramelin Operation. Quote, "The first essential is a house in a more or less secluded situation. There should be a door opening to the north from the room of which you make your oratory. Outside this door, you construct a terrace covered with fine river sand. This ends in a lodge where the spirits may congregate." Unquote. This ritual originated in a grimoire, the Book of Abramelin the Mage, which was translated by the co-founder of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, and was important to the order's esoteric and hermetic studies. It's considered important to occultism even to this day. The book details the travels of a Kabbalist and scholar, Abraham of Worms, who learns a powerful system of magic from an Egyptian mage, Abramelin. The ritual takes 18 months in total, and according to some, involves 6 months of purification, in which, among other requirements, one must abstain from alcohol and remain celibate. The ultimate purpose of the ritual is to make contact with an entity, which is believed to be one's holy guardian angel. Then, the 12 kings and dukes of hell are summoned and then bound to prevent their negative influence on the mage's life. If accomplished correctly, one is then capable of extraordinary feats. This was said to grant extraordinary powers, such as, quote, acquisition of treasure and love, travel through the air and underwater, raising armies out of thin air. It also tells of raising the dead, transforming one's appearance, becoming invisible, and starting storms. Unquote. Crowley would also say this about the Holy Guardian Angel. It should never be forgotten for a single moment that the central and essential work of the magician is the attainment of the knowledge and conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel. Once he has achieved this, he must of course be left entirely in the hands of that angel, who can be invariably and inevitably relied upon to lead him to the further great step, crossing of the abyss, and the attainment of the grade of Master of the Temple. Allegedly, Crowley summoned over 100 shadowy entities in the lodge. Crowley was unable to complete the ritual because it takes 18 months, and he was interrupted. It's believed that Crowley was unable to finish the ritual because he was summoned to Paris by the leader of the Golden Dawn, and thus he was forced to leave the ritual incomplete before he could banish the entities. Tragic and bizarre events would continue to haunt the manor, which Crowley blamed on his black magic experiments. Quote, "The demons and evil forces had congregated round me so thickly that they were shutting off the light. It was a comforting situation. There could be no more doubt of the efficiency of the operation." Crowley's housekeeper, Hugh Gillies, suffered a series of tragic events, the most grave of which was the sudden death of both of his children. Hugh's 10-year-old daughter died suddenly at her school desk, and his 15-month-old son passed away of convulsions with his mother, both of which were considered to be very out of the ordinary. According to some sources, Crowley delighted in performing rituals to bring about the suffering of the locals. During the time that Crowley owned Boleskine, he created his spiritual philosophy, Thelema, based on his prior teachings as well as his own alleged contact with a superior, quote, alien intelligence, known as Aiwas, that was usually non-corporeal, but once appeared to Crowley as a golden pyramid of light. In 1913, Crowley left, but strange events continued as they did before his arrival. Some believe Crowley's black magic and contact with entities exacerbated the phenomenon already present there. After World War II, the manor was purchased by Major Edward Grant, who unalived himself with a shotgun in what was once Crowley's bedroom. The manor was later purchased by Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin. When he bought the home, it was in a state of extreme disrepair due to fire damage and neglect. Page restored the home to the way it was during Crowley's ownership and left the home in the care of his friend, Malcolm Dent, who had multiple unexplained experiences while staying there. On multiple occasions, Dent heard and felt a loud, unexplained rumbling coming from the hallway, but every time he went to investigate this sound, it ceased, only to start again once he left. Eventually, Dent would experience what he called the most terrifying night of his life while staying at the manor. Dent was violently awoken from his sleep by the sound of a wild animal pounding on his door. He could hear the creature breathing and snorting, and he had the distinct sense that, quote, whatever was there was pure evil. One could only imagine what sort of entity might have been waiting for Dent on the other side of the door. He was frozen in fear and didn't have the courage to open the door until the morning, by which time there was no trace of his visitor. Whatever it was left no evidence of its existence. Other witnesses had experiences as well. One of Dent's friends reported being awoken in the night to an attack by an entity which she called some kind of devil. What most would identify as poltergeist activity also took place in the manor, with doors slamming on their own and furniture moving with no apparent cause. Boleskine Manor has consistently been known as a haunted house by the locals. There have been reports of lights flickering and windows shattering with no apparent cause, as well as other common anomalies associated with hauntings. A documentary film crew recording in Boleskine reported experiencing unexplained events and poltergeist phenomenon during the filming of a documentary about Crowley. In 2015, the manor burned to the ground again. I'd like to draw your attention to a particularly strange and little-known discovery that was made in June of 1969 in the Boleskine graveyard. a trio of American students investigating the graveyard found what appeared to be the site of a hastily abandoned ritual. Below a grave slab, the students found a tapestry, known as the Boleskine Tapestry, decorated with what appeared to be humped serpent or worm-like creatures. It was wrapped around a large conch shell, which reportedly gave a braying sound when blown. Loch Ness phenomenon investigator Ted Holliday was, as usual, on the scene of this strange discovery in Loch Ness very quickly. He was surprised to find that the site was indeed fresh. Despite being under the grave slab, the tapestry was still dry and free of any mildew. He was immediately interested in the worm-like figures on the tapestry and noticed their resemblance to the common reports of lake monsters. Holliday's estimation of what happened is as follows. Someone, perhaps multiple people, were engaged in a magical ritual in the yard when they were interrupted. The ceremonial items were quickly hidden under the grave slab and later discovered by the Americans before their owner could return. Holliday attempted to investigate further but found no real leads. The owner was totally unaware of the objects. Textile experts thought the tapestry could be Turkish. Holliday speculated that this could be a modern continuation of the ancient dragon faith, and that the ritual served as an offering to the creature in Loch Ness. This would not be dissimilar to rituals intended to appease lake monsters around the world. This only further influenced Holliday's growing feeling that there was something more than normal about the Loch Ness monster. In 1973, a man known as one of the most successful exorcists in the world, Dr. Donald Omond, set his sights on Loch Ness. Dr. Omond had recently gotten into a dispute with a minister over the identity of the Loch Ness monster. Unlike most, Dr. Omond didn't believe the Loch Ness monster was a physical creature at all. He believed that Nessie was a spirit. This belief that Nessie is an apparition of some sort mirrors the beliefs of ancient Highlanders, who again believed that water horses and kelpies were spirits, and even performed exorcisms of their own. This was a concept that Ted Holliday had come to eventually agree with, somewhat, following his ongoing research of cryptids, lake monsters, UFOs, ancient beliefs, as well as his own unexplained encounters during his investigations. It had been over a decade since Holliday began his investigations, and his findings were beginning to change his worldview. He had multiple UFO sightings and encountered what he believed to be ghosts on multiple occasions. This convinced him that there are more things in heaven and earth. Holliday believed that there was a paranormal aspect to the Loch Ness mystery. Quote, "The affair of the Loch Ness monster had been getting ragged around the edges for a long time. It didn't make sense. There were too many associated effects which reeked of synchronicity, as if someone were constructing a gigantic guessing game with sinister overtones." Unquote. During the writing of his first book about the Loch Ness monster, Holliday theorized that the creature was a giant version of a prehistoric worm or slug. But by the time of writing his second book on the subject, he still believed the creature was physical, but he also believed that it had some supernatural qualities. He would eventually settle on the belief that the creature was non-physical and entirely spiritual or psychic by the time of his posthumous book, The Goblin Universe. This change in Holliday, who was an agnostic, was partially due to the reports of high strangeness around the loch. It refers to a tendency of unexplained anomalies to coincide in a synchronistic way. As I previously described, Holliday found the creature's ability to avoid detection uncanny, as if suggesting a greater intelligence or some sort of psychical awareness. Holliday also felt that consciousness was sometimes altered in the presence of the creature. He, as well as other researchers, experienced multiple camera malfunctions around the creature, which Holliday likened to the electromagnetic effects reported by close encounters with the UFO phenomenon. If Holiday was still with us, I'm sure he would cite the 2023 hunt for the Loch Ness Monster as yet another example of this evasion phenomenon. While the most state-of-the-art, sophisticated technology yet was used to surveil the loch, again, mysterious, unidentified sounds were detected, described as gloops. Unfortunately, the recording equipment was unplugged when this took place, and the entire operation was dampened by storms. Some of this evasion phenomenon I have already covered, which Holiday described as the phenomenon concealing itself. This phenomenon consisted of a camera being unavailable to witnesses. If a camera was present, situations would often prevent the photographer from getting any footage, or, in some rare cases, the camera itself would malfunction. Holiday contended that if these malfunction events were an actual effect of the creature, then it would remove the phenomenon from ordinary, organic life. A sort of mental block was also present in several witnesses, a desire to diminish or over-rationalize an experience which doesn't fit in their worldview. The same effect has been described by psychologists in relation to the UFO phenomenon. For example, on September 30th, 1974, Dick and Phyllis Jenkins witnessed a huge bladder-shaped object, roughly 50 feet in length, in Loch Ness. This bladder was described as rough and warty. The creature also seemed to have a tail or neck at the end, and was compared in size to a whale. The couple watched this thing, which they described as an obscene monstrosity, for half an hour. However, looking back on their sighting, they believed that their behavior was abnormal. Phyllis noted that immediately after the sighting, Dick laid down and slept for a few minutes. In addition, despite having the creature in their sight for over half an hour, the couple never thought to use their fully loaded camera to capture the beast. Both felt as if their behavior was somehow altered. In July of 1968, Dr. Kenneth MacLeod, a commissioner of public health, saw the loch beast from his car. His father was also in the car with him, but Dr. MacLeod strangely elected not to tell his father of the astounding sight, not then or later that day, which in retrospect he finds very strange, again, as if his behavior was somehow altered. There are many cases of witnesses to the UFO phenomenon realizing in retrospect that their behavior around the time of their sighting was abnormal or altered. They may not react to the encounter as they normally would, or show a complete lack of curiosity. They may even act as if the UFO is nothing out of the ordinary. Across UFO literature, there are numerous accounts of amnesia-like effects, both partial and total, following close encounters. Among many other witnesses, some of these effects have been reported by U.S. fighter pilots who have flown too close to anomalous objects. Tim Dinsdale, one of the most dedicated researchers, as I described earlier, also had anomalous experiences at Loch Ness. One night, in June of 1974, Dinsdale was leaving the home of Wing Commander Basil Carey when he saw a blinding flash of light 10 yards to his right. At first, Dinsdale thought the light must have been an accidental flash from one of his cameras. However, he was proven wrong when he was blinded by a second flash of light from the edge of the loch. Quote, "I also have been aware for some years of what seems to be a paranormal side to all this. But I just cannot see how a purely psychic phenomenon produces wake arms, which appear on movie films, and a solid object which registers on sonar and on underwater cameras. John Keel references many cases where a flash of light from an unknown source is reported, often preceding an encounter with an entity." Dinsdale and Holiday individually spent hundreds of hours at the loch investigating the creature, and both came away from it believing there was something paranormal at play. For example, the anomalies at Boleskine Manor. as well as events from 1973, which we'll discuss shortly, are similar to poltergeist phenomenon and other anomalies widely reported in parapsychological research. Parapsychologists suggest that man possesses a sixth sense, capable of detecting stimuli on a non-physical and sometimes non-local level. The phrase sixth sense was coined by Professor Charles Rickett to describe these extrasensory abilities. Even the American Central Intelligence Agency experimented successfully with ESP under Project Stargate. In 2021, they even updated and clarified their stance on extrasensory perception, stating that enough accurate data was derived from ESP to determine that the phenomenon defied randomness. It's widely suspected that similar programs exist to this day, shrouded in secrecy. If the sixth sense exists, could it hypothetically contain or interface with intelligences or life as we don't know it, perhaps adjacent or outside of our ordinary senses? In many cases, researchers of the occult and the UFO phenomenon have reached similar conclusions. Independently, prominent Fortean and UFO researcher John Keel, computer scientist, internet pioneer, astronomer, and UFO researcher Jacques Vallée, as well as astronomer Dr. J. Allen Hynek, all attempted to validate the popular extraterrestrial hypothesis, but the data led them elsewhere. John Keel stated, quote, "I abandoned the extraterrestrial hypothesis in 1967 when my own field investigations disclosed an astonishing overlap between psychic phenomena and UFOs. The objects and apparitions do not necessarily originate on another planet." Vallée and Hynek would also abandon the purely material extraterrestrial hypothesis as time went on. Vallée even wrote a paper arguing against the standard extraterrestrial hypothesis. Quote, "Scientific opinion has generally followed public opinion in the belief that unidentified flying objects either do not exist, the natural phenomena hypothesis, or if they do, must represent evidence of a visitation by some advanced race of space travelers, the extraterrestrial hypothesis, or ETH. It is the view of the author that research on UFOs need not be restricted to these two alternatives. On the contrary, the accumulated database exhibits several patterns tending to indicate that UFOs are real, represent a previously unrecognized phenomenon, and that the facts do not support the common concept of space visitors. 5 specific arguments articulated here contradict the extraterrestrial hypothesis. 1. Unexplained close encounters are far more numerous than required for any physical survey of the Earth. 2. The humanoid body structure of the alleged aliens is not likely to have originated on another planet and is not biologically adapted to space travel. 3. The reported behavior in thousands of abduction reports contradicts the hypothesis of the genetic or scientific experimentation on humans by an advanced race. 4. The extension of the phenomenon throughout recorded human history demonstrates that UFOs are not a contemporary phenomenon. 5. The apparent ability of UFOs to manipulate space and time suggests radically different and richer alternatives." Unquote. In his 1970 book, UFOs Operation Trojan Horse, John Keel explained his hypothesis as this, quote, "For thousands of years, the occultists, spiritualists, and religionists have talked about and written about auras, frequencies, vibrations, and other planes of existence. Each group developed its own complex vocabulary for explaining and defining these things. Each tried to fit its theories into its own particular frame of reference. Thus, these other planes became the Valhalla, where worthy spirits ascend upon death. The casual browser leafing through this mountain of literature is usually repelled by the nonsensical terminology and the abstract theories. Yet, underneath all of this belief-ridden folderol, there lies a thread of truth which is now being verified by the many manifestations surrounding the UFO phenomenon. I will try to demonstrate that the UFO entities are directly related to the entities and manifestations involved in religious miracles and spiritual seances. There are many thousands of published messages from both the UFO-nauts and the spirits, all of which employ the same techniques for burying information deep in simple-minded descriptions about life on other planets or other planes. One of the most important correlations is that many of these messages have discussed in depth the existence of another reality which is formed by energies operating on another frequency or vibrationary level." Unquote. Keel came to refer to these entities capable of manipulating matter, mind, as well as space and time, taking any form they want, as ultra-terrestrials. A very similar belief in these beings was shared by Ted Holiday, and even the exorcist, Dr. Omand, who performed an exorcism on the Bermuda Triangle and reportedly encountered various unexplained entities, including black dogs, evil spirits, non-human entities, and some encounters with lake monsters of his own. Omand's own encounters with lake monsters led him to believe that these were malevolent entities. In 1967, Dr. Omand was at Loch Long when he witnessed the water begin to churn before two dark humps surfaced briefly. He was shocked at what he saw and believed that it must have been an unknown animal. The following year, he met a Swedish sailor, Captain Jan Andersson, who was convinced that lake monsters are evil and that certain patches of water held magnetic properties which could manipulate the minds of men. In June of 1968, Captain Andersson took Omand to Fjord of the Trolls, said to be the eeriest waterway in Norway. The Fjord of the Trolls was believed to be a kind of magnetic vortex, similar to what many believe about the Bermuda Triangle. As they passed through, Omand felt a growing sense of dread. On their way back, the water began to churn, and two humps of a seemingly serpentine creature rose to the surface, much larger than the creature Omand saw at Loch Long. The creature began swimming straight toward the boat, and Omand feared it would topple them into the water. Andersson assured him that the creature would not hurt them, and that they never do. Just before the creature reached the boat, it veered off and dove beneath the surface. Andersson suggested they get away. It was his third sighting of the creature, and he believed it was evil. When Omand asked why, because the creature did them no harm, Andersson stated, quote, "They don't do physical harm. They want to convince anyone who sees them they are harmless. The evil they do is to men's characters." Omand was reportedly further convinced by a paper written by a psychiatrist on the monster of Lake Storsjön in northern Sweden. June 2nd, 1973, the day of the exorcism of Loch Ness. Holiday and Omand met at the home of Wing Commander Basil Kari and his wife Winifred Kari. Basil lent his boats to Dr. Omand for the exorcism. The exorcism itself consisted of 5 rites, one at each of the 4 extremities of the loch, and the last one at the center. As they went from Urquhart Castle to the final site of the exorcism in the middle of the loch, Holiday felt a tension building up as they went from Urquhart Castle to the final site of the exorcism in the middle of the loch. Quote, "I am not formally religious. I would define myself as a progressive agnostic. Yet I felt a distinct tension creep into the atmosphere at this point. It was as if we have shifted some invisible levers, and were awaiting the result. I squinted narrowly at the shadows on Loch Ness, looking for the blackness which betokens an incipient monster, but there was nothing." Holiday would also state, "If psychological expectation can create monsters, then the entire area ought to have been bristling with the things." Shortly after this, Omand reportedly passed out, which he claims was the sign of a successful exorcism.
How will you be keeping tabs, if you like, on the Loch Ness Monster to make sure that your exorcism has been effective?
Well, one person who wrote to me on this subject and knows certain cases that I do not know will notify me in a year's time whether there is any difference or not. If there is no difference, I shall confess I've failed. That'll be that.
And your success here will give you heart to continue exercising lochs throughout the world?
Yes, assuming that it is success. I believe it is, because I think through my Highland mother, I have a certain amount of what they call fairness, and I get a sense of things. And when I performed the exorcism here, I had that feeling of weakness, which almost invariably goes with success in exorcism.
While the exorcist was unconscious, Holliday decided to further investigate other strange phenomenon reported around Loch Ness. Encounters with unidentified flying objects. Loch Ness and the surrounding areas have been the host of a number of encounters with unidentified anomalous phenomenon over the years. This should be unsurprising to the intrepid UFO researcher, as UFOs are frequently observed in or around bodies of water. The U.S. Advanced Aerial Threat Identification Program devised a system of 6 observables to characterize truly anomalous UFOs. One of these characteristics is transmedium movement, meaning the ability of an object to move between and operate in water, air, as well as, likely, in space. There are many UFO encounters where a body of water is present, such as the USS Nimitz encounter with the Tic Tac in 2004, or the Lake Michigan 1994 mass UFO sightings, in which over 300 calls to 911 were made due to fear of the UFOs. Both of these events I've covered previously on the channel. September 19th, 1848, it was reported in newspapers that 2 large, bright anomalous lights were seen in the sky, which occasionally moved at high velocity. These lights were seen at Inverness, which is directly along the River Ness leading into Loch Ness. Due to this encounter taking place in 1848, we can pretty safely rule out many prosaic explanations for this type of encounter, the same sort of which is still reported to this day. In 1953, a cigar or saucer-shaped UFO darted over the skies over Inverness. In 1979, John Milroy and his mother were on their way to Inverness when they saw headlights approaching them in the distance. They saw the lights expand and rise above the road. They thought that an airplane must have crashed, so they got out of their car when they heard an eerie, abnormal silence. Many researchers refer to this as the Oz effect. The witnesses could no longer hear the car's engine or their doors slam. This scared them enough to make them run away. They ran to a ditch, and the Oz effect ended. Milroy's mother was so disturbed by this incident that she needed to be, quote, sedated the next day. In addition to other encounters which I'll discuss soon, the locals have many legends about UFO encounters around the loch. It's believed that UFOs are seen entering and exiting the loch. Some in the area believe that this is because of a supposed opening to the, quote, inner earth, or a complex subterranean system of caverns. A cottage on the eastern shore of Loch Ness is owned by the Aetherius Society. Like Crowley, the Aetherius Society believes that Loch Ness is a very spiritual place, and they perform private rituals there, believing that they are in communion with, quote, gods from space, unquote, who send them energy. They also believe that Loch Ness is one of the Earth's chakra points, or energy centers. They believe that this energy can help mankind in times of crisis, and that it is of interest to extraterrestrials. Of interest to Ted Holiday was a mass UFO encounter that took place August 13th, 1971. One of Holiday's friends, Graham Snape, a lecturer in engineering, as well as 3 other independent witnesses, had a close encounter of the first kind at the loch. Snape stated, quote, "I observed the object traveling from left to right in the night sky, approximately level with the background hill peaks. It was traveling almost horizontally, very fast, but in perfect silence. It was irregular in shape, but mostly circular. The most impressive feature was the color, which was a white core with a purple-violet annulus around it." This mass sighting, with independent witnesses reporting their experiences, encouraged Holiday to investigate and to speak to locals. He mentioned this idea to Dr. Almond, who cautioned him against it. The exorcist had his own encounter at Salisbury Plains, and he urged Holiday against it, presumably because his own experience may have been negative. Holiday returned to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Kari following the exorcism. Winifred stated that one night in November of 1973, she was in her garden when she saw an unidentified flying object over the middle of Loch Ness. A golden oval object with a red aura glided hundreds of feet above the water. Her husband, Basil, had an encounter of his own, wherein he witnessed an orange globe as it traveled laterally across the sky over the loch. Perhaps the local legends of UFOs going in and out of the loch have some truth to them. Something very strange happened while Holiday was speaking to the Careys. Basil was pouring drinks as Holiday was discussing his intent to investigate the UFO sightings in the area, as well as a possible UFO landing near Loch Ness with Winifred. She stated, "One has heard stories about people being whisked into space. I don't think I would go there." A reference to the abduction phenomenon. Could it be that there were reports of abductions in the area as well? She repeated herself, and in that very instance, they heard a powerful rushing sound outside the window. Holiday compared the sound to a tornado. Quote, "The garden seemed to be filled with indefinable, frantic movement." He looked through the window behind Winifred to see a whirling pyramidal mass of dark smoke. It was 8 feet tall and revolving frantically. A rose bush outside the window seemed to be uprooting itself. Winifred never looked out the window, but from her peripheral vision, she could tell there was something there. Instead, she noticed a beam of white light shoot across the room from the window on her left to Holiday's forehead. She emphasized that the light was white, not like electric light. She couldn't understand what it was, and after a second, it vanished, leaving her with a dreadful feeling. There was then a series of loud, heavy crashes near the front door. These thuds were so powerful that Holiday was sure the house was about to collapse. After 15 seconds of terror, the activity ceased. Holiday sat still, silently staring at the window, feeling, quote, alarmed and rather peculiar. Winifred said to Ted, "What on earth's that? What happened?" She looked to her husband. "What was it? You'd better go see." Holiday and Winifred were shocked to find that Basil neither saw nor heard anything. He was startled when he heard Winifred scream. Basil searched the garden and found no sign of the commotion or the heavy thuds that Holiday and Winifred heard. Despite not witnessing the phenomenon himself, Basil was frightened enough from the reactions of Holiday and his wife. Dr. Almond would later refer to this incident as a reactionary manifestation from the exorcism, but that it was nothing to worry about. The occult, or psychical explanation for this incident would be that Holiday and Winifred detected not physical sounds, but some sort of psychic phenomenon, which would explain why Basil never experienced any of these events. The next morning, after sleeping uneasily at the Kari's home, Holiday stepped out to get his briefcase from Omond's caravan. As he rounded the corner of the house, he stopped involuntarily. At the top of the slope, next to the caravan, stood a figure already staring intently at Holiday, as if he was waiting for him. A man dressed in all black. Holiday noted that, unlike most people who may pause to admire the loch on an early morning walk, this man in black was facing away from the water, staring deeply at Holiday as soon as he came around the corner. Holiday was very unnerved by the feeling that this man in black was waiting for him. We were 30 yards apart, and for several seconds I just stared back, wondering who the hell this was. Simultaneously, I felt a strong sensation of malevolence, cold and passionless. Holiday cautiously pressed forward, never taking his eyes off the man in black. He was 6 feet tall, dressed in a shiny black material, leather or plastic, maybe. He wore a mask, helmet, and gloves. Goggles covered his eyes, and Holiday noted that even when he got closer, he could see no eyes behind the lenses. He listened, but could hear no breathing. Holiday made it past the figure and stared at Loch Ness. He had an uncanny feeling of dread. Something about this figure seemed so abnormal that Holiday came up with a plan to test this. He planned to accidentally slip on the grass and bump into the man. As soon as Holiday had decided on this plan, he heard a strange, whispering sound and quickly spun around to see that the man in black had vanished along with the sound. With half a mile of empty road to his right and 100 yards to his left, it should have been impossible for someone to have gotten out of sight in a split second like that. Yet it happened anyway. Holiday's mind went to the men in black, reported peripherally to the UFO phenomenon, who harass and intimidate witnesses, and even destroy evidence. Holiday attempted to rationalize this away, as it seemed so surreal and absurd to have this kind of bizarre encounter in broad daylight with his friends so close. Quote, "Presumably, it could have been a hallucination, but in that case, I must wander around in a nightmare world in which it is impossible to tell the imaginary from the actual, and this I reject. Something was there." Unquote. After the exorcism, Ted Holiday was at Loch Ness when he suffered his first heart attack. As he was carried away, he realized that he suffered this heart attack in the same spot where he saw the man in black. 5 years later, Holiday would pass away from a fatal heart attack, ultimately proving right John Keel's ominous warning to Holiday to be careful in his Loch Ness work.
Now, I had a friend in England. His name was Ted Holiday. He wrote a number of very good books. You may have remembered Ted Holiday. He saw a man in black at Loch Ness. Now, he had been spending every summer at Loch Ness looking for the famous sea serpent there. Anyway, he said this man in black was dressed in black leather with goggles and a helmet like a motorcyclist. And Ted walked up to him and turned his eyes away for about 10 seconds. And in that time, the man vanished. Now, 1 year later, Ted was on that same spot, because he went back there every year, and he had a severe heart attack. And as he was lying on a stretcher and they were about to carry him off from that spot, he realized that it was the exact spot where he had seen this man in black a year earlier. Colin Wilson, the very famous British author, had a few comments to make on this. He said, Holiday was experiencing a problem that is familiar to students of the paranormal. They begin more or less as open-minded skeptics, prepared to give serious consideration to any evidence that presents itself, but determined not to indulge in any self-deceptions. Finally, the sheer weight of the evidence convinces them that something odd is going on, and they try to create what Aldous Huxley called a minimum working hypothesis, an explanation that covers the basic facts. This may be, for example, telepathy. A famous writer named Lethbridge saw a ghost, a man dressed in a writing clothing, in the rooms of a university friend. And he theorized that someone else may have been thinking about this man, and that his own mind somehow picked up the image, like a television picture, without the sound. But he was forced to drop this explanation as he encountered other examples of the paranormal. and this tends to be the experience of the most serious investigators. Whenever they have formulated a watertight general theory, they stumble upon some new fact that simply refuses to fit in. And then they have to extend the theory. Then they find still more awkward facts, and they have to extend it still further. And in no time at all, their original, neat, symmetrical theory looks like an old sack stuffed with rubbish.
Saint Nihilus, a monk of 400 AD, wrote, "Be not afraid, and have no dread either of the threatenings and bugbears of the evil spirits, or of voices and tremors of your dwellings, or the lightning and flashes of fire, or of the attacks of strange men, camels, and dragons, who burst suddenly into your cells at night with clamor and roaring, or of the crazy laughter, the dancing, and the other ways the foul fiends would affright you, which you have met since your profession." Of this quote, and his own unexplained experiences, Holiday would write, quote, "Of the apparent threatenings, tremors of dwelling, flashes of light, and dragons, I have now had some first-hand experience. Some of this input seems to be psychic and accessible only to certain individuals, while some of it is a good deal harder and responds in part to physical research. But it doesn't respond readily or normally, as thousands of frustrated investigators of UFOs and monsters will testify. There seems to be a distinct hardening of opinion over all this. E.A.I. McKay calls it the Valle-Keel Creighton contention, based on Charles Fort's statement, "We are property." If this is so, it is pertinent to ask, whose property? The religionists and mystics have always insisted there is some sort of choice. If this also is true, then the exorcism of Loch Ness may be taken as a symbolic affirmation of this choice, and demonstrable to the extent of producing the paranormal reaction described. I have never been to Loch Ness. I've never seen the supposed creature myself to attest to its existence, and I do not believe in the Loch Ness monster as a relict plesiosaur or mosasaur, or anything of the sort. But if we follow the data, the most logical conclusion in my mind is that the Loch Ness monster is some sort of gigantic or abnormally large eel. Many reports describe an eel or serpentine creature. Some newspaper reports, such as the Lurbost dragon, indicate that the knowledge of these giant eels was once well accepted, and our modern eDNA testing could also support the beliefs of ancient Highlanders. Many sightings can be explained away by the prosaic peculiarities of the loch. Adrian Shine, director of the Loch Ness Center, has explained that odd fluid mechanics of the loch, combined with the thermocline effect, can account for many of the seemingly anomalous reports, possibly causing objects to rise out of the loch, and can also explain some of the reported mysterious ripples in the water. If the Loch Ness eel, water horse, horse eel, whatever you want to call it, if it exists or existed, it sounds like the most progress in identifying it would be found in Ireland. Perhaps if a more dedicated operation set their sights on the horse eels rather than Nessie, they would be more likely to find something. There is even speculation that the Connemara bogs could preserve the remains of the horse eel, where evidence could potentially be found. And what of the synchronicities and psychic phenomena reported around the loch? Could they have any connection to the UFO phenomenon? The strange lights which seem to manifest at the loch occasionally? Could it be true that Crowley unleashed dark forces from his former lair onto Loch Ness? And what of the strange man in black that intimidated Holiday, and the same spot which he would later suffer a heart attack, the same thing which would later end his life? It's possible that these are all coincidences, but when the UFO phenomenon is concerned, nothing is as it seems. Thank you all for watching. I totally understand that we talked about a lot of really weird topics, and some things which you may not believe in. But, as a wise man once said, it's the mark of an educated mind to be capable of entertaining an idea without accepting it. And even if you don't believe in any of this, even in the concrete reality of the UFO phenomenon, it's still a fun thought experiment. Thank you all so much for watching. and please don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you all again soon.